Welcome to Law and Order. I barely have a voice today because I yelled for 14 hours at Candace supporters yesterday about this debate in the case. But I am joined today by my fellow fact checker, Ryan Mullally. How you doing, Ryan? Since you got him.
I'm pretty good. I didn't do 14 hours fighting the Drop Bears squad, so my voice is in better shape than yours, Rob. Appreciate that. But yeah, did something happen? It seems like the internet's all a flurry. Every time I log in, they're talking about some debate between Andrew and some lunatic. Did you hear about this, Rob?
That's not the big story. Apparently, this guy, Mr. Coombe, was one of Andrew's friends that, was a whistleblower that divulged all of his secret government service records or whatever. Yeah, I mean, look,
Mr. Coombe, he sounds reputable.
Yes, he's very reputable.
Sounds like a trustworthy guy.
I did an X Spaces with Mr. Coombe last night, but I think both of us predicted this would be a big event, no matter what happened. I think it might be the biggest non-presidential debate, in the last 10 years, maybe since, I don't know. I don't even know, debates that I would think outside the scope of politics that would be this big. $300,000 on the line, big personalities. So yeah, I think a lot of people are watching and everyone has an opinion on it. So,
well, everyone has an opinion on it, but a lot of them are very, very stupid. And now this was anticipated. It was known that this was going to happen. I had a guy come on I don't know. One of the things I've liked about this is since the debate, I feel like the Candace crowd feels a need to show up and debate more often. Before the debate, you couldn't get them to show up. You literally couldn't. I had stream after stream with a banner on the bottom. Anyone think Candace is right? Join the stream, argue with me. At least now you get some ops. So I think that from that perspective, the debate moved the conversation, which is a good thing. It's good that people are actually leaving their silos a little bit.
Yeah, it was funny. I did that space last night, and this guy Suleiman was put on the space, and it was supposed to be on the debate. And right out of the gate, the Candace One team was just like, well, she didn't provide any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just kept talking about their theory of the case, right? And it's like, that's fine. I'm happy to debate the case with you. But if you're talking about the debate proper, their theme was well, I've heard Candace push back against this on her show previously. And so therefore, she didn't have to, right? Because she's already addressed this, which is an insane way. I guess I could do the same thing and say, well, all of Candace's claims were addressed by Andrew or his fact checkers previously. So he wins. And of course, the Candace people would rightfully be like, well, that's insane. If he didn't say it in the debate, why should we evaluate it?
It would be particularly insane for them because Andrew and I watched the whole preliminary hearing and remarked on every piece of evidence as it was introduced.
Correct.
So if they're going to give Andrew the same benefit of the doubt, then you would have to say that he remarked on every single piece of the state's evidence, which, being fair, and I try to be fair, he didn't. And one of my criticisms is that I wish he had done a more robust articulation of the positive case. Strategically, I understand why he didn't. And it's real easy for me to say that because it's not my $300,000. So Andrew had a strategy and a prioritization, and I totally understand where he's coming from. I just, for me, I'm an attorney. I wanted to march through the evidence like an attorney would. But, at the end of the day, I think he put it well. Let's say you think it was a draw. You don't think that he proved the evidence very strongly in the first half. Did she prove the evidence at all in the second half? Did she give you one scintilla of positive evidence? Anything? One thing? Nothing. Even the conspiracy tards I've been arguing with, the most that they'll say is that she pointed out the existence of a receipt that does not have his name, Tyler Robinson's name on it, and does not have any identifiable credit card information from which you could tell whether it was his receipt.
And then hilariously was if you have any questions, ask the guy who did the story. Not even her. She's ask him. In other words, don't blame me if it's wrong. Ask that dude. That's not my fault.
I was debating this last night. I asked the guy, I was okay, well, I have a receipt from September 10th, and it says that a hamburger was purchased in New Jersey. Does that prove that Tyler Robinson's innocent? Is that evidence of his innocence? No, because that's not you have to, for it to be relevant evidence, you have to have some connection to Tyler Robinson. You can't just brandish a receipt and say, Hey, Rob, look at this receipt. Look at this receipt.
Oh, well, that's it. That's good enough for me, I guess.
What do you? This is my evidence. It's a joke.
So I want to talk about. There's so much to talk about. I want to talk about this because there's a lot of things that get lost in the shuffle. The 0% thing's one. I think it's worth referencing that. This part about the Cowboy Steakhouse. This is its own little microcosm of something worth discussing. It really gives you an insight into just how duplicitous Candace is, though, because what she says is she uses this point to say, well, see, I've done more than you because I called the steakhouse owner, right? So you just, what, you've been for a week or two looking at some posts on X. I called the owner. Now, if you're watching, the implication is they're having a dispute about the blurring of the information on the receipt. And Andrew's like, have you seen the receipt unblurred? She says, yes. Basically, he takes that to, look, I've had a store. You have as a merchant, you could call and get the details of someone's card from like a receipt, and you could find out who owned that. So do we know, did that owner do that and find out that this is that person? And she just says, well, I believe that it'll be him, and I called the owner and talked to him. Now, the implication that she's trying to give is like that that's what the owner's claiming, that this is Tyler Robinson. Now, would it shock you to learn this is what the owner said? Official statement, based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant on September 10th, 2025. We have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us based on the information available to us at the time. We fully cooperated. We'll continue to cooperate with the authorities conducting the investigation. Because it's an active matter, we won't comment further. So she's acting like, oh, I talked to him and he told me. But she doesn't say that. She just implies it. And it reminded me of, for those that are like nerds like me that follow like scandals and whatever, it very much reminded me of the FISA warrant abuse, right? Where after 2 FISA warrants into Carter Page, the FBI finally gets around to contacting this dude, Igor Dashenko, who's the primary subsource. And they go to Igor Dashenko and they're like, hey, here's all these claims that this dude Christopher Steele said that you said, about Trump's team doing this nefarious shit with Russians. And Igor Dashenko's basically like, oh, that was just dudes talking. That's like barroom talk. I can't believe you guys are using this for a warrant. Right? So the FBI goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to Igor Dashenko and we believe he's telling the truth. And the court's like, oh, okay. And then re-signs the warrant. What they left out was, and what he told the truth about was that this is all bullshit. They left that part out. They just said, well, we talked to him. That's what Candace is in effect doing. She's saying, I talked to the owner. Okay, did the owner tell you that it was his receipt? Well, I talked to him. Right. What the owner's public statement is, which we would have no reason to think that he told Candace something different in private, is we have no information that this is Tyler Robinson. None. We've cooperated with authorities. We've responded truthfully when people like Candace have called. Well, so where is it? But she just implies, well, I call, and she does this over and over. I have a source. I talk to a person, but you can't challenge it. It's just, well, it's all anonymous or it's all conversations that none of us could be privy to. And ironically, when we have the state officially in their case saying, we have the parents saying this, we have Lance Twigg saying this, we have the other friends on the Discord saying this, she's like, nope, we can't evaluate any of that. It's hearsay. But anonymous people talking to her with third to fourth hand knowledge, perfectly acceptable. That's enough to prove her theories.
Well, and I think it's important to put this all in context, right? The defense has access to Tyler Robinson. They can just ask him, did you go to the steakhouse? Right? They know if he went to the steakhouse or not. They have certainly the defense has Tyler Robinson's credit card information, right? They don't need to request it. They have it. They can just look it up, right? And just go online. So they know all of this. They didn't introduce this in the preliminary hearing. Now, why does that matter? I've said this many times, so at the risk of repeating myself. Yes, the defense is not fully incentivized to put all their cards on the table in the preliminary hearing. But I've talked to many lawyers on this topic and many who've done preliminary hearings, and that we kind of universally agree, if you could blow up the state's case completely, if you had a smoking gun that blew their case up, are you going to let your client sit in jail for a year for funsies?
Might be 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Waiting for trial? Like, if you could definitively blow up the state's timeline, if you could prove that they were faking all the text messages, that there was this corrupt government scheme, right? If you could prove that there was no way he was there because he was at the steakhouse, why the F wouldn't you bring that up because that would blow up the entire government's case. It would destroy their credibility. It would prove that there are people who are conspiring against him. The entire thing would go away. Your client would go free, and you'd be a hero. So, while yes, there are certain types of evidence that the defense wouldn't bring up in a preliminary hearing, that type of explosive evidence that destroys the entire case, that's the sort of thing they would bring up.
Well, and the other thing they would bring up are allegations of misconduct by the police or the prosecution. So
if they could prove it.
Well, but
allegations with evidence.
Well, no. It's already been proven. Candace and Diligent Denizen and Ian Carroll have proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. The state manipulated the video. They scrunched it, right? That's easy. Everyone can see it. We've seen the picture Candace and them put up of the stretched out image. There's no dispute. That's absolutely true. How could you even argue against it? After all, the Jeep looks right? So why did the state not? That's simple. Candace Owens and company found it out like that. Why did the defense not say, here's what you have to believe. You ready? The defense knows this, that they manipulated this video, right? They flipped it horizontally. They scrunched it up to make it look more like Tyler. Serious allegation. Candace knows it. Ian Carroll knows it. Baron Coleman knows it. Diligent Denizen knows it. Project Constitution knows it. The defense knows it. Now, the defense is employing a brutal, effective strategy of just not saying anything about it and letting their client rot in jail. But for some reason, the defense did protest when on that very scrunched up, manipulated video, the state put a red circle. They said, no, you can't do that. That's manipulating the video evidence. So they raised an objection to a rather harmless circle that proved nothing, but the actual manipulating of the video itself, they said nothing. Now, you could believe that theory, which is Candace's claim, or you could believe the state just played the unaltered security footage. And had they altered it to stretch it out like Candace did, to try to make it more or less like Tyler Robinson, the defense would have said, you can't do that. That's not right. You have to, right? Like if you are going to manipulate it, you have to have an explanation of exactly what you did so we can interrogate the person that manipulated it. But instead, so it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the state would have tried to stretch it out, Candace and company would have said, that's manipulating evidence. You can't do that. But when the state just plays the raw footage, they're like, that's manipulated. You should have stretched it out. It's literally, it's so ludicrous. And again,
and if the defense doesn't say anything about it, they're in on it. If the defense does say, if later on the defense does try to make an argument like this and they lose on it, then the judge is in on it, right? It's like, it's a never-ending parade of unfalsifiable excuses. And I know we're going to get into the debate more, but just to make sure that I get this off my chest before we do, when we say there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, what we mean is that there's huge amounts of mutually corroborating evidence. There's video footage of him Tyler Robinson on campus. He was ID'd in the video footage by multiple people, police officers and Lance Twiggs. There's a TPUSA witness who's going to say that Tyler Robinson spoke to them while they were setting up the event. There's video footage of him leaving the campus and checking out the drop site for the rifle, coming back to campus with the stiff leg, walking across campus, going up the Mossad staircase, the secret Israel staircase to get to the roof, going across the roof, getting into position 40 seconds before the shot, going across the roof, jumping down, going back to the wooded area where the rifle was found in the same drop site that he scouted out earlier. Then he came back and his car was spotted coming back onto campus to find the weapon. This was the second time the car was spotted on campus that day. Then in his text message confessions to his lover, he mentioned these details. He said, I was caught on surveillance footage on Discord. He said, I went back for the rifle when talking to Lance Twiggs. He mentioned carving the cartridges, which were in fact carved by a Dremel that was lent to him by Lance Twiggs. Another cartridge, a test cartridge, was found in his home. The caliber of the weapon matches the caliber of the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk. His DNA is found on the rifle, on the screwdriver found on the roof, on the towel. His confession says I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, written in the form of a goodbye note that he left under the keyboard of his lover, Lance Twiggs. And we didn't get to see this part of the video, but for all the Discord messages, the government puts them, and the text messages, the government put them in front of Lance Twiggs and said, here's the phone. Here's the message. Did you receive this message? Who'd you receive it from? Tyler Robinson? Is this a real message? Yes, it is. Please read it to us. Because that's what they do in these situations. The judge said it was redundant, so he didn't let us see it in publicly. But that's what the government does, and they walk through all these pieces of evidence, and each of those pieces of evidence is mutually reinforcing because it references other pieces of evidence, creating a case that's stronger than any one piece. So when we say this is a overwhelming amount of evidence, we're not like making this shit up randomly. Like, the state put on a hell of a demonstration, and we know they have more. We know they have video we haven't seen. They didn't call the parents, who they've basically said that he confessed. So there's all sorts of evidence that they could put on beyond what we've seen. But what we have seen is, I think, fairly described as overwhelming. And if anybody wants to argue with me about that, I'd be delighted to have that argument. But all I've heard from people so far is DNA degradation. Look at this receipt. Don't you think Israel's bad? That's literally the caliber of argument I've received. So, if anybody, again, I'm delighted to have the fight. If you want to come in and say that doesn't sound like overwhelming evidence to you, please do. Please do.
Yeah, look, all it is like those. I was talking to an attorney last night in this space, and she was like, well, the police aren't always infallible. Sometimes they make mistakes. They don't secure a crime scene. And all of that stuff could be true, right? You could say, I think they should have done this better or that better. I'm happy to talk about the specifics. But just because you think that there could be some technicality that Robinson gets off on, or some failure of the police to follow up on something, that is a different claim than intentional setting up of Tyler Robinson as a patsy, which is the other part of this debate. And she didn't provide, even if we accept the DNA degradation, that doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. It could just prove that they have the wrong man. It's happened in the past. As you said, I think the evidence is overwhelming that they have the right man here. But nonetheless, you can see that if they would happen to have the wrong man, it's a stretch to say, therefore they knew it was the wrong man and intentionally set him up to protect, and then insert whatever nebulous French Foreign Legion, Mormon beekeepers, Masonic cult, Lance Twiggs, Erica Kirk, Brian Harpole, Andrew Colvett, Terrell, whatever his first name is, whichever person of the week that Candace wants to claim, or group of the week that's responsible for the murder. And so I agree with you. I think, in full disclosure, there were breaks, and I don't know if I'm spilling any tea here, but Andrew liked to smoke during the break. So he obviously had to go outside to smoke. And, I think both of us were like, go harder at more evidence from the state, right? I think both of us wanted that. But Andrew basically didn't give a shit. He was like, I don't even care. He spent his $300,000 for one reason. And that was to interrogate her claims that she's made about the people responsible, or about the fact that the feds are setting up Tyler Robinson as a patsy. That's what he wanted to get to. So he's like, part of the condition of him being able to do that was Candace's demand that he defend the state's case, and that it is overwhelming. He said, fine. And he did that. For the first 45 minutes to an hour, he said, sure, I'll defend the state's case. And that's what he did. I think there could be a more robust defense. I think it's fair to say. I think some of it's also excusable because, like me, Andrew's not a lawyer. So, for example, when we're getting into conversations of testimony that's allowed, like hearsay, etc., there's two things on that. One, much of this wasn't hearsay. For example, we did put up the little fact check of rule, what was it, like 801D2? Yeah. Right? That says, it's hard for a non-lawyer to understand, but what that was saying was, no, his note, his messages, his admissions, his confessions, that's not hearsay. Now, you could say they're not really him. They lied, but that's not hearsay. It doesn't fall into the category of hearsay.
No, it's expressly not hearsay because it's for those of you who, if you haven't heard this explanation before, hearsay is out of court statements offered for the truth. So if someone's in court and they say the sky was blue that day, they're telling you a statement offered for its truth, but they're there, so you can cross-examine them, you can test them. But if I come into court and I say, Rob told me the sky was blue on Tuesday, and then you say, oh, well, was it blue all day? I'm like, I don't know. Rob just told me that. You can't cross-examine me because I don't actually know anything. I'm just repeating what Rob told me. And that's the problem with hearsay typically. But there are exceptions to hearsay. For example, if somebody says something truly damaging about their own situation, like I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, for example, just pulling one out of the pure blue sky, that is not hearsay because it's viewed as reliable enough to be admitted without cross-examination. Because why would somebody say something so devastating unless it were true? That's the indicia that it's trustworthy. This is, by the way, for the law nerds out there, when you wiretap somebody, the reason you can use it as evidence is the party opponent exception. Because technically it's an out-of-court statement offered for its truth. You know, you got the mob boss on the wire and he says, go whack that guy. Well, you're offering that statement for the truth that he did order somebody to whack somebody else. But he's not on the stand. He took the fifth. The reason that you can put it in court is that it's not hearsay because of the party opponent rule. So that's what we were trying to express with the fact.
And it was tough. In that moment,
man.
It's tough. There's another issue with the hearsay thing, and this gets to something that
did you give them the inside any inside baseball into the fact checking process?
I did. We'll talk about it one second.
Cool. Yeah.
But for your audience as well. But the other thing with hearsay is this: despite what Baron Coleman wants to say, Andrew said 75 to 85%. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, debate over. This debate, just like the state's case to this point, has not been about proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Nope.
We are not to the trial yet. And Baron Coleman, an attorney, should know that. All the state was doing was having a probable cause hearing, which they easily cleared the barrier of. That's irrelevant to the terms of this specific debate. This debate was about two people making two claims. Andrew's claimed that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson's guilty, and Candace's claimed that there's overwhelming evidence that he's innocent and was set up as a patsy. That's what the debate was about. It's not that the burden for Andrew must be higher because he must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They're just talking about us right now, not as jurists, not as prosecutors, not as defense attorneys that have specific obligations and specific rules governing them, just as people. All of us, anytime we see these sort of cases where someone's on trial, we all have opinions. We say, I think that person's guilty, or I think they're innocent, or, ooh, I'd like to hear more. I'm not sure about this thing. Perfectly reasonable. So what we had here was two people that were going to argue their side. There is no rule that says you can't evaluate hearsay as an individual trying to make a judgment on. For example, would I get a babysitter whose mom told me, or someone said their mom said that babysitter's a drug addict and got fired from the previous babysitting gig because they just left the baby in a room for 6 hours and didn't check on them. Now that's hearsay, but I'm allowed to make a judgment and say, ooh, that's something I'm going to want to look into. That's, I might not just say, no, I won't hire you, but I might bring it up and be like, hey, I heard this. Is this true? Candace is acting like, no. We can't even evaluate that. So when you're talking about like statements that the parents allegedly made, she's like, nope, can't evaluate it. Why aren't the parents speaking up? Nope, can't evaluate it. Lance Twiggs claims, nope, can't evaluate it, right? And none of that makes sense. What she's really arguing for, if I could steelman her layman's position, is this. You tell me if you think I'm wrong, Ryan. Well, this evidence won't be allowed at trial because it's hearsay, which means that there will be reasonable doubt. But that's a different question altogether as to whether or not we as individuals think it's likely that he did it.
Yeah, I mean, I have really no idea what she means by that, to be honest with you. I've been racking my brain about it because she can say, okay, they're using reliable hearsay, which, by the way, the Utah state constitution says they're allowed. So, take it up with Utah. But, okay. But at trial, they're not going to use reliable hearsay. They're going to introduce the direct testimony. So like at trial, for example, it won't be a video of Lance Twiggs. It'll be Lance Twiggs sitting in the witness box. It won't be a cop saying, I talked to a TPUSA employee and this is what they told me. It'll be the TPUSA employee, right? So like these are easy things to get around at a trial. I mean, that's why the trial takes so long, is you got to call all these witnesses. But it's not like they're not going to do that at trial. They're obviously going to do that at trial. So I guess maybe you think they can't for some reason, but I don't, that's not been explained to me. And then the other thing that really confused me about Candace's take is, this is maybe a deep cut, but do you remember when she was talking about the French Foreign Legion?
Yes.
She said, and I remember it because I was like, why? She couldn't possibly take that position. She said that Andrew said, well, isn't it hearsay that you talked to the government? Like, I don't know what you guys talked about. I don't know what the government did. Like, how can I evaluate this evidence? And she's like, well, you should believe it's true, because if I lied to the government, I'd get in big trouble. And it's like, that's actually the whole reason the reliable hearsay rule exists, which is all the Utah's trying to do is decide, is there a good reason to let this case go to trial? So the police officers, they say, I interviewed a witness, he told me this. I interviewed another witness, he told me this. I looked at the video footage, this is what I saw. And the police explained the whole thing. And the judge says, you know what? I'm going to allow this to go to trial because I believe you guys. And one of the reasons I believe you guys is that if you, a police officer, lie to the court and fabricate evidence about the court, it's going to end your career. It's going to end your career. You could go to jail. It's going to undo all your other cases. You could be committing there's all these reasons to think that police officers would not be lying in these circumstances. Sometimes you prove that they are, but in general, they're very incentivized not to, which are the exact same reasons that Candace gave in her French Foreign Legion story. So the idea that you wouldn't you would categorically distrust all testimony given by police officers in court is kind of crazy. Like, how I get being skeptical of the government. I love being skeptical of the government, but that's very different than just saying, if the government says it, I take the opposite perspective automatically. That's just a wild view.
Now, we don't do this often, but here's an attorney I respect, and here's a 4-minute clip. You know Nick Rakita, I think you know him, right? Nick's been pretty vocal about this. There's been a lot of attorneys in like LawTube that have been weighing in. I know Viva Frey, I think I'm going to do his show later, Nate the lawyer. Here's Rakita. I think he's gone into more detail than anyone I've seen about these claims of hearsay. So tell me what you think of this. Maybe you'll disagree with them, so I'll be interested to get your take.
Are the admissions. The admissions are critical.
I'm going to up the speed a little.
That's why they're so fucking confident in this case. The admissions are admissions, and they are admissible. Those are party statements against interest presented in an adversarial fashion. They will come in assuming they can be authenticated. Authentication does not require a sworn statement from Verizon that this message was sent from a Verizon phone through Discord at this time. Although that might happen, that's not the only way to authenticate statements or messages.
Can you pause
Those
for a second?
messages have to be authenticated by someone.
So this is what I was saying earlier. The confession text messages are not hearsay because they're party opponent statements under the rule that we looked at 801 D2, I think it was. And that they were authenticated by Lance Twiggs, who went through them in his testimony and said these are true and correct text messages. And they were further authenticated by the officers who took them off the cell phones, took pictures of the cell phones, and extracted the data from the cell phone. So these have been authenticated even without like talking to Verizon, and they are not hearsay regardless. So I think, yeah, so far I agree with Nick completely.
With knowledge of the messages, authenticating that they are an accurate portrayal what happened that they purport to be. Lance Twiggs' sworn statement, which he will provide in court, that those messages were sent to him by Tyler Robinson, is authentication. And with that statement, they will be admitted, period. That's it. End of the story. That's authentic. The only challenge you can bring to authenticity and admissibility of a party statement in a criminal case is that you have, at that point, you have the burden of showing they're not authentic. Authentication happens when foundation is laid with a witness who can attest to the facts that they're about to say under oath. You don't have to trust Lance Twiggs. Court will. The jury might not, but the court will admit those. Those admissions will come in if Lance Twiggs says, these are an accurate representation of what Tyler Robinson sent me. Now, if you want to say someone else sent those messages, you are making a claim that you now have to prove because you need to impeach that witness. That's how the record works.
That's all we need to get there. That's the part that I wanted, where it's like, fine, you can make the claim. No, I think Lance Twiggs is lying. I think that Lance Twiggs made those statements. And this is where the word that's so hard for Candace and her supporters is, can you provide evidence?
Yeah, just some evidence.
Nothing. They have nothing. They're just like, well, hypothetically, it could be the case. But you can say this about any sort of written message ever in any trial. Hypothetically, someone else, another interested party, hypothetically could have created that message, which would be, it's like I argued with these people all yesterday. Hypothetically, there could have been another Mauser 30-06 rifle that was there that fired the shot and then somehow was removed and no one saw it. Hypothetically, it's possible. So unless you have video in 4K of him pulling the trigger, how could you ever convict? Because hypothetically, it's always possible, unless it's a one-of-a-kind rifle, right? That there was another rifle on scene that no one got. And you're just like, oh my goodness, like this is insane. And even if you believe that, you're just talking about...
Rob, just to point out how crazy that is. The standard at trial, and we're not at trial, but the standard at trial is beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all doubt. And the difference is exactly what you're saying. A reasonable doubt is an alternative theory supported by the evidence, even if it's not as strongly supported, but it's supported, right? A doubt, not a reasonable doubt, just like I have a doubt, is like, well, isn't it hypothetically possible? Do you have any evidence of that? No, but it's hypothetically possible. That's not a reasonable doubt. That's just a doubt. And even at trial, the jurors are instructed not to give credence to that sort of doubt, because you could always come up with some unsupported hypothesis about what happened, right? Well, Rob, what if it was shapeshifters, that Mystique from X-Men? You know her?
Right.
She can take anyone's face, Rob, anyone's face. She just made herself look like Tyler Robinson, killed Charlie Kirk. Can you prove that's not true? It's not a reasonable doubt. You have to have some evidence for it, and that's even at the trial stage. So it's a wild game these people are playing.
And like, as far as I know, the only claim, I think that the most compelling piece of evidence, the two most compelling pieces of evidence, and again, let me be clear. Ryan outlined it. By the way, I want you to write that down just so I could read the outline of the overwhelming evidence that we have, just step by step. But the key, what makes it so impressive is that it all points in the same direction. And so in any trial ever, you may be able to find key pieces of evidence and say, I have some questions about that. How exactly was it collected? Could hypothetically have been a misunderstanding in this way, or right? But when all of the evidence is pointing in the same direction, a couple of quirky things about a piece of evidence or two usually isn't going to be enough to impugn the case. So for me, the two most compelling pieces of evidence, but again, they work together, is the gun with the DNA and the confessions, right? The litany of confessions. And so I think, and what I would say is, and I challenge anyone that's a Candace fan watching right now, and I promise we're going to put up a call number so you guys can call in, but I challenge you, if I just asked you to engage in this hypothetical, if it's true that these confessions are accurate and are Tyler Robinson's and were coerced, would that be very compelling evidence that he committed this crime? And I think the answer has to be yes. Now, it's not 100%. People have given false confessions. So, for example, if he confessed to something that's physically impossible, we would say, wait a minute, right? But I think it's very strong evidence to suggest. I think we'd all agree with that. Am I right, Ryan? That doesn't seem to be an outlandish claim I'm making.
And by the way, here's, just to make this clear, because I got into so many arguments about this yesterday. When we say evidence, what we mean is relevant evidence. And that just in layman's terms, because this is a legal term, that just means that the evidence tends to make a consequential fact more or less likely. That's all we're saying. You have some evidence that makes a fact of consequence more or less likely. Now, that's a low bar, but it is still a bar. If you show me a receipt without anybody's name on it and without trackable information, that's just proof that somebody purchased a hamburger. Someone purchasing a hamburger does not make any fact of consequence more or less likely. Now, if it was Tyler Robinson who purchased the hamburger, that would be relevant evidence. But when we say we want relevant evidence, it has to be evidence that tends to make something relevant more or less likely. And to your point, Rob, Tyler writing multiple confessions about how he killed Charlie Kirk tends to make it more likely that he killed Charlie Kirk. So yeah, it's pretty good evidence.
If we accept that, then we say, okay, what were Candace's objections to Andrew saying, I think this is the biggest piece of evidence to make my case? I could come up with two. First, she says it's hearsay. She is factually incorrect. It is not hearsay. And even if we would say it's hearsay, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that it's not true. The only other argument that I heard her make, and I welcome you or anyone else telling me I'm wrong, is, but Lance Twiggs could theoretically have written them. That's it. That's it. So if we're acknowledging, well, if these messages are legitimate, that's pretty damning. And her response to that is, but they're hearsay. No, they're not. We could dispense with that. Okay, but Lance Twiggs could have written them. Right, but that doesn't even cross the bar of reasonable doubt. That's just a possible hypothetical. Do you have any evidence that Lance Twiggs wrote them? No. So that's the only two claims she made in the debate. I challenge any. From that claim alone, if Andrew's like, here's the biggest claim that he confessed, right? That's why I think it's compelling. And your answer to that is, one, it's hearsay. No, it's not. And second, Lance Twiggs could have wrote it. That's not evident. That's not rebutting that fact. I'm sorry. And so this is the sort of stuff I'm saying. Now, I agree with you. Andrew could have done a better job defending the state's case. There's tons of evidence to get into. Fair enough, right? But at least he's making affirmative, positive claims to defend his claim. Again, I challenge anyone from Candace's side. Name me one piece of positive evidence she provided that Lance Twiggs was set up as a patsy. I'm sorry, Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy. Name one. All she did was run. Part of that claim could be, well, Andrew's even giving her outs. He's trying to push her for that. For example, first question he asks.
Sorry, just to make sure that people are following. This is why I think it was fair when Andrew was asked how he did, and he said, I gave myself a 7 or 7.5 out of 10, and I give her a 0. I think that's a totally fair grade, and here's why. Let's say it's like a boxing match. It's 2 10-point rounds. Right? Andrew has to defend his claim. I think Rob and I have both said we agree that Andrew could have been more forceful, more forward with the evidence, would have been great. So let's say, and I think Andrew said this in his closing, you call that a draw. Round 1, Andrew defends the state's claim. That's a 5-5 round. All right? But then we get to Candace's round where she has to provide overwhelming evidence for her claim, and she provides no evidence. None. Nothing. No evidence at all. Well, that's a 10-0. That's a 10-0, right? So now you've got, they
don't grade boxing like that, but I got you. I know what you're saying.
I know. That's not how they really grade boxing. But the point I'm making is it's a washout at that point because she didn't do anything to move the needle at all for her claim. She just sat on the stool, basically, and then tried to pivot to other topics, which is, I find it wild. Even Baron Coleman, you see that he pivoted? Now it's, Candace is entitled to her opinion. She doesn't need evidence for her opinions. Great. If all she's doing is saying her opinion, she's like, in my opinion, the French Foreign Legion has something to do with it. Not a theory, not something the defense should be taking into account, just my opinion. Great. You're entitled to your opinion, but nobody has to take that seriously.
We can see on and when you bring this up, when you talk about this stuff, this is every comment you get like this on your end. Andrew got wrecked. It's nothing but cope. Lying and damage control because Andrew's paying Rob. Andrew's not paying me, one. Though hopefully he does. Eventually that'd be nice. It'd be nice to get paid. Secondly, you're right.
Andrew, fucking pay Rob.
I don't know how to say this in a million ways. I suck. Ryan sucks. Andrew sucks. Gerald sucks. Mr. E sucks. Yep, we're all the worst. We did the worst. 0 out of 10. Never seen another worse debate performance. What was the evidence Candace provided of her claim? Oh, notice they never say that. They can't say, here's why you guys are wrong. You're coping and you're wrong because Candace gave evidence that Tyler Robinson was overwhelmingly a patsy. And here's that evidence. They won't do that because they can't. They can't do it. I want to play one more clip. But before I do, I will explain I've said this for my audience, but I'll explain for yours. I do take some blame as the fact checker here. I want to take a little bit of blame because I falsely interpreted what that would mean when we got there. So, for example, we had compiled a bunch of stuff, briefs from the state, evidence from the state, plus clips and evidence of things that Candace has claimed about her theories, and then maybe some evidence to rebut some of the things Candace has said about her theories. And we thought that what was going to happen was that Andrew would have either an earpiece, but preferably he brought a tablet. And the idea was going to be that he would be able to scroll through. So, for example, he would have the state's brief. Bam, click, There, he could pull up right here, Candace, on page 3, it says X. Or he'd have a list of the clips we had. Here's Candace blaming Erica Kirk, saying she should go to jail. Click, there it is. Here, put it up on the screen. Then in the control room, I could have put it up on the screen. When about 5 to 10 minutes before the debate, Candace was like, what's up with that tablet? No, we're not doing that. And Andrew was like, okay, fair enough. So because of that, the fact checking had to go through a text chain that was through PBD's team. And so the way that it worked was that I had to basically send an email to a very nice gentleman who was very nice. He really was, who was Candace's fact checker. I would send an email to him and then he would put it up on the computer. Then I would have to text PBD and say, we have a clip that says X. Sometimes it would play, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes it would play 15 minutes too late after we went beyond where it was relevant that we were talking about, right? But that was the nature of how the fact checking. Because of that, particularly in the latter half of the debate where we had all these clips, because Andrew didn't have a list of those clips, and that was my fault. I should have prepared under the assumption that maybe he wouldn't have had a list. And I had no way of communicating to Andrew. He couldn't really have access to so he just started asking general questions. Israel? Proof of that? And she filibusters. French Foreign Legion, proof. So we ended up not being able to provide. And the other thing, I just want to say, I'm not blaming. I was certainly doing way more fact checking than Candace's fact checker. At one point, PBD was even like, hey, Rob, can we let them get a fact check in before going back to you? And I know some people are like, but it's not like, it's like the criticism I always hear in hockey. Like, it's like if there's a penalty called on one side, you got to have a makeup call on the other side. Well, that's not really the way it should happen. But I also want to be reasonable to PBD's team. It was not me and Ryan debating Candace. It was Andrew debating Candace. And so it would not have been fair for us to just be back there slamming a gavel like, wrong, 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 wrong. Like, play this, play this, play this. At some point, Andrew either calls for it or he doesn't. And you have to, it can't just be us fact checking 70 times and just playing, that was the process.
And look, the people were nice and I think by and large cooperative, but it was a game of telephone where, I would flag something for you, you would flag it for them, it would get put on screen. And I have an example. Do you mind pulling this up?
Yeah, no problem.
This was the one that drove me crazy. They were talking about the conspiracy theory that a soft point 30-06 round couldn't possibly have fragmented or couldn't possibly have been the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk because it would leave an exit wound. And I wanted them to pull up this document. They pulled it up on page 3 and Andrew did what he could with it. But I had said, pull it up on page 2 and you told them to pull it up on page 2, but they pulled it up on the wrong page. But just to clarify why this mattered for the people who are arguing this conspiracy bullet theory, this in the state, for the first time, we've never seen the medical examiner's report, but in the state's memorandum in support of bindover, which means finding probable cause, they submitted a summary of certain aspects of the medical examiner's report that we have never seen before. That's Exhibit 11. And what was said here is that they explained that the gunshot rang out, a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. So it's coming on a downward angle, not through the fleshy part of the neck, but towards the bone of the spinal column. And the medical examiner concluded that the bullet that killed Mr. Kirk was a .30 caliber round, just like the rifle that was found fires. And it created a complex entrance wound and fragmented in Mr. Kirk's neck. Just like everyone who's been explaining this has said, the bullet deformed and fragmented in his neck, and then it hit his C27 vertebrae. So it hit the strong bone in the neck, which is what would happen when there's no exit wound. So everything the medical examiner we now know says is entirely consistent with what we know happens to .30 caliber soft point rounds when they hit the body, deform, and then hit bone and don't leave an exit wound. So, but I tell the story just because, if fact checking is an inexact science, we call to have that put on screen. That I don't think it was anything malicious, by the way, on PB. I think they just pulled up the wrong page, and then it's a fast-moving thing, and that detail didn't quite get out the way we wanted.
And I want to be clear, I got access to move the page and stuff. I couldn't even figure out the mouse. The mouse was inverted, believe it or not. So I'm keeping like scrolling up and it's scrolling down. And the dude's like, no, you're scrolling the wrong way. So when it gets brought up, it's just bam, that's the center of the page. And Andrew just reads down. So he missed the stuff that we were trying to get to on the top. One last thing, and then we'll open up the phone lines. This is not about the debate. It's about claims that Candace made today in her show. She is claiming, or at least I can't say that definitively. I haven't seen all of it. She's very upset that Gerald, in the entrance room that we went in, where we were patted down by security, filmed, and you could see a wall, and said that the filming was only allowed to be outside the studio. This is prompting people to come on my show and to accuse Gerald and others of being in Candace's kids' space. That we were in the children's space. And why would we be in the children's space? Would you like to comment on us being in the children's space?
I mean, look, Candace has a lovely home and deservedly is concerned about her privacy given her stature as a public figure. The spaces that we were allowed into were expressly curated for that purpose. And like any parent, there were signs that she had children. If you looked around the house, it was obvious she had children. But we at no point entered any spaces that we were not expressly directed to enter. There was a funnel that led from the entrance to the studio and to the control room where we were going to do our work that day. There was an area where she left out a very tasty spread. She is a wonderful baker and she's a gracious host in that way. Really, really good treats. So, you know, like I think that everybody was very respectful of her space. And I think everyone, you know, I don't know. I'm not gonna try to read everybody's mind, but like, you know, the thing about like the Crucible and Crucible affiliated people is that there's just a lot of family people involved. Like no one's trying to get into Candace's kids' spaces or in any way interfere with her parenting. It's just not a thing that would occur to anybody who was there.
My understanding, well, I second all of that, and I basically said the same thing. And my understanding was the limited amount of rooms that we were in were expressly like the studio rooms. And then there was, you know, obviously when you have a studio that's part of your home, there can be some conflation. I get that, right? Like, for example, my studio is just an upstairs spare bedroom. So to get here, you would have to walk through my home. But that would be intentional. You're walking through a home. It wasn't really like that. It wasn't like we walked through a living room or we walked through a common area space, really. It was clear that this was probably something that's the norm, that is a funnel straight to the studio. So as far as Gerald recording, there were people milling about these spaces. There were quite a few people there, actually, between PBD's team, our team, Candace's team. I did not get the vibe that filming next to a wall was some invasion of privacy. It seemed, I accepted it as the common area of the studio. I don't think that Gerald or anyone meant any harm by that. And there are other things that I could point to, such as they said that we could have a cameraman, but we originally weren't allowed to live stream. What was the intent of the camera then? So it seemed like there was an impression that the camera would be able to film the team because they weren't going to leave us put I mean, we chuckled about this, but I don't think that Candace was about to let us put a microphone on her. I don't think that was about to happen. So the camera would have been irrelevant anyways for recording for post, you know, production issues because we wouldn't have had audio. So, I mean, to me, the whole thing just seems like, you know, I don't know. I think it's much to do about nothing.
Gerald, and she has no way of knowing this, but Gerald was going out of his way to avoid even the possibility of giving any information about Candace's home or where it's located. Like, you know, I mean, when we were in the car going, leaving after the shoot, you know, he was doing some reactions with Andrew and he was filming. I think he had Steven on the line. And he expressly was like, okay, let's get the car in a spot. Andrew, hold the camera so that you don't get any street information. We don't want to see the street. Yep. I don't want to see street signs. I don't want to see trees. I don't want to see landmarks. Like, let's make sure that there's no possible way that anyone could figure out where Candace lives based off this video was his implication. And I think everybody Like, look, we're on different sides of this issue, but nobody here wants Candace doxxed or like her home to be a public record or anything like this. So I think everyone was being very, very careful of her privacy at all times because that's just like the decent human thing to do.
And to be fair, also, like, you know, personally would have much preferred it. I understand her not wanting to travel, but I would have much preferred if, like, we just went to a conference center like 5 minutes away from her home, because I feel awkward anyways when this was clearly some opposition between Andrew and Candace. This wasn't like if me and you were going to have a debate, I wouldn't feel weird coming to your home, but it's someone that, there's a lot of opposition there. I would have felt much more comfortable never knowing where she lived, because I just don't want anyone. This is an issue where there's a lot of conspiratorial people. There were people saying beforehand that, we were going to put microphones or something, bug the house or place fluids and stuff that would be awkward, whatever the fuck that means. So it was Candace that insisted we come to her home. That I don't know how to put it other than that. I would have much rather she said, it's got to be here. The location's going to be at a studio we'll rent out. I don't want you all in my home. I would not have been offended. I just said, totally makes sense to me.
Well, if I'm going to be totally selfish, I wish she had taken Joe Rogan's invitation.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I would have much preferred to fly out and do it in Joe Rogan's studio for reasons that have nothing to do with the debate quality, though I think he would have been a fantastic moderator. But just, I think that would have been cool as hell to hang out in Joe Rogan's studio and meet Joe. So, if wishes were fishes.
All right, on my end, I just put the link to the StreamYard. Now, let me give some caveats here. That's going to be pinned at the bottom of YouTube, so you'll be able to see that. Now, it's a StreamYard link. You click it. It's not going to ask you to download anything. It'll ask you to put your name in. That's it. We are looking only for people that disagree with us that Andrew Wilson won the debate. I know there's a lot of you that just want to say, I just want to say good job. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'll probably do a call-in show later in the week, and you can talk about it all you want. But we're really looking for people who disagree. That's what we're looking for, right? So if you think Candace won, or if you really disagree about the case, we'll be happy to talk to you. Couple of things, though. One, you will backstage have to cam up. Just for a second. You're good, guy that's in the back. That's good. You can turn your cam off now. The only reason for that is I have a couple people that are trolls so we don't have to get into it. So just flash your cam on real quick, give a thumbs up. We'll be good to go. And then you don't have to put your camera on. Thanks, Avarice, in the background ticket. Number two, we are streaming on YouTube, so you have to abide by YouTube's terms of service. Even if you really dislike us, we would ask you not to do anything, just like we would never do to Candace while she was live streaming at her home. We're not going to jeopardize her channel and her platform. Even if you hate us, we ask that you give us the same courtesy. So no racial slurs, no homophobic slurs, no calls to violence or claims to break the law or anything like that. Other than that, promise we'll give you a fair shake. So we already have one caller on the line who will bring up. I think maybe the best way to do it is primarily one of us will talk to each caller so we can alternate or whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's sort of the intent. So if we don't get callers, we'll continue going on with the review. Also, there is a shitload of super chats.
Yeah, we should clear those at some point. Otherwise, the poor folks are going to think we don't care.
So let's start going through them real fast. Some of them are just on me before you came. I don't know how to differentiate them. We're going to do these super fast. Jefferson 3 months says, did you gargle more nails in preparation? I did not, though I am.
Great comment. One whip song.
Yeah, Jefferson $2 says, slovenly mentioned, still mentioned on the book.
Great comment. Second whip song.
Yoshi $5 says, Candace just mentioned you live. Another one in the books.
Third
I am
song.
Mentioned. Jefferson $2 says, Rob left me an upper deck with Tyler's Patsy. Lavin $5 says, she's a pathological liar. It's addicted to social media clicks. And then Mr. Ubercross, what's up, man? Says, did you make more money if I listen on X or YouTube? YouTube. Jeffrey White Music $6 said, did you know Charlie's last question was asked by a member of the Unfuck America Tour, enemy of the TPUSA, and they have to find Candace's theories? Yes, I did know that. Duma's Logic $10 says, what the heck does she mean by these types of people? Who knows? And then another 10, she says, she knows our followers won't go find a vid. It's nothing more than boss girl tactic to deflect. Oh, what was that? No, we don't want that.
Whoa.
What was that? Boss girl tactic to deflect how she can provide evidence
on that one, Rob.
For crying out loud. All right, Avarice, what's up, bud? Yeah, you got to, if you're in the background, you have to cam up or you can't come on. The first guy did, okay, good. And then you can end the cam. Got it, Everest. Thank you. All right. It plays the female and some feelings. Thank you so much. Kokomo, $10 says, it just seems like cope from her after the gotcha. You can see she got exposed as not having anything of substance back up her claims.
Yep.
They're talking
Big
about
yep.
this. She said that we were tricksters, that the team was all just playing pranks, and she could tell by the type of fact checking we were doing. I guess showing the state's brief of evidence and clips of her, because she said and she could tell right out of the gate. What are you talking about? The first fact check we were putting up was from the state's brief.
Yeah.
What about that's over the line? How dare you bring evidence from the actual court filings?
Well,
And then
but
the rest.
you got to remember that she has an audience that will go along with her. Remember what she said? You played that clip of it. She said, Erica Kirk is complicit. And Andrew goes, like, what do you mean by that? Erica Kirk's complicit. She goes, Erica Kirk is complicit in spreading the narrative that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And you're like,
What a liar. What a liar.
That is
Well,
a
even
deep-
better-
I mean, like, that's
Even
the
better
most
was-
implausible court, just like contortion of language. But
Even better than that was she should go to jail. Oh, I meant in Monopoly. Like, are you kidding me? That's even more ridiculous. But yeah, you're right.
yeah, so
Witness, $20 says, Rob, all you need to say is, I don't feel like it was her house. And you have the same level of proof for her claims. Yeah. Straight ripping, $2 says, stay strong. Will do. Crisco, $5 says, Rob, did you see the video I sent you? ELOEL. Am I right? I didn't see the video, unfortunately. Keith, $5 says, I'm going to stop your argument. Do you think about the Jewish folks? Sometimes. King Adam, $10 says, here's the $300,000 so we can see Rob versus Candace. She doesn't want that smoke, but I want it. Yeah, I would love it.
Yeah,
Unwokey, $5 says, bro, on our show today, she said you were the only one she liked. Well, thank you, Candace. What did Ryan do?
I was lovely to her.
Mr.
But
Rubik,
in fairness, though, you cannot reasonably expect people to like lawyers. This is just a hazard of the trade.
if I may, I don't know that she caught your name, even. That might be the case. My name was easy to remember because PBD was talking about it and everything.
Yeah, and also, not to do too much inside baseball, but you guys were like, I showed up kind of late to the party. I only got there the day before. You guys were much more involved with her team than I was.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much, man. It's great to hear from you. $20 says, to be fair, she would have to be an idiot to debate you, which technically means it's possible. She had to respond to Andrew after being on Rogan. She whittled down the claims as much as she could, and Andrew had a different goal. Yep. Jefferson, $2 says, the Shapidler wishes he did security pet. The
Shapidler.
That's great. Pix Paradox, $10 says, is this a whip night, Rob? Good to see you, brother. Keep up the work. Yeah, I will probably at the end of the night.
Every night's a whip night.
Romaine Tiger Wrench, $100. Thank you, man. Says, you're the man, Rob. Thanks for always standing up for truth and logic. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. That's incredibly generous. ND Will, $5 says, I rewatched it. Our position for the debate was, I don't have to have evidence. You can't tell me what to think. Prime IQ squared, $10 says, you got this. Got to get back to work. Thank you. Scorpio, $10 says, Rob, this is infuriating. People on the left are laughing at us. They believe Tyler did it. They are laughing and damage Candace is doing to the right. Why can't people wake up and see this? Yeah, there was a clip where Hassan was basically like, I believe Tyler did it, but kudos, Candace. Thanks for fracturing the right.
Yep.
That's what we've been saying.
You don't have to believe she's a leftist op, but you do need to recognize that her behavior is indistinguishable from a leftist op. It's exactly the same.
Was she, I'm sorry, Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, was she at Dollywood without security the day after the French plot? I don't know. I've heard that. The Millie Grace, $2 says, all I have to say is Candace is by Felicia. And we got Bart Swarm, $5 says, were you supposed to be Detective Bullock or Eckhart in the latest Crucible Batman cartoon? I guess it doesn't matter. You did great. I was Bullock. That's who I was modeled after. Alexander, $5 says, no whip wheel last stream. What happened to the whip economy? Who knows? Jacqueline Brennan, again, $5 says, someone posted a video on X the day after threats of people freely running up to our Dollywood to take pics. No security anywhere in sight. I have heard that, but I can't prove it. Alexander, thanks for being a member. Joseph Romano, blessings upon you. Thanks for $10. Mr. Alleycat 10 says, you know we're on the wrong side when Hassan is agreeing with you. Candace doesn't care about the damage she's creating. Doubt for a killer. And then Heather Kelly, thanks for being a member. On your end, Proverbs and Projects,
Ooh,
two jewels.
Big jewels.
I don't even know what that means. Thanks. And then conservative, $20. Thank you. Actually, religious, $10 says, now that Candy Queen has accepted money from TPUSA operative, she's on the payroll and a culprit in her own conspiracy. I have no evidence, but don't need any. I got the feels and could think. Yep. So
Fair
pull
enough.
it up. $5 says, is there a bullet point breakdown of the state's claim compared to Candace's claims? Each point can be checked off as we investigate each claim. I don't know if we have a bullet point of Candace's claims. I don't know that there's enough paper in existence to be able to, everything she's claimed. But Robert Whaley, $5 says, Detective Noor was overwhelmed by the Fiddler. Valhalla, thanks for being a member. Romaine Tiger Wrench again. Thanks again, man. $50 says left's always lying for money. COVID, Trump, trans, white privilege. The right can't play that game. I wish Candace would stop and our fans would stop enabling her. Totally agree. Thank you, man. Polly Shortcuts, $2 says, when are you going to chat with Not Cool Josh? Tell him to send me a DM. On your end, Dylan McCuddy, $5 says, I admittedly watched her show today. It was largely psychological protection from her. Accuse your enemy of what you're doing to create confusion.
Exactly.
And then ZHX, thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
Z. Oh,
From the UNF America tour?
Is this perhaps some Act Blue money going to Rob?
Oh, geez.
Now Dinogate makes sense.
Euthanasia, $2 says, Ryan, did you ever saw the epic Pig F case? Listen, I have a story about this real quick. I'm in debate in college, debate class. We had to debate the topic of euthanasia, right? And I was the negative, so I was against euthanasia. And my opponent stands up. It's just a class, so it wasn't like actual debate team or anything. And he's just like, I kid you not, he's like this stoner. He stands up and he's like, it was difficult to find evidence of what young people in countries like China are up to. I do know that in Japan, young people like to play video games. And it takes us like 2 minutes to realize, we're like, wait a minute, you think it was youth in Asia as opposed to euthanasia? Yeah, it was pretty fun.
What this is reference to is a guy called in to argue with me last night, and he was saying that the receipt is evidence, and I was like, no, it's not, because it's not relevant. It's not evidence of anything, and for the reasons we talked about. And he was saying, well, you're questioning the validity of the evidence, but it's still evidence. His point was, it's evidence. It's just not evidence of anything in particular. So my counterpoint was that I had evidence that he was a pig fucker. And would he like to say that would he like to admit that I have evidence that he's a pig fucker because I drew a stick figure of him fucking a pig?
Yeah.
And you might say that's completely irrelevant to whether the truth of whether or not he fucks pigs. But by his standard, that's evidence. If we're going to say just evidence means evidence of, without any question of whether it even passes the low bar of relevancy, there you go. So
Letty for $2 asked me to ask you about that.
Big fucker.
Witness, $20 says, we're almost there. I promise, M. George. And definitely not. I promise. $20 says, I can't believe the picture Ryan showed on screen. It was just as horrible as what the collar did to that pig. Thank you, Witness. Draco, $10 says, Candy, but I'm more qualified than Erica to run Turning Point USA. I just got to assassinate her character. Alexander, $5 says, it's funny when they say Twigs is trans, so he would have an issue with Charlie, but not the other guy in the same-sex relationship. Yeah. Upgrade later, $5 says, Tyler became a patsy by the social media companies targeting his algorithm with clips and content. Big tech set it up. Sleeper agent. It's 2026. Single Dads Club, $10 says, Rakita Law wrecked Candace's claims since she had zero idea about reliable hearsay, 1102, everything. He said she's the most idiotic person he's ever reviewed. Yeah, we played a little of that, Rakita.
Fair enough.
F.A. Vaughn, $5 says, when dealing with conspiracy theorists, I refer to the saying, 3 people could keep a secretary if 2 of them are dead. Alexander, $5 says, a confession is very often hearsay unless you have a recording or they do it in court, but every single court will allow it.
Party opponent statement. Yep.
Yeah. Strafe, 250 joules on your end, says MVP. Thank you. Strafe again, 750 says, let him cook. Millie Grace, $2 says, she set you up. That's what she did at her house. J Money Talks, $5 says, can you shed some light in this narrative that Crucible crew refused to identify anyone corresponding during negotiations? She claims rudeness. Mr. E, I'm pretty sure identified. No one asked. Basically, to my knowledge, Andrew and Mr. E was taking care of the negotiations. And I just say that through process of elimination because I'm 99.99999% sure it wasn't Gerald and it wasn't Ryan.
I wasn't even there at that point. Yeah.
And it wasn't really me. So I'm unaware that they said identify yourselves and someone didn't. I'm unaware. Anthony Reynolds, $5 says, glad you do what you do, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. Oakbucks, 6'7", gives you 67 joules. Wade Boggs, $100. Thank you. Says what a gentleman. The chat will now enter Exhibit A. This super chat and evidence for the proof of Whipwheel's existence. Anthony, people are the Candace fans like, what the fuck are they talking about? Anthony Reynolds, 10 memberships. Thank you. Blasterpot.
Actually, we should explain that to them. If you're a Candace fan and you hate Rob, if you give him $100, he has to listen to horrifying music that makes him sad. So if you want to get vengeance for your queen, the way to do it is to donate $100 to Rob. And when you do it, select a really annoying whip song. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'm helping you out, Rob.
Blast button, your end. $5 says, I'm just saying I'm glad Mr. Noerrder escaped from the dreaded Shapidler. A terrifying menace to society. Hashtag show me. Someone said, what's wrong with my voice? I just lost my voice.
Because you got shapiddled.
Weatherman, $25 says, Andrew, hey, we're having steaks. Candace, no, it's ribeyes. Rob, watch out for the Shapidler. Ryan, thank you. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
John, $5 says, take a look at Rakita's rant about DNA on the rifle. Says something along the lines of 85% to 93% belong to Tyler. Yes,
he's the major contributor.
1 in a trillion chance that he's the major contributor.
That's somebody else other than him. And the degradation point is a wild red herring. Even Candace, when she was talking to Andrew, pointed out that DNA sometimes degrades rapidly, sometimes doesn't, and can last on an object for years and years and years, which proves the point that DNA degradation is not an indicator of the passage of time. You can't track the passage of time merely from DNA degradation, as Candace admitted. What DNA degradation is speaking to is things like being exposed to the atmosphere, being rubbed off, perhaps by a dirty, dirty towel. There's different ways that degradation could occur, but the degradation was factored into the analysis, which led to the conclusion that it was a trillion times more likely that the major contributor to the DNA on the rifle was Tyler Robinson than somebody else. So
just because DNA is degraded doesn't mean that wasn't the last person to handle the weapon either. So it's not like, the most degraded handled it 5th last to go, then 4th, then 3rd. That's not how it works. None of the medical literature suggests that. The other thing to think is, part of the state's theory is he had this gun like on a sweaty day in his clothing, right? So there's different types of DNA that will degrade at different levels. Sweat will degrade very fast, particularly if you're leaving it out in the elements, which is exactly what happened. That's what we'd expect. DNA that might have been ingrained in the gun from handling a long time ago probably would be less likely to degrade if you left it out in the woods for a day. So it actually fits right along with the state's theory that it was degraded, but it doesn't matter because what happens is it's like the video compression issue, which is people that are laymen see something and to them they're like, oh, degraded. As a layman, that means that wasn't the last person to handle it. Therefore, we throw that evidence out, but you don't know what you're talking about. It's the same with ballistics. It's the same with video compression, which isn't the right word for it. All of these things. It's people trying to be experts that aren't.
And the thing about the degradation that's worth talking about a little bit is that imagine like fingerprints. Like if we found a bunch of your fingerprints, but they were degraded, meaning they were smudged, they weren't perfect. We didn't get great prints, but they were still good enough to match to your prints with certainty. How big a deal is the degradation at that point?
Nothing.
Like it means that
you could have tried to wipe it, and that caused degradation of the prints. But it doesn't prove it's not you.
You put your fingerprints all over the wall. There's 100 fingerprints there. Yeah, some of them got smudged. They're degraded, but they can still match it to your fingerprint with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. Who cares that some of them are degraded? Like it just doesn't really matter that much. It's a total red herring.
Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, Nick F told her you'd be the first one gone if it was Israel. Gravios, thank you, man. Always appreciate Gravios. $10 says, Candace actually wanted to steal the ancient Sumerian tech for her father-in-law, who's actually part of MI6. They wanted to take over TPUSA. I have texts from Candace's twin sister proving, wow, that's damning.
I mean, same level of proof as the Foreign Legion.
Last one. High Plains Grifter, $20 says, should we be concerned that Owens, like Brian Shapiro, want people to show evidence of a specific body part? I hope not. All right. Thank you. I will have to say, I know we're going to get some people that disagree with us, but to all of the callers that waited in line, I am so thankful that you did. I'm so sorry. But we always like to read every super chat that comes in on either of our channel, and we encourage you to send more of those in. We promise we'll read them.
And to the people who had to wait patiently, I appreciate it, but it also means that now when supers come in, if they have something to do with what you're saying, it's more likely that you're going to get the benefit of hearing it. Because if it'll get lost in the sauce if we don't read them and clear it out at some point.
Okay, let's start with M. George, then definitely not Alex, then Premonition. Links below if you want to call in. We're looking for people that could follow terms of service, that could show us who they are in the cam in the background real quick, and that disagree with us that Andrew won the debate. So, M. George, what's up, man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. I did speak to Ryan last night, and that was a great conversation.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, that was right before the pig incident. But
The incident. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you've identified as not pig fucker. That's helpful.
Right, very helpful. Although I think I can make a pretty good, at least as good as can be made, a devil's advocate case for Candace providing evidence for her claims.
Okay. Now, real quick before you do you think she won the debate?
Yes, but only because the debate should be evaluated on rhetorical effectiveness. Because if he's objectively in the right, that's like saying who won a flat Earth debate. Well, it's impossible for the flat earther to win on substance. So the only way to judge it is on who looks better, in my opinion.
Well, I will say this. I've actually had a debate on sort of this topic not too long ago.
Have
that
you?
lasted, 11 hours or some shit. You're absolutely right. Everybody decides on their own who won. And ultimately, if 90% of the people say the guy that just stood up there and pissed and shit himself won, you might say, well, they won. That's how 90% of the people viewed it. I guess when I'm saying win, what I'm talking about is substantively who won. I understand that because I don't think there's a chance that Andrew Wilson could have won this debate, given that her audience size is so much bigger. And if it's just a matter of who is going to have the most people claim they won, I think Candace, by nature of having a very rabid fan base with a lot of people, was probably always going to win that game, in my opinion. So when I'm saying that Andrew won, I think he quite clearly won on the prompt and the substantive debate, but it is absolutely fair game to say, well, I think that, her having this clip, that became the most viral moment, and so therefore I think that's better. I think that's not an unfair interpretation. I'll fully admit that.
Well, what I mean by looks better is, of course, she has a bigger audience, but also maybe who's more enthusiastic or who swayed more people on the fence. Because everybody who is in favor of Candace is saying 11 out of 10. They're gleeful right now, and Andrews, we're 7 out of 10. It's pretty good. We have some criticisms, but So
well, I don't put much stock in. I don't
Well-
put much stock. Real quick, I don't put much stock in people that believe the crazy bullshit Candace is saying, to believe that her shit performance was an 11 out of 10, whereas we're more willing to be rational and give a fair. Therefore, that means she won. I don't see it that way. If you want to say that she convinced more people on the fence, that would be one argument. I don't think that's true. In fact, if you want to look at sort of like a notion of kind of per capita, if her audience outside is 10-1 Andrews, right, and Andrew got like 40% of votes on social media, you might say you would expect worse if she actually won the debate. So I don't know, like it's hard to evaluate that stuff. Her audience, even if you look at one of the big complaints about Candace's audience, and either of you could jump in if you think I'm wrong about this, is people accuse them of manipulating the community notes feature, and it's everywhere. And sometimes the community notes you'll see on like Baron Coleman or Candace things, you're like, why the fuck is this a note? Right? It's just like some aside. And so I think that shows just how active in these online spaces that they are, which means that they're probably likely to vote more in the poll. I'm not making excuses, by the way. I just don't put much metric in it, so I'm saying.
Can I play a short clip? Because I think PBD gave my favorite response to this argument.
The money shit. Here we go. Yeah.
You didn't like this one?
You know who I thought was?
I've seen it, yeah.
I think both of them won, and I'll tell you why they won. But I think Candace won because she got the money and she presented her argument, and in an area where she conceded, she says, "I don't know why you're playing this video. I already conceded to you." And I said, "Yeah, I was wrong," and she did that. So that was good for her to do that, and I think she got in front of an audience and moved some people that probably don't watch her content. Remember, baptizing is key. Baptizing is key, and I think Andrew Wilson won because. Let me explain it to you how much he won. And I think he won more than Candace won. And my argument is going to be very, very weird. You ready? You ready? This guy spent $300,000 and got somewhere between $50 to $200 million of ad viewership.
Yeah, great point.
So guess what?
He's a big winner.
My wife at home says, who was the guy? I'd never seen him before. My dad says, I've never. Most people, his YouTube channel only had 180, 200,000 subs.
Yeah.
Very good, eloquent. I've had him on. He's been on Rogan a couple times. So he's getting the momentum. I think Andrew Wilson won because for everybody that says, what an idiot to give $300,000, I think it's the same story as Kanye spent $7 million on an ad for Super Bowl and sold $25 million of merch. I think Andrew Wilson won because overnight now everybody knows who he is.
So the point that I brought this up to demonstrate is that's not how I typically evaluate debates. But if the argument is Candace won because optically a lot of people are rooting for her now, I think the counter argument is Andrew won because let's check back in on this in a year. And I don't think this is going to double the size of Candace's audience, but I think it might double the size of Andrew's.
Well, if
You
you
could say that for. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you evaluate it in different metrics like that as well, I think that it's a win for Andrew because the goal that Andrew outlined was remarkably achieved. And that goal was to expose that she has no evidence for her claims. And I say this, sometimes both sides could win. If the goal for Candace was to collect $300 and not really harm her grift, I suppose she does win as well, right? I don't think that she's going to lose many followers after that debate, but it would have been very difficult for Andrew to have a performance that would have done that. So for me, this was about exposing that she can't defend her claims and sort of being the first shot across the bow where now people are going to feel more comfortable challenging the claims that her or people like her are making, and maybe they'll be more likely to now try to defend those. So,
Sure. Although, I mean, that doesn't really have to do with anything anyone said. It just, now that she's debated, now more people will step into the ring.
I agree with that. Yeah. So if I'm evaluating just on like the substance of the debate, I think Andrew easily wins because she presents zero arguments to her side of the prompt, and Andrew presented some pretty compelling arguments that she didn't push back on very well for his side of the prompt.
Although I do think I have an argument for if I had to say that she presented evidence in her favor.
Okay.
So if we said not in court admissible terms, but in general, evidence in it is anything which makes a proposition more likely to be true, evidence in favor of that proposition. And we say that the second leading theory is patsy, because it would have to explain all of the evidence that looks like it indicts Tyler if it's not actually Tyler. So it has to be a very powerful culprit, shadow government, all that kind of stuff. So because she brought his probability in the state down from 75%, and he sort of admitted they were stalemated, at least during the debate, as the probability of the state's case lowers, then the probability of the patsy theory raises, and so that provides evidence for the patsy theory.
Well, I think that that's erroneous in this. I don't think the second most likely case is that he's a patsy. I think the second most likely case would be the state is mistaken. Right. So, for example, every time that we see a not guilty verdict, I don't say, oh, not guilty. That means the state is corrupt and tried to set that guy up and planted evidence to frame him. That's rarely the case. Most of the time we just say, okay, that person didn't do it. The state was mistaken. Furthermore, I think that evidentiary standard is very low because then we could say that simply things like this would be evidence that we could say she provided. There is a person named Lance Twiggs. He exists. Wow, that's evidence. And if it is that Lance Twiggs is the one that set up Tyler Robinson, he would have to exist. So by providing evidence that he exists, we say that's evidence for the patsy theory. I don't think that anyone's saying that that's sort of positive evidence that moves the bar in any meaningful way, in any reasonable way, that would advance her claims that he's a patsy.
Yeah.
Although the input, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, at trial, sometimes defenses put on like the, somebody else did it defense where they try to create a theory, but more often they just say the state didn't prove their case. They just point out that there's some gap in the evidence and then they fight really hard to keep that evidence out. And then they don't, in fact, then they point out that hole that they created by excluding evidence that the jury never sees. So that's, I think more likely than not, if Tyler Robinson were to win, and I think he's overwhelmingly likely to be convicted. But if he were to win, I don't think that's going to be because they proved a conspiracy.
Sure, but I'm not necessarily talking about the best way to introduce reasonable doubt. I'm saying what best explains what we know if Tyler didn't do it, because she at least alluded to some evidence like the DNA degradation that
you cut out.
I lost you, Mr. George.
Okay.
Restart. She said real quick. You cut out when you said she at least said DNA degradation. Then you cut out.
Yeah. So she at least alluded to it, and it might not have been responded to comprehensively. But I'm saying, think of all the things that would need to be the case if Tyler really isn't the shooter, because it has to orchestrate. Why did a car that looks like Tyler's show up on the security cameras? Why does a figure that looked like Tyler show up on the security cameras? Why does a bullet that looks like it was fired from Tyler's gun show up in Charlie's body? All of those things have to be orchestrated, or something has to make them true if Tyler really isn't the shooter.
No, you're doing a ton of work here. So if I could still be in your position, it's if we accept all the evidence that wasn't really addressed anywhere in this debate, right? That would say that it's obvious that Tyler Robinson's the killer, but there's a piece of evidence that proves that Tyler Robinson couldn't have been the killer, then it must be the case that the evidence that proves he must be the killer was manufactured by the state. Therefore, normally we would say if DNA degradation would rule out Tyler Robinson as the killer, the likeliest scenario would be the state was mistaken. We have to jump to the conclusion instead that this proves that the state set him up as a patsy. I fundamentally reject it, and it relies on too much conjecture and claims that weren't made in the debate. If we could jump that far, then I could say, no, her evidence is easily disputed by what we know about DNA degradation, and it doesn't matter if it was said in the debate, just like you're claiming it doesn't matter that she didn't say all this other shit in the debate, but we should evaluate it. So I don't buy that argument.
Ironically, if you're going to go down this road, if she hadn't,
I do want to just specify one thing.
Go ahead.
I want to specify that the input is the 75% in the beginning of the debate to him sort of admitting that they stalemated at the end of the debate. So it's not just that you alluded to DNA degradation. I'm just using it if I had to make an argument that it was technically evidence. If you just took that as the input, then that's a big shift in probability for the state's theory.
I disagree. I don't think the 75% or saying that you could say it was a draw speaks to your theory whatsoever. I really don't. Again, just so the audience is clear, what he's suggesting is the evidence is overwhelming. It's Tyler Robinson. Every evidence, the photograph, the license plate, all of this stuff is overwhelming. So if Candace could win, it's not Tyler Robinson. Well, all the evidence that it's overwhelmingly Tyler Robinson applies, which means the only possible explanation is that the state set up Tyler Robinson. And saying, well, Andrew said maybe it was a draw on whether or not Tyler Robinson did it. Therefore, that proves that that was positive evidence that he was set up as a patsy is a laughable proposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best I can do with
well, I don't blame you. Right. If you gotta get she didn't make any arguments, so it's hard to try to come up with stuff. I would be charitable. I would say things like this. If she goes heavy in the manipulated photograph. In fact, if I had to make the case, I would say this. Her claim of the steakhouse, you could logically infer that if it's true that he was at the steakhouse, the feds would know it by this point because they claim the owner claimed he gave them the receipt, and therefore that's the feds intentionally withholding that evidence, which could speak to him being a patsy. I think that's a better claim that of patsy, but even that's a stretch. She doesn't make that argument whatsoever, and one does not necessarily follow from the other. It could be that the state's like, nah, we gave that evidence over, and it's up to the defense to make the argument. We still think he's our man for various reasons, etc. So,
ironically, if she hadn't walked back her claim that she was wrong about this, but her claim that Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the rifle,
Lance Twiggs.
Lance Twiggs' DNA. You're right. Sorry, Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle. That would be the sort of evidence you're talking about.
Correct.
If his DNA was in fact on the rifle, but the state told us it was not on the rifle, that would be the sort of thing that would tend to show that the state was perhaps up to no good. That'd be a tough detail to just get wrong by accident. But she walked that all the way back.
Well, M. George, I do appreciate it, man. I'm assuming both Ryan and I will probably be streaming and taking calls at a later date, so please feel free to call back in. But really enjoyed the conversation, and I think it's very creative in you trying to provide evidence. I'm impressed. That's actually very interesting.
Really?
So, yeah,
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you for the conversation. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
I do like when people it's thinking outside the box, and it's actually very interesting. But I mean, clearly, I'm not putting much stock behind it. Okay, remember the number is pinned there. Real quick super chats. Gravios $10 says, also careful, Rob. You don't need your voice turning into RFK permanently. I don't know what you're talking. Yeah. Jay,
were you streaming for like 14 hours yesterday?
Yeah.
That's a lot, man. Also, you yell when you stream. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what it's going. Mr. Blostein, $10 says, what Owen's side of the argument can't seem to understand is the phrase extraordinary claims require
Yep.
extraordinary evidence applies just as equally to them as it does to everyone else they criticize. Yeah, totally agree. All right, we got Premonition next, and then Merlin, and then definitely not Alex. So, what's up, Premonition? How are you doing today?
Hi, dear. I'm glad you took me next because I've only taken one pill and I wanted to be done before my next pill kicks in.
There you go.
All right. This is going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't want you guys. I'm in my 60s, so I'm processing more slowly than the two of you. So work with me here. This is my point. Nobody won that debate. We all loved Charlie Kirk, absolutely loved him. And like I've said before, I think I said it to you, Rob, he was going to be our president. I was 100% convinced that Charlie Kirk was going to save this country. Now, I also know that Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk traveled together for years. I watched them debate together and I watched videos of them together. They loved each other. Okay, not love kissy, but they were wonderful.
Who's it? Just real quick, Charlie and Candace?
Yes.
Okay.
They traveled together. They went all over the world. They went to universities. There was one, they were in Hawaii and they both had lays on around their necks, one day. And they worked together. Anyway, so no one has touched on this yet, you guys. And I want you to think about this with all the love I can produce for you people. I am a nothing. Okay. I'm smart, but I have nothing. What I would have rather have seen, I do not believe the storyline. I believe that boy did not do it. I don't. And I cannot give evidence. Don't ask me for evidence because I'm sitting here in my bedroom. But this
You're
is
doing
what
just as good as Candace.
This is what should have happened. When that young man died, all of you brain people, all of you attorneys, both of you there, Andrew, anybody that had a voice, you guys, instead of fighting one another over these stupid little points, you guys should have all, and nobody could think to do it, but you guys should have all gotten together somehow, because you guys together as a group could have figured it all out.
Well, wait a minute. I think you're a fucking piece of shit that hated Charlie.
I loved Charlie.
You're full of shit, you motherfucker. I think you hated him. I think you helped kill him. All right, is that it? Now, I don't believe that premonition. I say that to make a point. You would probably be like, dude, I'm not going to talk to you in good faith if you're accusing me of not liking this guy and murdering him. So when Candace Owens and company says, Erica Kirk's complicit, Andrew Colvit's complicit, we need to tear down Turning Point, I'm not surprised. Let me finish, please. I promise I'll give you a chance. I am not shocked that they didn't come together and say, we all love Charlie. Candace, come into our open arms who's accusing us of murder. I'm not shocked. What I see is someone like Candace Owens monetizing this grift with no evidence. I respect the fact that you believe that Candace and Charlie really got along. I disagree. That's your feeling. I respect the fact that you have no evidence, but it's your feeling that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I rebut that by saying, as someone who favors logical interpretation of evidence, I look to the evidence and try to not just what my feelings are, and I see the evidence is overwhelmingly that Tyler Robinson did it. I respect the fact that you want to ask questions. That's fine. But we can't come together with people that are slandering other people on the right and accusing them of murder and giving the talking points of the left, so much so that someone like Hassan Piker saying, thank you guys, you're doing the Lord's work, helping the left, and then taking blame myself because me, Ryan, Andrew Wilson, Turning Point, or any other group didn't come together and go, you go, girl, Candace, your feeling must be right. Good job smearing Erica Kirk. I just don't see it.
I wasn't saying any of that. That isn't at all where I was going with that. At all. That wasn't where I was going. Not at all.
So where are you going?
So when you said we should have all came together, I assume you mean us and Turning Point and Candace.
See,
right?
none of you kids. Okay. When Kennedy was assassinated, Harvey Oswald was a full-on patsy. Period. End of story. He didn't do it. Okay. And they shot him walking down that hallway. And then they shot the guy that shot him, or the guy that had a heart attack that shot him. He was a patsy, and that was it. He did it, and they killed him before he could even speak. I'm sorry. I don't care if you don't believe me. But that is not at all what I was saying. Before all of this, it's been a year, and you guys have all been fighting with each other for a year over this. I like Candace, and I adore you guys. And what upsets me and disappoints me is that all of the brain people, right at the very beginning, like I just said, before the yelling and hating began, that you guys didn't like really move together and say, okay, we're the smartest people on earth. We can solve this. We can figure this out together with just being smart individuals. I hated seeing Andrew and Candace sit there at odds with one another when Andrew and Candace could have been working together to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something?
Sorry, Premonition. I guess where I'm losing you is that. So I am an attorney. I do this sort of thing.
I watch you.
Yeah. Oh, great. I'm glad. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's overwhelmingly likely that the state did figure it out. Like, I don't think it's a mystery what happened here. The evidence is incredibly clear that Tyler Robinson did it. So that leaves me, like, to Rob's point earlier, if I think in my professional judgment and in looking at the evidence, it's overwhelmingly likely that this guy did it, and Candace is taking the opposite position and using it to sow division amongst people who cared about Charlie and cared about the right and this sort of thing, I'm not sure what the ask is. Like, how are we supposed to march arm in arms when we really seriously disagree about something so important?
I don't think that I don't remember. I was in such shock. And it killed me for like 3 months. I couldn't even deal with it. I don't remember what her initial reaction was, but I think there was a time frame there where people could have, and you can't, this is hindsight. All right. I'm talking hindsight clearly, but it's too bad. Like when you guys don't believe anybody went to the moon either. So I can't even go to that. But if you believed that Apollo 13, it took the whole world to come together to get those guys home. Okay.
Yeah, I believe people went to the moon, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so when Apollo 13 happened, the whole planet, if you recall, was rooting for them, man. I mean, it was the whole planet. Everybody was trying to get these guys home. And Charlie was so important that I wish in hindsight that all of you brain people, Candace and Andrew, who I like very much both, would have gotten together and said, all right, let's figure this out. Because I believe that it was a much larger organization. There was too much to it. There's a new video coming out that I'm not even going to mention that you guys will see because you guys will eviscerate me because I can't explain it properly. But it's somebody snuck up on that roof the other day and went to the exact position. And I'm not going to.
It's a roof. It's an external staircase with a guardrail. Anyone can walk up on the roof at any time.
No, I just have two questions, real quick. Two questions. Okay. Would you say that Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvin or the folks at Turning Point, would you lump them in as people on the right you would have liked to have seen come together?
I don't know who Andrew Colvin is. I was talking about Andrew Wilson.
No. I know, but I'm saying the folks at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, the vice president or whatever, the second in command, Andrew Colvin, Brian Harple, Blake Neff, Andrew Seibert. These are all conservative activists that are working within the conservative movement.
The guys that were all there.
Right, but my question is, when you say I would have liked to have seen everyone on the right who all love Charlie come together, are you including those people? And you would have liked to have seen them come together in solving this case?
Everybody with a brain.
Okay.
Doctors, people from space, the space satellites.
But listen, premonition. They're being accused of Candace Owens of being complicit in murder. How can you come together with someone who's saying that you should be in prison for murder with no evidence? How would you recommend they came together with her?
I have an answer for that. That didn't start until a little bit after. I think there was some breathing space. I don't know when. Again, I was in shock myself because my world fell apart. I thought that kid was going to save us. Anyway, so I think there was a space there, a space in time when I know nobody called Candace Owens. I'm sure they didn't, because they had some kind of a rift happen. I don't even know. I don't know any of the story. I just know that if they would have communicated together and brought her into it and said, we have to figure out who killed him, and that would have expanded out, and it would have expanded out to you, both of you men. It would have expanded out to Andrew Wilson. It would have expanded out to physicists and all kinds of people who could have actually figured it out. And you guys all think that this stupid kid, the slackjaw kid, did it. What if he didn't? What if it was something like Kennedy? What if it was actually a larger?
But how would we decide that? How would we determine if he did it or not?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
We would debate. We would look at evidence, which is what we're doing, which is what Candace isn't doing. So how can we come together? And even you're like, I just feel it. I don't have evidence. What are we supposed to do if we're like, well, here's all the evidence, and you're like, nah, I feel that's wrong. Then where do we go from there?
You do know, Rob, you do actually know me, and I do. I'm just a mother and a grandmother, and I do go off feelings. I'm very intelligent in the sciences, but I do go off of, and I'm a female. So I run off of feelings. My heart leads me. And that is what hurts me so badly, is seeing two people that I liked sitting there opposing one another. That really bothered me, because I like them both. And I didn't like that. And like when when I heard her say something nice about you, Rob, earlier, I wanted to make sure you knew that you were in there. And she said, I turned her on, and I heard, I turned her on, literally turned her on, and I heard her mention your name. And then I immediately turned it off, and I contacted our sweet boy. And I told him that she had mentioned you and spoken very nicely. I didn't watch any of her thing before that, but I can't say who won the debate or anything like that. I'm just trying to offer a new.
Well, I do appreciate it. We have a bunch of people on the line, but I do appreciate it. I really do. So you have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, love you guys.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, in fairness, that is essentially Candace's position. So I think she did an excellent job of stating it.
Yep. Josette, $20 says lol to bring people. Thank you. On your end,
tried.
Celtic Warrior, 10 joules says hiding. FDNY, $2 on your side says 600% boomer. Simply Stimpy, $10 on your side says please make this lady a permanent guest. Jefferson, $2 on your side says United Front requires recognizing a common foe. I agree. Alan Zetlin Music, $10 says why do you think Candace said she'd risk her career in Brigitte Macron being a man, but not on if Robinson was found guilty? Makes you wonder. And Nazir for $5 says premonition defined as a strong gut feeling, hunch, or intuitive sense that a future event is going to occur. Useful in human form. Well, thank you, Nazir.
I mean, and look. Here's the thing. Again, I think Andrew said this clearly, but just to make it as clear as possible, if you have a hunch or a feeling or a premonition that something's hinky, that is a fair basis to have an unsupported opinion or to say, God, I wish they'd investigate. That's all. No one's saying otherwise. But when you make a claim, you say, this is what I believe happened. And Candace didn't say, I have my suspicions or I have my opinion. She said there's a 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did it. Now you've asserted a claim, a pretty bold claim, to be honest with you. And at that point, if you don't have any evidence for your position, then people should just treat it like an unsupported opinion, which is to say, well, that's nice. Okay.
The other thing I'll just say in general, I understand if you're a fan of two different creators and they start arguing about something that could be difficult. So I understand that. But I do not feel that it was incumbent upon Erica Kirk or Turning Point to immediately reach out to Candace Owens, who had been let go from Turning Point. I don't think it was incumbent on them to go, please help us solve the case to Candace. And I think they were correct not to do so, given that Candace, within a week or two, immediately started monetizing and accusing them of being complicit in the murder. I think it would have been a huge mistake to reach out and communicate with her. Those communications would have eventually been used by her to attack them. And so they were wise not to do so. And furthermore, I find it I do not find that to be a wise opinion that should have occurred. I guess I'll just say that. All right, next we got.
And sorry, just the last thing. This idea that people owe Candace something. Like, oh, your husband was just brutally murdered. You owe Candace an explanation. It's like, what? Why? Why would that be the person? Like, it just doesn't make. It's so odd to me that people will endlessly scrutinize what people do while they're grieving and have a million opinions about it, and then follow that up with, but the one thing I know that all grieving people should do is fully cooperate with people who do shock-based opinion investigations. That's the move. You have to invite them into your living room right away. I don't understand it, but I know people just have strong feelings on the issue.
All right, we got definitely not Alex. I know one thing. It's definitely not Alex. So what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I don't think Candace won. I think she used fallacious arguments, and someone other than Andrew could have just done the same type of argumentation against her. But I do think she misstepped by not bringing up a solid piece of evidence for the conspiracies, and maybe even the Israel one. Is that
in other words, you're going to say Candace screwed the pooch, but you have a question as to whether or not the state's case is right surrounding Israel. That's basically what you're saying?
No, I got a single piece of solid evidence.
Okay.
Against it, not a conclusive case.
Can I guess what your evidence is?
You can guess.
You can give it. I'm going to guess Joe Kemp's statement.
No.
Harrison Smith's statement.
12 phones.
No. It's stronger than a statement.
Okay. Let's hear it. I'm in. I'm invested now. Let's hear it.
Okay, so Mr. Zinn made a confession with tons of witnesses. Confession, strong evidence, and the name sounds like he, might have a tiny hat.
He's Greek. He grew up in a Mormon household. Candace Owens originally said he's the only Jew we knew that's there. She was wrong. She lied. He's Greek.
Oh, okay. Well,
you think Greece was involved? Or is this just more evidence that the Mormons did it?
Yeah, he could be close with the beekeepers.
I suppose he could.
Goddamn.
But if she brought up, then you couldn't say she brought up zero evidence. Be like, well, there's a confession. It doesn't work with a case of evidence, but it would be a single piece of evidence.
Alex, if your point is, if she had in fact
but I'm not going to take up too much time.
Then she would have brought up evidence. Then I tend to agree with you. If she had brought up some evidence, that the reason why her not bringing up evidence is so frustrating, and it's something that's being harped on so much, is if she had asserted any evidence, that would have given Andrew the opportunity to knock the evidence down and talk about why it's nonsense. But because she didn't even bother doing that, her tactic was just to kind of rope-a-dope through the second half of the debate, just be like, oh yeah, I don't have to make any claims, I don't have any evidence, I have nothing to talk about. And then at the end, she can say, oh, he didn't disprove me. It's like, well, you didn't make any claims. Same
thing Stu Peters did. Yeah. Right. Well, I'm not going to say what my beliefs are. I don't have to do that, what my claims are. But thank you. Definitely not Alex. We know that you're definitely not Alex. I appreciate it, man, though. I really do.
Since you brought up Stu Peters, this is something Black Elk asked me to do, and I totally forgot about it. Stu Peters said the craziest thing when he was debating Andrew. He said, you're trying to defamation trap me. You're trying to trap me into defamation. And just so that everybody understands how crazy that statement is, in order to be found liable for defamation, though, you can be sued without being guilty, or liable. But, if you're to be found liable about defamation about a public figure, in most states, what that requires is that you have to be maliciously lying. So how is it that Andrew was going to be trapping Stu or Candace into maliciously lying? by asking like, hey, what's your claim? They're like, whoa, you can't ask me about my claim. If you ask me about my claim, I might maliciously lie to you about facts. It's like, whoa, well, why would you do that? Why not just like not maliciously lie? And they're like, I can't. There's no way I can talk about my claims without maliciously lying. You've trapped me. This is a cunning defamation trap. That's a crazy goddamn thing to admit. But anyway.
The George Zinn thing, I actually looked up to that. I saw that was something that people say, yeah, he was born in Greece. He's Greek and he was raised by Mormons. Also, just in case people are wondering, George Zinn has some like fucking crazy, outrageous claims. He's a nut who was involved in like the local political scene. For example, after the Boston Marathon bombing, he went to like Portland Marathon or something like that and was like, I'll bring the bomb. And they were like, what the fuck? And they like arrested him and then ended up giving him like a slap on the wrist. But he was a dude that's like, seems like he was a lefty who's like a crazy person. And probably what happened, this is how I'd put it. We saw thousands of people celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. No one disagrees with that, right? Thousands of lefties. Now imagine one of them was in the audience when Charlie Kirk got killed. They would think the person that just killed them was a hero. Do you think they would have tried to like get in the way of police and help that person if they could have? Probably. Especially if they didn't think that they'd ultimately be charged. If they could just say, oh, I was shocked. I didn't know what I was saying. So I acted suspicious, said it was me, but I was just in shock. Zinn ended up then getting busted for obstruction of justice. And unfortunately, Mr. Zinn also had some child material that you're not supposed to have. So, not a Jew, not connected to Israel.
It's always the guys you most expect.
Yeah. Then we got with Ben, $5 says, Rob and Ryan are the real winners of the debate. Great to see increased exposure and engagement. You guys have been getting sense. Keep crushing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Straight ripping on your end. $2 says, too many people involved with this cover up to hold up. Yeah. We didn't even get into that.
This is such an obvious point, and I'm so glad somebody said this. Like, we couldn't even get the Dobbs decision out of the Supreme Court without it being leaked. And there's like less than 30 people involved in that whole situation, right? There's the justices, let's call them a few clerks each, right? We're talking here, we'd be talking about a conspiracy of an unthinkable magnitude. Foreign governments, local police enforcement,
nurses, doctors, medical examiners, ballistic expansals, local security, Term Point USA team. It would, again, I say it this way.
You could never keep the secret.
You could convince me that a bunch of people in a military or intel agency or even law enforcement, 30 police officers come together to do some nefarious shit. Got it. I could buy that. But why in your conspiracy would you include civilians that will need to keep secret the rest of their life? If you're Mossad or you're Mormon beekeepers or you're the Masonic cult or your Turning Point, why are you relying on campus security, right? Nurses, because part of their claim is the hospital, they emptied out the hospital to bring in Charlie Kirk. That means that janitors left that hospital knowing. That means that your grandma that was in that hospital, she's keeping the secret. And all of the people that went to visit grandma, they're keeping the secret. We're talking hundreds, if not thousands of people, almost the vast majority of them civilians. Let me explain how this comes up in a debate. Last night, I'm on this X Space, and they're talking about the bullet. It's not possible for it to be this bullet. Not possible. The shirt wouldn't move that way. Nope, couldn't do it. I said, okay, I have a question for you. Is the medical examiner involved in the cover-up? Well, we're not saying that. Okay. She says it was a .30 caliber bullet. Either she's involved or she's incompetent. Like, it has to be one of the two, right? If it's impossible to have been a bullet and the medical examiner's looking at it and the ballistics experts aren't even batting an eye saying, yep, here's the bullet, here's the fragments, here's the caliber, they're clearly in on it, right? And they're like, well, we're not saying that. Okay, if you're not saying that, then it clearly could have been a .30 caliber bullet, right? Well, no, it couldn't have been. Okay, then that person has to be involved. And it's just like, none of this makes sense. They just look at everything as an individual. They don't look, and that's another reason that they don't want to actually stake a claim. Because when you stake, I'm going to go on a soapbox here for a minute. When I did policy debate in college, right? There were types of arguments that a team could make against you. We called them critiques. A critique was basically a philosophical interrogation of your plan. So one of the most common critiques would be almost every year, if you were affirmative, your plan had to use the United States federal government. It's part of the topic every year. Your opponents would argue, you use the United States federal government, they engage in capitalism. Capitalism's evil. Now, the first time I heard this argument, I listened and they're presenting evidence. The commodification of people and people die and, not enough good health care, et cetera, et cetera. Fair enough, right? And then I would say, oh, okay, what system are you proposing? And you know what their answer would be? We don't propose a system. We're just critiquing yours. So it's like, so you're saying socialism? No, we don't defend socialism. So you're saying communism? No, we don't defend communism. Mercantilism? No, we don't defend mercantilism. We just say we say bad things happen under capitalism. And I'd say, yeah, but it's the best system we have. Yeah, but still, if bad things happen, you should lose. Right? So they never stake a position that you could say, okay, well, the way the real world works is we have a position and then we have a competing position and say, which one should we accept? They're like, no, we refuse to give a competing position. Our alternative is just to reject you. That's what these people are doing. We can have a theory that there's 100 moving parts that none of them make sense together, but hey, it doesn't matter. We can embrace all of them or none of them at the same time. We're just trying to say what you believe is wrong, but we shouldn't have to stake claim to our opinions. And that's what's so frustrating, because as soon as you start to see, well, what would it have to be to believe what they're saying? The magnitude of this is insane. It's just not possible. Anyone would rationally be like, wait a minute, they required fucking janitors in a hospital to leave the hospital and stay silent the rest of their life? How the fuck does that make sense? The medical examiner had to be in it? The judge? The defense team? Tyler Robinson's own parents have to be in it? Well, it's mind-blowing, the expanse of this.
A great example of when that got exposed, and I think it's an underrated part of the debate for Andrew, is when he said, well, what about Tyler Robinson's parents? Like the state said that they basically strongly implied that he confessed to them in their statement. And if it was my kid and the state was lying about me, if the state said in formal court documents that I basically admitted that my kid was the murderer and no such thing happened, I'd be moving hell and earth to clear his name, to say that that's not true, to save my child. Like, this would be, any parent would do this. And Candace's response was her belief that they had been taken into custody and subjected to some mysterious gag order that doesn't appear on any docket, but yet keeps them from talking publicly. And it's like,
but they violated to get info to Candace Owens.
Yes.
Just to Candace.
Yeah. So then you look at that and you're like, well, one of these is like an intuitive claim about parents and children and human nature that everybody experiences. The other would require like 5 or 6 really specific things to be true for which we have absolutely no evidence. No wonder you prefer to rely on not having a position, because when you do screw it up and you start explaining why you believe your position, it's laughable. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's 8 inferential leaps and no evidence, whereas Andrew's point was like, I don't think parents will let their kids go to jail for no reason. That seems weird.
My son's 5 years old. I will say this: if presuming he'd be older, I would guess they're not going to give a capital case to a 5-year-old. I hope. But
how naughty is he, Rob?
Bukali
how
would do
naughty
it.
Is he?
He would. But anyways, he's 18. I'll say this: if they are blatantly lying to the point about things I said to try to give my son the death penalty, not only would a gag order not prevent me, it would take fucking armed men to prevent me. Right? Like, I'm just going to be like, no, I come hell or I want. What are you going to do? Throw me in fucking jail for contempt? Sue me for violating a gag order? Fuck you. I'm not going to sit back and watch my kid rot in prison and face the death penalty. And because remember, Candace's claim is, oh my goodness. Just logically think of this. Candace's claiming is the parents never had the alleged conversation. So the alleged conversation goes something like this. Mom recognizes her son from the photos, right? She calls her son, says, oh my God, is that you? He says, no, I'm homesick. Then mom shows photos to dad. Dad sees the photos, agrees that it might be him, and then at some point sees photos of the gun and says, oh my God, I recognize the gun. So he calls his son and says, son, was it you? And the son says, I'm thinking of ending my life. And then at some point, either through phone or he eventually comes back, they have a further conversation where he strongly implies it was him. Dad says, let's call this family friend. Family friend comes, they turn him in. Her argument is, no, that's all a lie. The family friend concocted this entire story. All of it's a lie. The family friend made all of this up. Then, when the parents were like, wait a fucking minute, the court swooped in and said, ha, gag order. You can't say anything. And the parents like, shucks, right? Now, if that's true, all the problems that Ryan just talked about, Ask yourself this. How the fuck did they get to the position where they called a family friend? Why would you? How did this go? I said this last night. Like Tyler shows up home and's like, "Hey, Ma, hey, Dad, what's for dinner? Beef stroganoff. Hey, Dad, can we go paint those birdhouses we used to in the garage? Yeah, son, let's go do it. Anyways, I was going to call my family friend. You remember Mr. So-and-so, right? He was going to come over. Maybe we can toss the old pigskin around. Hey, son? Yeah, that sounds great. Then the family friend comes over and goes, you know what we should do for shits and grins? Let's drive down to the local police precinct and pretend to turn you in for just something. And he's like, yeah, that sounds like a hoot. Let's do it. Let's go there and pretend to turn myself in. And then as soon as he gets there, the cops are like, gotcha, bitch. And they throw him in. And the family friend's like, no, you'll shut your fucking mouth. There's a gag order. How the fuck did it ever happen that they called the friend to even discuss going to the police precinct if there wasn't some sort of conversation between Tyler and his parents about him being the alleged shooter? And no one even bothers to ask this question. They're just like, oh, no. There was never a conversation. Never. It was just the family friend said, we have to do this. And it just blows my mind where it's like, that doesn't even make... Now, maybe they could say, I guess, if I'm trying to steel man, they would say, well, no, the feds didn't release Tyler's name, but they knew that Tyler was the patsy. And so somehow they made that information available to the parents. So the parents, even though no one is accusing Tyler Robinson, the feds tell Tyler or tell the parents, we're coming for your son. And they're like, what the fuck? And that's what led to it. But I mean, again, to believe this shit, it's like all of this is outrageous claims. And it's like, is there one shred of evidence? Whereas with our claim, all we do is say, well, the court document said this. And if that's not true, all the parents would have to do is say, that's not true. That's a lie. And they would have every incentive to do it because we assume they love their son. Unless the argument is the parents hate their son and they're involved.
They're in on it too.
I mean, it's just, it's unfucking believable. And when you ask it, people are like, we're not making any claims. We're not making claims. It's up to you. The state has to prove their case. Now you understand why Candace won't stake any claims. Because as soon as you stake a claim, you're like, no, wait a minute. Let's see what would have to be true for that to come about.
Also, keep in mind, the thing that blows my mind always is that people think that the defense has no ability to call witnesses at the preliminary hearing. Now, they have some incentives not to in certain instances, but they have the right to. They called the DNA experts. The state didn't want to. The state was just going to have the report read by the police officers. They called the DNA experts. Let's have a conversation. The state, in the charging document, put in this information about the parents. If the parents were knocking, like if the parents were sitting there being like, that's a lie, that never happened, this is all bullshit, put me in, coach. You think that, like, even if you imagine there is a gag order that somehow applied to the parents for which there is no evidence that this exists, so you're just making it up. But even if you think that if that's true, even with a gag order, the defense would have the right to call the parents as witnesses who would be willing to testify because it's their kid and they're being lied about, and get on the stand and then say, well, thank God now that I can talk freely because the gag order doesn't apply to in-court testimony, clearly. Let me tell you that my son didn't do it, and everything about the night that's been described is wrong. None of this is true. We were all at home playing Scrabble from 2 p.m.
Yeah, but if you consider this, there was and still currently is preventing the parents from speaking out.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think about that.
I mean, that's literally what you deal with. It's just like, no, they couldn't do that. Why? Because.
Yeah.
Why? Well, because why would the defense present obvious evidence to show that the state's setting up this kid as a patsy? Why would they do that? That makes no sense why they would do that. Instead, they'll let their client rot in jail for 1.5 years. Why would the parents actually speak up to prevent their kid from facing the death penalty? Instead, they'll be fearful of a gag order. I mean, this shit is just, I don't know what to say. And at some point, can I be brutally honest what's happening? I think there's motivated reasons. Some people, it's for personal profit. But a lot of it, you know what a lot of this is? I mean, here. Oh. Where'd you go? Oh, I got to bring it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Here's a lot of it.
I'm
good. Now I'm speaking the truth.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what it is.
It's actually very funny that that quote is that clip is a really good premonition, since Alex Jones has come out Team Candace very strongly recently, and basically for exactly that reason. So there you go.
All right, Jose, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you so much. I know we ramble a bit, but Jose, what's up, my man?
It's all good. Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Very
Hey,
good.
man, you're okay. Yeah, the light helps. You were like super hidden back there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on my car break. I'm on a break in my car.
Mhm.
But just to dive in, I say that time will tell exactly who won the debate. In my opinion, I do believe that Andrew won based on his motive and his purpose there against Candace. Do I think that Candace won, or do people believe that she won? I think that's very subjective on her part because her audience, her audience, and it's not even an opinion; it's more of a fact. A lot of her audience they speak on unsubstantiated facts, which is a perversion of knowledge, in my opinion. I guess that actually is more of a fact, but it's a perversion of knowledge. If you do follow people, there has to be, you have to at least, if you're supporting someone or a page or any type of channel, you have to have some type of doubts of who the speaker is or who is presenting the facts of anything. Can't believe it just willy-nilly. And I guess time will tell, like I said, because the more people that come out and understand that this is not just about the Charlie Kirk, I'm trying to keep towards what is the TOS guideline?
Yeah.
With regards to Charlie Kirk, time will tell that people will be like, you know what? Why was I basing this off of my feelings, off of a vibe? I think I have to take a step back on any situation and learn what the facts are first before I even make an opinion of something or go along with whatever anybody else is saying. So the more people that come out and agree with who won the debate or who they agreed on their worldview, ideology or not, the matter of the fact is people, have to understand that this was more of an ideological battle of where do we understand where we get our facts from? Are we just following everyone like on a horse and a carrot, or do we actually give ourselves autonomy to understand what's going on?
And what you're saying, I think, really resonates with me, and it's actually very similar to why ultimately I came to understand why Andrew took the approach he took. Because, like I said, if my first thought was like, well, if it was me, I'd spend a lot of time on the state's evidence because I'm a lawyer and I feel real comfortable doing that, and I just march through it, right? But I think what you said that's very wise is that for the people who are kind of in the Candace cult, no amount of evidence is going to convince them differently. Like they're in this space, right? They're going to do what they do. So anybody who's spent a lot of time fairly evaluating the evidence already thinks the evidence is overwhelming. Like if you took the time to look at it, it's pretty obvious. It speaks for itself. But proving that she had no evidence at all for her claims, that she wouldn't even try to defend them, I think that's going to age well. I think in the long run, people are going to look back at that and go, she really didn't say anything. And I think that was the fertile ground to fight on. And I wish I was an optimist, man, because I think on some level I'm like, man, if someone just went in there and presented the facts really strongly, maybe it would change people's minds. But I don't think so. I think that the people who are like, when you say, why do you think Israel did it? And they're like, yeah, I have no reason. It's just my feeling. It's like, well, I don't think I can sway you with facts if that's all you've got.
Yeah, good.
Oh no, my bad. Just I would say I agree. I agree 100%. They won't be swayed by facts. And like just one more thing, it might be the case that who knows, there might be something involved. I don't know, but there has to be something substantiated in the background to be like, all right, I make a firm claim of this because of this. There has to be something of substance, and this transcends again even a case. If for the fellas, if your girl starts talking about astrology and feelings and vibes off of what should we get for dinner, you're gonna have to reevaluate that situation. Just reevaluate, not run. But, think about that. That's pretty much it. Sorry, Rob.
No. I was going to say thanks so much for the call. I know the next person's not, but we appreciate it, Jose. And I'll just say on that real quick. I do think that that's largely it is a bigger battle than just about Tyler Robinson or Charlie Kirk, and it is a battle of what are we willing to accept on the right? Are we willing to accept just our vibes and feelings, and we have motivated reasoning to say this must be the case because it fits in with what I want to be true? Or are we going to be like, no, we're still a group of people that tries to follow evidence and find the truth? And I do think that is another battle that's going on here. And in that vein, I think Andrew's staking that ground of like, you have to provide evidence or claims. And you can see it with some of the calls tonight, at least one of them. There are people that are perfectly willing to be like, it's just vibes, baby. It's just feeling. Evidence doesn't matter. And, for me, I think we have to say, I don't think you're an evil person. I don't think that means that, I wouldn't go out and, have dinner with you or something to that effect. But I think we have to ostracize that from our philosophical or political beliefs. We have to say that's not enough. Just your vibes aren't enough. We need to be reality driven. We need to be fact based driven. And, I don't like the Iran war, right? I don't like it, right? If I thought that if Israel did this and we could prove it, then we'll get out of the Iran war. And that will help conservatives win elections in the future. Therefore, I'm just going to shoehorn the evidence in to say Israel did this shit and Tyler Robinson didn't. I'm sorry, that's not the way I can operate. I can't. I have to say I'm going to try my best to go where the evidence takes me.
Well, and I was trying to explain this to Wick the last time I was talking with him, where I was like, why do you think, because he was complaining, as a leftist tends to, that the right has already been eaten by MAGA or whatever their complaints are. And I was trying to tell him, well, look at me, Rob, and Andrew. We have very different philosophies on a lot of things. We disagree on a lot of things. Why are we all united on this particular fight? It's because we want to have a reasonable, evidence following, politically, philosophically, ideologically consistent, viable right wing that's healthy and strong in the future. And this kind of endless conspiracy, cannibal, Ouroboros style stuff is terrible for the right. It's long term. It's terrible for the right. And it's jeopardizing. And I have no particular connection or love to TPUSA specifically, because I don't really know people there, but it's jeopardizing the inroads that TPUSA made in college campuses, which was the thing the right has been trying to do forever. And this is just not the time to indulge in that sort of self-destructive nonsense. And it's, so even if you thought that you didn't have strong feelings about the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk, which I think we all do, politically, this is a fight worth fighting. This is absolutely a fight that has to be fought right now, which is why, as you were saying earlier, you see people like Hassan and Z cheering on the sidelines when Candace is doing her thing and Barron's doing his thing, because they love it. They couldn't pay for opposition that good.
Yeah, it's actually more effective than any left-wing influencer could ever do.
Yeah.
I've been fighting back against it for a long time. I was fighting against Nick Fuentes saying vote Democrat. I was fighting against that. Now I'm fighting against Candace. And basically, my guess is I see some Candace people in the chat. They are now claiming I'm Jewish. I guess at least one of them saying, oh, great. You think that person's voting Republican? You think the average Candace supporter is going to vote Republican now? Who believes that Trump personally on his desk has proof that the French Foreign Legion sent an Israeli man and a French-Canadian woman to assassinate Candace Owens? She literally said she has evidence that made it to Trump's desk, and he is intentionally not doing anything to protect Candace from that assassination attempt. Do you think the Candace followers are going to vote Republican? No, probably not. Which is why the left and people like Hassan and on F America are like, yay, keep going. Yeah. You guys are doing great. If Hassan tried to convince these people on the right, don't vote Republican. If Destiny tried to, if Harry Sisson tried to, the right would laugh at them. But when Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and these other people from the right say it, they're like, yes, that's right. We will abandon them.
Can somebody, if they haven't done it already, create an AI meme of Rob taking off his Normal America hat to reveal a Normal America yarmulke? This would really make me happy. So if somebody has the time and energy to create that meme, just food for thought.
Jefferson $2 says Ryan talked to Stelios, a Greek like Zinn. Weird.
That's true.
Another 2 says Tani On knew George Zinn is a local Utah weirdo. Yeah. I don't know who Tony On is, but I know Zinn's pretty infamous locally. Yeah. Jabroni Big Time $5 says the conspiracy sloppers are always blob stinkies. Zach Gelpy $10 says, so if we know Zinn was Greek, then we need to launch an investigation into Greek connection. I heard that Charlie's moving away from supporting the Greeks. Compelling. Yeah. I'll accept it. Dartho Moss $5 says, gentlemen, stupid question, but I'm watching YouTube. I don't see any link to the call-in show. Mind providing some quick steps how to do it. On my YouTube, on the bottom, it should be pinned a StreamYard link. However, I do appreciate people want to call in. I strongly suspect we don't want you to call in, Dartho, because we are trying to keep the lines open specifically for opposition, for people that think Andrew lost. And you see, it's few and far between. We had a couple people trying to make like a devil's advocate position. One person was like, well, when it comes to like perception and rhetoric. But once more, we open the lines. We see the people in the chat. They're making the claims. They don't call in. So please, if you're in queue and your argument's going to be, well, actually, I think Andrew won. Thank you so much. But we'd like to talk to opposition. That's the point of this.
But you know what always happens when you say, all right, gang, we're going to wrap it up, and you take the pinned post down, then all of a sudden it's like a wave of spam. You know, they're like, oh my God, Candace is my queen. I was ready, but you took the pinned post down. It's weird that I started posting at 1 minute before the show was over.
Yeah, it's always like
every time.
Alexander $5 says the parents' argument's compelling, but it's different from an argument from silence. Okay. Munchie X Ninja, $10 says another curious thing, but Alex was against Candace initially, but then when everyone started doing the whole Jewish thing, he changed his mind. Jefferson, $2 says a prior restraint appeal can reveal a gag order. Yeah. Alan Zetlin, $5 says, are you guys concerning a Candace fan will get on the jury when it goes to trial? Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. I do think that based off the Candace fans that I've talked to, that it would not be hard for the court to figure out who they are. They don't seem to be masterminds hiding their power levels.
Jefferson, $2 says already some are picking apart the charges when. Yeah. Well, on that case specifically, she says that Andrew was incorrect when he said murder as opposed to aggravated murder. Then the second count she lists is felony discharge of a firearm, which is actually a markedly different offense than discharge of a firearm that caused serious bodily injury. So in the same type of way that she claims Andrew was erroneous, in the very second charge she lists, she too was erroneous. Now, Candace claims to have studied this case almost more than anyone. It deeply personally affects her. How did she fuck up the second charge? Straight ripping, $2 says new grift idea. Tie Israel to Tupac. Easy money.
Easy money.
Andrew chugs beers low. 200 joules. Jefferson on your end, $2 says Ryan. I think Candace fits the bulldozer archetype.
Oh, I think she fits the bulldozer, but you know, the guy at the wheels of drunk and it's just plowing down your neighborhood. That's the problem, right? Like it's not even targeted bulldozing. It's just bulldozing for the sake of money. Just endless.
And then our good friend Alexander, $100. Thank you. Says Rob, you're a meanie to the whip wheel with you. Join my fellow Rob haters. Thank you so much.
And Rob, sorry, I want to cut off the gratitude for the 100. That's a big no-no. But another thing about the Andrew, look, it's a good clip. She'll farm the clip. It is what it is. That can't stop that. But if we're going to be like hyper technical, murder is a lesser included charge for aggravated murder.
Correct.
If you charge someone with aggravated murder, you also charge them with murder. So Andrew wasn't even technically wrong. It's just I'm not going to claim that semantic argument is going to like counter the clip dunk that she's going to do now. But it was a silly semantic point to begin with, so it deserves a silly semantic refutation.
And then Watermelons, $5 says, on the plus side, the debate pushed Candace's more crazy position, like the guy that told Rob Tyler's granddad was the shooter. Yeah, someone last night was trying to imply that because the dad or the granddad's DNA theoretically could be on the rifle, that maybe they were the shooter. Hypothetically, it's possible.
I mean, it also, by the way, like the family gun had family DNA on it, therefore conspiracy. Right.
Birdie the dog, $20 says, I'll call in and say nice things about Ryan, but mean stuff to you, Rob. I appreciate that. And then fair. Richard Lamper, 7 months member says, health have no fury like a woman scorned. Now, we have a bunch of people on the line, so we're going to try to be a little quicker. The first question I am going to ask you is, do you think that Andrew Wilson won or Candace won? And if you say I think Andrew won, I'm going to say thanks so much for calling in. We got to get to someone else. So save yourself that. If you think Andrew won, just go ahead and calmly leave the chat. Okay? And I do apologize. I do promise I will do a call-in show, and the people like that want to call in and express that would be good. So I think that we said it. Did everyone follow directions? We shall see. Next up, we have Will. What's up, Will? Can you hear us, Will? Going once.
Bro.
Well,
Bro.
okay.
That Will seems like the sort of guy who puts a period at the end of his name.
Weatherman, thanks so much for the 10 says, show me your bleep, bro. Thank you.
Rob.
Now, I know this guy's, he called and debated me yesterday. So, Merlin, what's happening, man?
Yo, what's going on?
Thank you
I'll
for
just
calling
say
back
it.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. But we got to say, Andrew lost and he's currently still losing.
Okay. Can you explain why?
I'll say why he's still losing, and everyone can kind of agree. What's with this idea of leading people on with some sort of text message that's evidence that'll release it? Like, is he playing towards like a mocking Candace with all this evidence? Because if so, it's like, well, then you're just doing this so we tune into you to discuss kind of an element that doesn't go too much of anywhere. So I'm saying he's
now
losing
listen.
there.
Now wait. Actually, I think this is a compelling point. It would be disgusting to profit off this by slowly dripping stuff and saying "stay tuned." You agree, right, Merlin?
Well, I would say if you're not already discussing the topic, like Andrew has his own lane where he discusses a multitude of things, but to then just say like, "Hey, I'm doing this genre. I'm gonna take on this, topic, and I'm gonna bring something from that topic that you should stay tuned to what." I'm
So
just
just to be clear, if Andrew would announce, by the way, the only thing I'm going to cover for the next 4 months is the Charlie Kirk killing, then it's okay for him to slow drip it.
No, I would say that's a double L for it.
Okay,
That's
well
a
then, what
triple
do you
L.
think about Candace Owens doing exactly that for 11 months?
I think it's different because Candace toured, like, imagine touring part of your personal life, and then your friend dies, right?
I don't think she was his friend. I think she's someone that was upset that she was basically excommunicated from his life, basically.
Okay.
And I think she was bitter at Erica Kirk and the rest of the people at Turning Point. And all of this, your feelings on it's okay for one person to do it but not the other is absurd. If she really loved Charlie so much, and if she really believes that Tyler Robinson was innocent, she would have even more of an incentive to just release the
But here's
evidence
the
and
thing.
not slow drip it. Why? Give me a reason why she's slow dripping it.
I think the reason really is she doesn't really have too much confidence that Erica Kirk is telling the full truth.
What does that have
And I
to do
think
with
that's
her
what it is.
slow dripping evidence?
I think it's really that she just wants to know who she can really trust in that, like, the space.
So just to
she's
be clear, and then I'll leave Ryan get it. Just to be clear, your theory is this. She is honest when she's saying things like, stay tuned, I have the unblurred receipt. Stay tuned, I have more video footage. Stay tuned, I have all this stuff. That's going to
think she's
prove,
being-
let me make the case
yeah.
that's going to prove this massive conspiracy theory, and it's going to free Tyler Robinson. But the reason she is slow dripping it is because she doesn't trust Erica Kirk. Can you explain how that linearly follows?
Okay, you're like mixing things up there. Okay, what I'm
That's
saying
your
is
claim.
like
She's slow
claim
dripping
is-
because she doesn't trust Erica.
my claim is she's slow dripping to see like how much or who possibly does she know that probably portrayed Charlie. And here's the thing where I'm like, I can't. Andrew's taking the L because he brought up Erica, and even Ben Shapiro made it hard for Candace to even question things about Erica being somewhat involved. But here's why I'm skeptical. Okay, of her. One thing is because on that Jesse Waters
We're just
interview,
saying things and don't even.
No.
Those are
On that
words.
Jesse
Like,
Waters,
You
on
can say
that
your one
Jesse
thing, but I
Waters
got some follow-up
interview.
questions.
Okay, on that Jesse Waters interview, she talks about the night before with Charlie. And in that night, she's saying that Charlie slept on his daughter's bed to get a good night's sleep before the tour. Obviously, they had an argument, okay? Obviously, they're going to have an who's going to you said you have children. Charlie's like tall as hell. Who's going to sleep on their child's bed?
Well,
before
Erica
a
did
tour?
it. Israel and Erica did it. I'm convinced.
But-
a husband had an argument with the wife. I'm convinced.
Yes, but then not only that,
But then the wife
other-
said we weren't arguing the day before he got killed. Holy fuck.
Yes.
Holy
But
shit.
not
Call
only
the
that.
defense attorneys. Judge Graff must hear this compelling evidence. My goodness.
No. It's just that these little things probably sent Candace into areas where she's like, I can't believe everything.
Do you think Erica Kirk is complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk?
From what I see from the evidence, I'm leaning there could be some motive, but I don't know. I'm just a regular
Okay.
person on the internet.
Because here's the thing. All the stuff you just said, I don't think it amounts to a hill of beans. But Andrew asked Candace if she thinks that Erica Kirk was complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk, and Candace walked it back. She said no.
No, she
So-
said she couldn't get into some of the stuff because they're trying to trip her up into some sort of litigation about this, like situation. But from my vantage, there's a lot to gain.
Hold on. No.
There's a lot to gain here.
No, hold on. I was there. We played a clip of Candace saying Erica Kirk is complicit, and Andrew said, "What's your evidence for that?" And Candace said, "No, you're inserting words. You're assuming I meant complicit in Charlie Kirk's death, but I didn't mean
right.
that." But
Yeah.
if Candace doesn't mean that Erica Kirk is complicit in Charlie Kirk's death, and Candace is unwilling to provide any evidence to support it, then what the fuck are you talking about? Like they had an argument the night before. Who cares?
Right. She said complicit in the story that Tyler's the guy.
She said
Case closed.
yes. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And
What's
that's
that
the
have to
whole
do?
thing.
But how does them having an argument relate to that? Like if Erica
Because
is only
there's-
complicit, let me finish. If Erica's only complicit in that she is spreading the story that Tyler Robinson committed the crime, but she is not complicit in his death. And by the way, being complicit in a cover-up would be complicit in his death. But
Yeah.
if she's not complicit in his death, cover-up, this whole thing, then what the fuck does the argument or the sleeping in the child's bed have to do with anything?
Because you start a lie, you start lying about things the night before. Oh, he slept in his daughter's bed to get the best night's sleep before his tour. He was so happy to go. Okay, that sounds a little sus.
Let's assume that's true. Let's assume that she lied about him sleeping in her daughter's bed. So the fuck what?
Okay, and then
So
it
the fuck, like,
continues.
what-
It continues
to
after
what?
that.
Where are you going with it? Where's it going?
From after that, you had let's say
what's
Merlin, wait, pause.
What?
Let's
Not
say
for every
let's
step.
say you're
What's the
about to
conclusion?
give real quick, Merlin, you're about to give 3,000 examples of Erica Kirk being a lying motherfucker.
Yeah.
But at the end of that, you've already said, but I don't think she's complicit in his murder. So what
So
does
what?
any of the no, it seems like what you're doing is having your cake and eating it too. You're saying,
No.
I'm not saying she's complicit in the murder, but she's telling all these lies, which makes me think she's complicit in the murder. So you have to tell us, do you think these lies suggest to you and Candace that she's complicit in the murder? You said no. Are you now
I'm not
saying
speaking for
yes?
Candace.
I'm speaking for you
Candace.
then.
Right. For me, as somebody who can see this, like just a regular person with the situation Charlie was in, the organization. If you guys are forgetting, he had done a Doge audit 1 week before he was killed. 1 week.
So the fuck what?
And then it stopped.
I'm gonna
A new CEO comes in.
No, start with a conclusion. You think you think Erica Kirk is complicit? Yes or no?
I mean, from my I'm not going to give a yes or no. I'm leaning towards she knows more than she's telling.
What I'm trying to do,
You
I'm trying to put some guardrails on the conversation because you're saying a bunch of stuff, but what I'm trying to figure out is, does that stuff lead to anything that is relevant to the murder of Charlie Kirk? If all
Yes.
you're pointing out is, I don't
Yes.
like Erica Kirk, that's
No,
fine.
I'm not. I don't have a view of her.
Yet.
Yes or no. I think
Okay,
she's kind of
so you-
cool, actually.
So
But-
you think that the things you're saying are going to be relevant to who killed Charlie Kirk?
What I'm saying is there's enough to where I could see in Candace's position, she's questioning everybody because she's gotten so many fibs and lies from people that it's okay for her to be skeptical and say, I think, she might know more things. Hey, this guy taking video footage, the camera's down. I don't know, oh, these text messages not being around and now they're around. There's all these things that for someone close to Charlie.
What does that mean? The text messages are around and not around. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, people discussed the Andrew bringing up a text message and then previous time Erica saying nothing like that exists, right?
Okay, let's try this. First off, on that specific claim, Candace Owens herself said, after I talked to Erica, she explained this to me. She was looking at one device. She wasn't looking at the signal chats where these other messages with Siri occurred. She says specifically, I accept, no problem there. Now, the Candace screws back to that claim. But let's do this. Maybe I don't know what to do. Let's say I want you to engage with some hypotheticals with me for a minute
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? Let's
Yeah.
say that hypothetically, it is proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this gun that's being alleged was the gun that murdered Charlie Kirk. Would that be
Okay.
strong evidence that the state's case is true? Just a yes or no.
But this gun, that the gun and the bullet
Yes,
and everything.
this gun, the bullet, that's all the correct murder weapon. Yes.
Let's say it for this hypothetical, yes.
Okay, if it was proven that it is actually Tyler Robbins' DNA in the gun, would that go to strong evidence to prove the state's case?
No.
It wouldn't. If hypothetically this is the gun and that Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the gun, that wouldn't help prove the state's case.
No.
Okay,
Doesn't-
you're
it doesn't
delusional.
prove-
I'll continue. I'll continue.
Well, yeah.
I'll continue. If the confessions of Tyler Robinson are true and accurate, and they really are his confession, is that strong evidence to prove the state's case?
Okay, you're lawyers. Does he say
I'm not a
he
lawyer. I'm
shot
asking. He
Charlie
says
Kirk?
it was me. He specifically says in the letter. He says he's picking up the rifle. Yes, he's strongly saying that it was him in the confession. He says it was me
Well-
on the footage. If the confession is true, is that it really was him? Is that strong evidence that the state's case is true?
From my inexperience with law, I'm just saying, is that a proper confession to
All
get
right,
a
man. Hey,
conviction?
thanks so much. We appreciate the calling.
but before we get rid, just because I like doing it with these guys, can you pull this up? I don't think that enough people have looked at this. This is the note that Tyler Robinson left under Luna, Lance Twiggs' keyboard. In it, he wrote, Luna, if you are reading this per my text, because he said, look under your keyboard via an auto sent text, then I'm so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and sent an auto text. I'm likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took
That
it.
could mean anything. Take him
What
out to
could he-
dinner. It could
what
mean
could he
take him out to
possibly
dinner. Take him
mean?
out for coffee. You
Now-
know?
And of course, in Utah, if he took him out for dinner and they had some drinks, he might go to jail for a long time. And that's why he's likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I don't know if I will have succeeded in taking out Charlie Kirk, but I'd hope to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in a world where this did not feel necessary. I wish I could have stayed for you and lived our lives together. This is...
Hey,
this does not
Merlin,
seem
if this is an
unambiguous.
accurate confession, do you think that's strong evidence that Tyler Robinson did it?
I'll give you yes in your hypothetical. Let's say yes.
Holy fuck. Thank you so
Gracious.
much.
But
My
can I
goodness.
ask,
No,
Ryan?
no, you can't ask because I'm trying to go through a line of question and it takes 15 minutes to get you to admit what any reasonable person say. Sure, if those confessions are really his, that's strong evidence that he did this. Great, thank you.
Right,
Now,
right.
let's try the opposite. If Erica Kirk lied about a fight with her husband the night before, is that strong evidence that she's somehow involved in the murder or a cover up?
So you're trying to make this a
Why
one
can't you
world,
just
one
answer?
lane
Why
thing.
can't you just answer?
I'll say no. I'll say no. Okay. Here.
Okay.
That's what you
if
want.
Erica Kirk lied about seeing a text message about him fearing for his life, is that strong evidence that she's involved in his murder?
I'll say no. I'll just
Okay.
yeah.
Now do you
I'll say.
see the issue? That's the point.
Yes.
So what you're
But he-
pointing to is a bunch of externalities that don't prove
No.
anything. And by the way, a lot of the things you're saying are declarative statements that there's explanations for, or you're not accurately representing them.
Okay,
So,
cool.
I mean,
I get that.
okay,
But let me ask
you got
Ryan
it.
a
Thank
question.
you.
Let me
Sure.
ask Ryan
And
a
Rob, can you pull
question.
up the share screen while he's doing that? But yeah, go ahead, Merlin.
I just want to ask you, in your experience from confessions, is that a confession that actually says I shot and killed somebody? Like in court,
does it
in
use
court,
the
can that-
words?
like if I say, like even the guy in the crowd said he did it, right? Like how much of a confession to a crime like does someone have to say to actually be?
I'll tell you this.
You know what I'm saying?
There is basically there's two questions. I'm going to give you. I'm going to try to do a good faith answer to that. There's two questions that's going to happen when it goes to trial. The first is, will the judge admit it into evidence? The answer is almost certainly yes. It will be admitted into evidence, and then the jury will see it. The second question is, what weight does the jury give it? And that's up to the jury. They decide if it's credible or not credible. But there's no such thing as like a, it's a confession in some magic sense that doesn't go to the jury. The only questions are, is it admitted into evidence? And does the jury find it credible? And what weight do they give it? That's what matters.
So then the question we have for you is, given what you just read and what Ryan's about to read, if you were on the jury and it was proven to you these were his messages, do you think these messages rise to the level of him admitting that he did this murder? Go ahead, read it, Ryan.
So this is another one where I get hung up, because people say like, oh, how could we know that it was Tyler Robinson in the security footage? But then he texts in his Discord message, he wrote to his group, "It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious." So, like this is where it starts.
I'm going to take him out. He's evil. I'm sorry. I wish this didn't have to happen. I'm asking you, is that enough? Are these messages, if you were on the jury?
You're being too small-brained.
Let me finish. If you were on the jury and these were proven that these were messages written by Tyler Robinson, does the wording of these messages enough for you to say he's saying I killed him?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Of course.
I appreciate
Okay.
that.
But that's what you want me to say.
Because it's the truth. Because
But
everyone reasonable would say.
You're framing it that way for me to accept it, man.
No, because what we're trying to do is we say, you can say, but I question.
Let me ask you one question before I go.
I promise I'll give you a chance. What we're trying to say is you have every right to say, but I question whether or not this was him. No problem. But we have to start from a point of agreement on what reality is. And so the agreement is, if this evidence was accurate, does that speak to you that he likely is confessing that he was the murderer? And it should take you instantaneous to be like, of course. However, I have questions about the evidence. No,
he can be the murderer.
That's more reasonable.
Right? He can be the person who did it. Doesn't mean that his algorithm wasn't influenced to get him to that point to make this sort of act. Right? It doesn't mean that external sources didn't influence him or chop up his social media.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, we do. His parents said he was radicalized.
Hold on. Are you on the right or the left?
See, I don't even get what that means, man.
I won't hide the ball.
I got a left and a right hand.
Here's why I'm asking you. Whenever I talk to somebody on the left, they're always endlessly say things like, "Well, yeah. I mean, clearly he raped and murdered that woman." But have you heard about how bad his childhood was?
Yeah,
it's not his fault.
I'll say this:
what about?
I heard he followed Merlin J on social media. So lock him up. Lock up Merlin.
Systemic forces in.
I would have loved to see Charlie run.
My guy, hold on a second, and then I'll let you go. I swear. But Candace's position was he was a patsy. If he did it because of social media, he's not a patsy. He's a murderer with a social media addiction. That's a different thing than being a patsy.
Unless people are looking out for folks like this in the space with all our data to manipulate their social media to do things like this, acts of harm, generate revenue through clicks.
Do you have any evidence of this?
Yeah, there was that kid who went up to that Native American guy, and then social media amplified it, and he started a lawsuit, right? He became
the Covington kid. Wait a minute. Whoa, wait.
I don't know if it's
so. Wait a minute.
But you know what I'm saying.
Nicholas Sandman is somehow involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is a great one. Here we go.
You're jumping.
Here we go. Nathan Phillips, the keeper of the sacred pipe at the Covington. My goodness. Here we go. All right.
There's evidence. There's evidence of social media companies
Merlin,
influencing
do you have
content
do you have pending charges?
Yeah, I have pending charges. Yeah.
Okay. Because it sounds to me like you're setting up your defense. You're like, look, man.
No. I don't have anything.
It's not my fault.
I watched Ryan Mullally and Rob Noerrder. I was radicalized.
I told them social media.
No, but we know that happens. We know that happens,
shit.
right?
Holy
we know
shit.
that happens. We know it's happening.
Hey, give me the
but
final word, man.
Here's my last
Nicholas
question.
Sandman did it. Let's go. There we go.
No, here's my last question. Just because everyone's going after Candace for having her views, I just want to ask you guys, do you think that Charlie's security team believes the narrative?
Yes.
And okay, so you think that was instant, or do you think initially they thought it was a bigger bigger.
I have no
I have
idea.
no clue. I
Yeah.
think that most people, what they do is they have initial opinions, and as more evidence come, they allow that evidence to influence what they believe. So I have no idea. If I talked to Brian Harple, he could have thought that the Japanese did it initially, and now he's like, I see the evidence, I believe it. Yes, I believe they believe the evidence.
Can I give you an example of how that works in real time? When I was watching the whole hearing with Andrew, one of the things Andrew was really focused on, because he's a gun guy, he was like, I need to see the round, because if they're telling me that it was a 30-06 full metal jacket and they show me a 30-06 full metal jacket, I'm going to be a lot less likely to believe that there's no exit wound. But then they showed a soft point, and Andrew's like, oh, okay. Because he was worried about that. That was not, I'm not saying that he believed it was a setup or anything, but I'm saying that was something that bothered him. And then he looked at the evidence and he updated his beliefs when you saw the evidence. And I think that's how sane people work, right? You're like, oh,
right. I'll try to make sense of
here's
this.
a problem, but let's look at what the evidence actually shows.
Yeah. And I believe what that other lady said before, we want to see, like, you know, Charlie and Candace and even Andrew, people like Andrew, but we got to, like, if the content that Charlie was making got him actually killed, I don't think it's just like the content that's now being ran about Candace having ideas about Charlie being murdered. I think it's actually the same thing. People are using this to make Candace sort of this evil person.
She's doing something evil.
I wouldn't say it's evil, man. That's
She's accusing Erica Kirk, a grieving widow, of being complicit in her husband's murder with
People
no
do that
evidence. She
all the
refuses to
time.
back. That's fucked up.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, who else does that all the time?
Who accuses grieving widows of murder with no evidence all the time?
I would say the internet will blame everybody for any crime. Like you said, they think Rob has an American Jew hat under his head, right? Like you think he's got a yarmulke under.
That's true.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. If are you married? Do you have a girlfriend?
I have a girlfriend, but I'm not married.
Okay. How about your mom? You have a mom? Are you close to her?
She passed away.
Okay, but at one point you were
that'll
close
work
to
for
your
what Rob's
mom.
about to do.
Most of us have. Okay, right. Let's say that I all of a sudden get a huge audience, and I have 30,000 people watching a day, and millions of people that watch my channel, and I convince my audience that your mom is a molester that assaults children. All right. Now wait.
Okay.
And then finally, I just keep spreading it over and over. And then finally, someone confronts me and they say, Rob, that's a bold fucking claim. You're accusing this mother of that. Do you have evidence? And I say, nah, I just feel like it. Would you say that's pretty fucked up of me to do?
Like, yeah, it would be fucked up.
Okay, that's what we're saying.
Well, but that's not what Candace is doing.
Yes, you said she was complicit. Can you explain that? She said, I just mean complicit in Tyler Robinson. She backtracked. She refused to give the evidence.
You lump everything into one
Okay,
argument.
two things. When she said that that Erica was complicit, do you really believe that she meant complicit in saying it's Tyler Robinson and not complicit in covering up the murder?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Do you believe when she said go straight to jail that she meant straight to jail in Monopoly and not real jail?
Honestly, for that, I wasn't watching that episode, but I know how she does her comedy.
That episode, meaning the debate?
You watched the
one
debate.
She said the straight to jail. Like she tries to be comedic. Like, she tries to make some things like funny, but I don't know. I didn't see that full.
Okay, episode. I think that I think I'll say this.
Can we go back? When Rob was accusing your mother of being a PDF, if he did it in a sing-songy voice with a clown nose, would that be better?
She should go to jail because she assaults children.
On that same thing.
Yeah, everybody, you should contact Merlin's mom. She assaults the children.
Right. If you clip this.
That's no problem now.
No, but if you clip this and then you comment on it, like, look at Rob say this, look at Rob say this, but you're not giving the context.
What's the context? Give me the context. For example, I can play you a clip where she says, yes or no. Did Candace say this at one point? That this Terrell guy panicked because because they set the shape charge up on the mic, but the way that Charlie was meant that the shape charge didn't go through in the same way. So he immediately called Erica because they were panicking because the murder didn't occur the way they want. What's the context of that?
Rob, you see, the thing is you're getting so upset about an episode that someone produced.
No. I'm getting upset
a
about your
minute
willful
detail.
stupidity and your duplicitousness. That's
I
what
didn't
I'm
see
upset
that
about.
episode. I don't know
Okay,
what you're
if
talking
that's
about.
true, did you watch the debate?
Wait,
The clip was
wait,
played in
wait.
the debate.
Wait,
I watched the debate. Yeah.
Okay, the clip was played.
So you
And
didn't
you
you
guys
didn't
want me to
see
tell,
the episode.
Andrew's
Why are
losing.
you explaining what she was doing in the episode?
I saw some of them. I didn't see all of them. The whole thing is you want me to say Andrew is winning or losing? He's losing because you guys are trying to make it like Candace is a bad person for having an alternative theory and making some claims that could be hurtful to a woman whose husband died. Right.
All right, thanks,
Also,
Merlin. Thanks for the call, man. We appreciate it.
I have an alternative
She's
theory
just-
that Merlin's calling in because he's a pig fucker.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks, Merlin.
sure.
Enjoy those
Is that
farm
harmful,
animals.
Merlin?
Pogs, man.
Pogs.
Yeah. Enjoy the farm animals. See you, Merlin. I mean, I don't know what to. It's just.
It's but by the way, my favorite part of this, it was a little subtle, but he goes, "You guys are lumping everything together as it like that's
That's a
problem."
criticism. Yeah.
Because the thing is, what the Candace fans do is they try to take a case that's built on interlocking evidence, then pull it all apart and say, well, I have a question about this piece of evidence. Let's ignore all the other evidence. Just this one piece. And they atomize it. And then it's kind of like, it's actually a little Pisco-ish, right? Like let's spend 15 hours doing this one dissection, and then you never see the full picture because we atomized everything. And then when you try to give them the full picture, they complain. Like, oh my God, you guys are showing me all the evidence? That's crazy. You're lumping it all together.
I'm supposed to debate someone I actually like, Tim Gordon, Monday, and he's going to make that dude's argument because his argument is Tyler Robinson did it, but Israel put him up to it. And I guess we're going to look for the evidence. Tim, if you're watching, I'm going to give you a little insight in my strategy. I'm going to say, bold claim, evidence. There's my strategy. And you're going to say, well, Israel was really pissed off at Charlie. I'll say, yeah, that sounds about right. Evidence that they set up, they communicated with Tyler Robinson, right? And evidence. And I bet he goes, well, they set up social media operations, and perhaps one of their operations picked up people in his Discord, and perhaps that then helped radicalize. Therefore, Israel's responsible. And I'm going to say, wow, it's a bold claim. Evidence? And he's going to say, I feel that's what happened. And I'm going to say, yeah, I think you have motivated reason of your dislike of Israel. I could name 30 other organizations that had motive to want Charlie taken out, including the ACLU, or like DI groups, or trans groups, or Democrats, or Muslims. I could make the same claim. I could say, we know that CARE and other Muslim organizations hated Charlie, and we know they have an online presence. And so therefore I could say maybe possibly their online presence ran into Tyler Robinson, and maybe possibly they did this. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, it's ridiculous as it sounds. And by the way, Tim Gordon's a smart guy. Yeah. He's not, and I'm going to have to deal with that. And he says that the wording of the topic, by the way, is that it is, I'll read it exactly just so people can see what I'm talking about. It is, there's compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated / helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk. And I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to, hypothetically, they could have put some shit on social media that Tyler Robinson engaged with, and then he took that and influenced him to kill Charlie. I don't know what to say.
That's at least an improvement. Like, I think earlier on, if I recall correctly, that prompt looked even more unfalsifiable. So I don't know, man. Like, it's tricky when you get these prompts that have like,
what does compelling mean? What does instigate mean?
Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, like I was offered a prompt at one point. There is not reason to believe in a soul / multiple assassin.
Yeah, that was the first prompt, and I was like,
I don't think I'm doing that because like that's basically like reason to believe is like the lowest possible standard.
Yeah.
And then
I'll take there's reason to believe. I'll take the affirmative. There's reason to believe there was a soul shooter.
Yeah. But then
how am I losing that debate? Like,
yeah.
The bar is so low. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Some of these things are just odd the way that people view them. Like I'm just never seen anybody grapple with the way the evidence interlocks. Like, okay, there are these bullets are carved, and he has a carved bullet in his house, and he has the Dremel, and he borrowed the Dremel, and he references the specific carvings in his confession. So if in order for this to be a setup, that's one hell of a setup.
Mossad could do anything. The FBI could do anything. So anything you say is evidence, they'll just say, but the FBI planted that. The FBI did it. Okay, but that would mean that this person would have to be in on it. Yep, fine. But that would mean the parents would have to know they're being lied about and they're not coming forward. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean the defense would have to know and's refusing to bring that up. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean that the steakhouse owner that's saying this receipt, he doesn't have evidence him's lying. Yep, that's fine. He's in on it too. But that would mean that the entire hospital that was emptied out, all the janitors, nurses, doctors would have to be in on it. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean that everyone that's UVU security that was there would have to be in on it. Yep, that's fine. It literally, it's like, because what they're like, all you need is, okay, we have motive and opportunity. And motive is just like, there's literally tens of thousands of people, organizations that have motive, right? Opportunity is just powerful organization. Israel, Iran, Democrats, Republicans, FBI, CIA, all of those, you could say they're so nebulously powerful that they have opportunity, right? That's it. And it's like, that's all we need. We don't need evidence. We just have to have motive, opportunity. If we have those, you can say Israel did it, Qatar did it, Iran did it, Japan did it, United Kingdom did it, Democrats did it, Republicans did it. And it's like, do you have any evidence for any of those claims?
Nope.
I have motive, I have opportunity. That's it. That's all I need. And you just shrug your shoulders. You're like, how can you convince someone out of that? How can you? I don't know, and it's frustrating as someone that's like.
I like the if they go too far down that road, you're like, well, Candace is a pretty powerful woman.
Yeah, right.
So going out her motive and opportunity, because it's like, because you're right, there's so many people who qualify,
and clearly she has the mind process for it, because all the things she's alleging would be involved in a cover-up, she's clearly thought of, which means she would think of getting on his Discord and faking messages, right?
Yeah, but did Merlin say he was facing charges when I asked? I thought he said
did. Yeah. I felt bad because I was
I think he was setting up his defense. Like, it's like, hey, man, they can't convict you if the internet made you do it, right? right?
Hey, if so, Merlin, kudos. I hope it wasn't a heinous charge, but if we can help get you out by saying, no, that's what I believe. I said it on this channel. Good for you. Real quick, Chip Boggs, member 3 months. Thank you. FDN Wine, year one. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Thank you. Pazinga. 10 Jules says, press F on your side. Thank you. Crisco, $20 says, lost a lot of respect for you, Rob. You bullied that poor weed-smoking university student. Yeah, that guy ended, after he talked to me last night and we were going through things, he's like, I can't remember things. I smoke a lot of weed. I was like, okay.
All right. Fair.
Not a lot of people can disassemble a pew-pew and go up 2 flights of stairs and climb over a 3-foot wall. Been watching for 3,000 years. Yeah, he said that it was
well said.
Default assassin behavior to be able to assemble a rifle and walk up 2 flights of stairs.
Well, but he also did a crawl that a baby can
Right. That's assassin crawls.
Yeah, that's how assassins crawl.
On your end, Lenny Grads, $5. She's not skeptical. She makes strong but wild, unjustifiable claims that she later walks back, like calling Erica a Black Widow. Yeah, but you don't know the context of that when she repeatedly called her a Black Widow. You don't know the context when she said she was complicit. I believe when she said Black Widow, she meant that she plays Marvel Rivals and plays the character Black Widow. That's what she meant when she said Black Widow. And when she said go to jail, she meant go to jail Monopoly. And when she said she's complicit, she meant that she's complicit in saying that it's Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, it's like the way Rob, when I describe you to my friends, I'm like, oh, I know this guy, Rob. He's complicit in spreading his political messages.
Yes, Rob's complicit in asking us to go out for breakfast. That son of a bitch, he's complicit.
It's just the natural language.
Zach Ariel, thanks for being a member. Jefferson, you're in $2 says Utah doesn't have model confession instructions.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if you're asking the difference between like a confession taken by the police or like a de facto confession, the point I was making is merely that no matter how you get a confession, the question's always going to be, is it admissible? And what weight does the jury give it? There might be Utah jury instructions, Jefferson. I'm not a Utah attorney. I wouldn't want to speak on that.
Leningrad, $5 says, yeah, this is open and shut with the confessions. Wasn't aware of from the surveillance footage. It was me. That one solved so much. It's worse than that, right? Because they'll say, well, he faked that. That's fake. That's not really him. But before that, when the footage first came out, the photos first came out, his friends start on him and they're like, holy shit, that looks like you. And he's like, LOL. And they're like, oh my God, haha, Tyler's the murderer. And then the next day he's like, yeah, it was me. Right. So the whole argument, not only is it Shay, he's admitting that it was him, but it also shows that his friends saw the photos and was like, that looks like Tyler Robinson. Just like Lance Twigg said, that looks like Tyler Robinson. Just like Mom and Dad said, that looks like Tyler Robinson. And Tyler Robinson said, that's me in the photos. And I took out Charlie. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
and by the
all
way,
of those
the
people
the jury's also going to hear a law enforcement officer say, "I looked at the photos; it looked like Tyler Robinson," and they're going to hear a TPUSA witness who come up and say, "Tyler Robinson came up to me and asked me about the setup and was chatting to me while we were getting the tent set up." And while all this is happening, there's going to be the picture. And Tyler Robinson's going to be sitting right fucking there, and it looks a lot like the picture.
Plus, they have his fucking license plate in the car and a partial plate at another time.
Yeah.
So all of these people have to be in on it. Lance Twiggs has to be on. These random friends, either they had to be made up by the feds or they're in on it. The parents, either that had to be made up, as we've talked, or they're in on it. The Turning Point person that said, I talked to Tyler Robinson, they're in on it. The police officer that said, I saw Tyler, he's in on it. Like, you're starting to see the issue here. World Radio, 5 months a member for you, says 5 months already, totally worth it. And then gives 10 memberships.
Yes, that's what I like to see.
Lenny Grant.
Thank you, World Radio. Very much appreciated, buddy.
$10 says, where's my armchair psychology? People don't want to grapple with how seemingly easy it was for Robinson to do this on its own. It's scarier than any conspiracy, actually. That's absolutely true. The truth is we have a real problem, particularly on the left, with people that have been radicalized to commit violent acts. And we see this. This isn't an unusual thing. For example, remember when a left-winger, and I think it was in Dallas, climbed on top of a building and shot at ICE agents and ended up killing 2? Like, it's that simple. It really is. It's fucking scary. It is.
Well, I mean, look, can you share screen for a second?
Yeah.
Like, why did he wrote, why did I do it? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated.
That could mean anything.
It could mean anything. But like, you know, when people say like, well, if you describe someone like Charlie Kirk as a monger of hate and a fascist or whatever other terminology, and then he's killed by someone who says, I had enough of his hatred, some hate can't be negotiated out, and carves "Hey Fascist Catch" on one of the cartridges. It's like, at what point are you going to say, I think that there might be some political connection here? Like,
but it's my belief that a bullet couldn't do that. It's my belief. It's my belief that it's here. I'm so sorry to the callers. I had a person reach out to me and say, I want you, will you put my question on screen? Now, I'll admit I was a bit of a prick to this person, but let me see. All right, you ready? He's like, can you? He kept. Hey, I have a question. Can you say my name and read my question on screen? Okay, here we go. This is on X. This is Whiskey Devil. I promised him I would read this. I'll skip the introduction. He says, I don't ever watch Candace, but if the topic of the debate is Tyler Robinson a patsy, can you be honest with yourself and say Candace has no evidence, but Andrew can refer to the official Turning Point Fed narrative? I know nothing about Candace. I know Charlie was a sweetheart. The drop fire clips and Turning Point can't reproduce. We just want our little brother's real killer put to justice. What really should have happened is independent journalists should have tried to find some Tyler text. Okay, so far we have one question. Why can Andrew rely on the Fed's argument? Care to respond?
He's relying on the evidence that was presented in court. By the way, not by the feds. Like, this is I know this is low hanging fruit. This is the thing that most confuses me. The federal government is not trying this case. It's the state of Utah. The state of Utah put on a whole bunch of evidence. Andrew and I sat for a week and watched it. We watched the whole thing. He and I you can watch the streams. We watched the whole thing together to see what the evidence was. And we both found it very convincing. That's why he says that he finds the evidence very convincing, because he spent 40 hours of his life watching it.
Okay. All right, now let's get to his real problem. So now we're going to get into his problems with the official theory. This was what was so pressing, he had to reach out to me. You ready? What should have happened was independent journalists should have tried to find some of Tyler's text. Question 1. This is why this person doubts the official story. You ready? Question 1. And I'm quoting, does he text like a weirdo?
Okay.
This person believes that the text he sees that allegedly are confessions from Tyler Robinson are, quote, weird. Okay? There's compelling reason to not believe the state story, number 1. Next, is there a gunsmith that ordered the ugly furniture for the World War II rifle? And why would the family do that to the antique? The family made this gun ugly. So therefore, the state's case has to be false. And I'm just like, what? And he's like, now be brutally honest. What do you think? And I'm like, you want me to be brutally honest? I mean, and then he later's like, well, here's the problem, right? So he clarifies. You ready? So here's his real problem. If you go on to address her points instead of, I shouldn't address her points, okay? Because I tried to say, well, here's what Candace is saying. He goes, if the question is he a patsy for the feds? I'm not saying you can't use evidence supplied by a Fed or mainstream. What he's saying is, if the topic is he a patsy, you're not allowed to use evidence from the feds or from the mainstream. So if I say, I think you're a Fed, you can't provide me evidence to disprove that because you're biased, nor can I use like federal documents, etc., because those are federal documents. So in other words, you would somehow have to prove, in order to prove that Candace doesn't have to make any affirmative claims that he's being set up by the feds, you have to disprove the hypothetical by providing evidence that wasn't from the mainstream.
Well, Rob,
that's the burden that's been set out.
But, by the way, one very funny point and serious point about that. I'll do serious. One, Andrew provided a text message not provided by the mainstream as evidence of Charlie's fear that the left was going to kill him.
But that's the turning. No, that's Fed turning point. That qualifies as mainstream. Okay. Can't do that.
I don't know if I qualify as mainstream with my sub 6,000 subs. But Rob, breaking news. I have this piece of evidence. It turns out that Tyler Robinson did it. And I can tell because see, this little stick figure man, he said Tyler Robinson did it. And I'm not part of the mainstream. I found this piece of evidence. Now, you might not find my evidence compelling. You might think that this is very weak evidence, but it's not from the mainstream. It's not from the Fed narrative. Now, you might say, well, God, why don't you use more compelling evidence? To which I might say, oh, well, because unfortunately, the state and the prosecution, they don't share with me very nicely, Rob. They gobbled up all the good evidence and they used it in their case. But you said I wasn't allowed to use any of that. So now I'm stuck with the bad, useless evidence because I'm not allowed to use the evidence that the prosecutors are using because it's too convincing.
So, Whiskey Devil, I hope it was everything you wanted. You wanted me to read your question. Okay. I promise I'm going to run through these real quick, though. Late Boomer says, a lot of people think you lost the debate solely based on your unpleasant voice, Rob, just to say. And that's a valid claim, right? But I'm going to reject the claim because I think you have a pussy-sounding name, Late Boomer. So there. I reject because you sound like a pussy. Next, we got Two Wills. Number 60 months says, laughing my ass off. Great stream. Thanks for the laugh, Merlin. Watermelons, $5 says, sent that Candace supporters going crazy position. Then Merlin comes on. It couldn't have timed the super chat better. Yep. World Radio, $10 says, people aren't going to go after her views, opinions, or her ideas. They're upset she's espousing her views in a defamatory manner. We called out. She uses proxies to inform her assertion without evidence. Yep. Zach Ariel again, or however, Zacharol. $10, whatever. It's spelled weird. It's not. You fuckers. Anyways, $10 says, gonna be so embarrassing for you guys when when the defense calls Israel.
We call Israel. Who? Everybody.
The whole country. Every Jew must come in. Kyle rode the dinosaur. $10. Thank you, man. Single Dad's Club, $10 says, same type of smooth brain logic is going into sports as well, where there are clear great moves or not, like the NFL draft. People will find some damn conspiracy to satisfy the nuts. Yep. Osmo, $5 says, It's not the demand for evidence that hits. It's the long, awkward prattle and silence after. Good luck in the debate, Rob. Thank you. Robert Jenkins, $2 says, appreciate you both. Collins are the best. Thank you. Jefferson, $2 says, was mocking Merlin's confession phrasing argument. Dave, thank you so much. $2 says, that was the debate we all wanted Friday. Yep. Kevin Faulkner, 5 gifted memberships to your channel. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Daniel Graves, $5 says, it's not insane or crazy to have an opinion that he may have been influenced by a third party, but at least come to the table with evidence. Yeah, influence is one thing. I don't put that to the level of instigating. For example, like Israel could put out a bunch of shit that's just like from Netanyahu's own personal account and saying, Charlie's a piece of shit. We hate him now. And if someone reads that and is like, yeah, I'm going to take Charlie out, would you really say, aha, Israel's responsible? Like at some point, it's like, wait, what?
I didn't like this argument when it was people saying you can't play Grand Theft Auto because it's going to make you a mass murderer. You know,
that's
like
exactly the same.
I hear that's why I asked him, is he a leftist? Because the only person I hear making this is people like Destiny, who'll say like, you are the sum total of your experiences. You're not like a person with agency and free will. On the right, people tend to believe that we have free will and that we're responsible for what we do, and I think that's a healthier worldview.
Grassroots Hegemon, 250 joules, clapping seal for you. FDNY,
Thanks,
$2 for you, says, why wouldn't they have had Robinson unalive? If he takes himself out, that'll be more part of the conspiracy.
Well, they're already calling that shot because if he, honestly, the kid's facing the death penalty. It looks like overwhelmingly likely he's going to be convicted. He's going to be on suicide watch, and you know how ghoulish these folks are. Like if they can. They don't have to be right very often. They just have to be right 1 out of 1,000. So if they can just call that shot, there you go.
And then real quick, we got Daniel Graves, $5 says, also, it doesn't mean he's off the hook for what he did. I don't understand how they can't understand this. Love you both. Keep cooking them. Thank you. And lastly, long live liberty, $5 says, an RFK voice, Smoky Man bad. Thanks for the membership, Cryptors.
Smoky Man bad.
Will S. Will, do you think Andrew lost the debate? Hello. This is the second Will we've had that sound's not working. Check your mic setting real quick, man. Will? All right, we're going to move on then. Fondian, what's up, man? Do you think Andrew lost the debate?
I think he won on facts, but on optics, he got his ass handed to him.
Okay, fair enough. It's a defensible position, I think. I don't think it's as bad as you say, but fair enough. Go ahead. We'll let you make your case.
Okay. Now, there were certain points in the debate that really made him look bad, in my personal opinion. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the Candace fans are going to focus on that and say that's everything.
Like, can you give us an example? Like, I think I know.
Calling the phone issue.
Yeah.
When he called.
Yeah, listen. I'm gonna call this one out, right? Andrew's saying murder instead of aggravated murder. I don't really give a shit. Her being able to recall kind of correctly 7 of them, but the phone does make it worse. I wouldn't have done it. I agree with that, because when you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's suspicious, because then it makes it look like she just did something incredible. She recalled this incredible detail.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's fair to say that she got good clips out of that section. Like on substance, I don't think it means anything, but in terms of clips,
exactly,
she clipped farm. She got good clips that section for sure.
Well, that's kind of my point. That's why I was talking about optics. And that's a lot of what Candace fans are going by are going to be feeling and optics. They're not looking at the actual facts.
But they were going to do that anyways. Would you agree?
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
So that kind of messed him up. The whole women, or I don't know if I can say it on YouTube, but the R word thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of a bad optic.
Yeah, but there's nothing you could do in the fact that that's Andrew's position that he said. And look,
again, I fully agree.
Let me say this, right? Like, I think if Andrew gave a perfect debate performance, which is impossible, but let's just say hypothetically, a team of 30 people like came up with like literally the best answer and the best performance in every way against every meta claim, like in a lab. I don't think it changes 99% of Candace's audience. They're going to say the same thing.
I don't think
Well,
it would change
Andrew's a
99%,
smoky man.
but
He
it
couldn't
would
open
have
a
changed
pickle
more.
jar. What's that?
Yeah, I think it would have swayed more people, though.
Maybe.
Not
But
a lot of them, but more.
Yeah.
I will say this. I don't know how much the needle would have moved even in a perfect performance. But if your point is quite simply, Andrew made a mistake. Optically, he could have looked better here. You get no complaint here. I agree.
Yep.
But I don't think anyone would be expected to not make any sort of optic mistake in a 3-hour conversation.
Exactly.
You know? So,
And
So
like
I-
they're calling up the charges and all that. And in reality, it's not relevant. However, this group, as you have talked to and heard yourself, they're going to say that that's everything because there's nothing else they can really hang on.
I agree.
Well, but I think
And
you should think about it in terms of time horizons. And here's what I mean by that. If you looked at polls that were taken, not of Candace's audience, but of like normie audiences during the debate, Andrew was overwhelmingly winning. After the debate, he starts losing on all those polls because Candace's
he
audience
got flooded.
is huge and they zerg out, right? But what about the next time horizon? Because we all know this is the Zerg moment. This is when the Candace antibodies are kicking in. It's all over the internet, the clips, blah, blah, blah. But I think my prediction is in 6 months, what we're going to see is the same thing that happened when Andrew started talking about force doctrine. And all of a sudden you started seeing people all over the internet copying it. And it was an argument that they could deploy and they could use, and they started using it, right? I think you're going to start seeing people use the argument that Rob's been using, which is like, that's nice, where's your evidence? That's nice, where's your evidence? That's nice, where's your evidence? Because I in the long run, I think that's going to be the takeaway. So I think right now I agree with you on optics, but I'm not sure it's going to stay that way. I guess what I'm saying.
Oh, I can see your point there.
Yeah,
The
I think it
thing
might
is,
age well.
though, like I said, when you're talking to folks that are in that persuasion, like I said, they are only going to see optics. Anything of substance, unless it's like one little point, they're going to forget. They're only going to focus on one thing.
I agree. I largely do. But hey, Fondian, thanks so much for the call. I think it's a reasonable interpretation. I do.
Mhm.
See
Yeah,
you,
like
man.
I said, he lost on optics, but he won on facts.
All right, man. You take it easy. Matt Willie? $10 says Rob on the Candace Monopoly reference. Her next sentence in that clip was at least for questioning. Yeah, I know. She isn't making a Monopoly references. She's accusing Erica.
Whoa. She wasn't making a Monopoly reference, Rob? That's crazy.
So fucking stupid.
Rob,
Oh, look, it's our friend
Rob, hold on. Before you read this, Rob, you are complicit in slandering Candace Owens for saying that she wasn't making Monopoly reference. Sorry, I didn't want to break your rhythm with Alishness, your favorite friend.
Oh, Alishness. $5. Real quick, did you read that yet?
Oh, hold on. I'm ready.
All right, you didn't read that yet, right?
No, not yet.
All right, prediction. Who do you think Alishness think won the debate on substance?
Oh, well, Destiny thinks Candace won, so she's going to think Candace won.
Okay, let's check it out. Alishness, $5 says, why is it so hard for people to accept she won the debate based on the merit of her arguments, not just optics? Andrew showed up unprepared. Thanks for the 5, Alishness. Lenny, it's funny. Everybody, people say that, and then I'm like, oh, cool. Can you provide one piece of evidence that she had that there's overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy? No, they can't do it. Lenny Grat. Now the next thing Alishness will say, yeah, I can, but you won't let me call in because she can't call in because I don't even know why she's still out in your chat. Fed post bullshit. Anyways, Lenny Grad, $5, but thanks for the 5. Lenny Grad, $5 says it's 100% false, outright slanderous lie to say Andrew can't open pickle jars. It was an olive jar. That is true.
Hey, there you go.
Nailed it. All
right. You're complicit in that.
Here we go. I'm going to try Will again. He was in line. So Will, can you hear me?
Can you
Will
hear
with
me?
a period.
Yeah, I think I heard you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know why. So
do you think Andrew lost the debate?
Yes, I do think he lost the debate in the sense that I think that he could have brought up more damaging evidence for Tyler Robinson, and he just didn't do it.
But now wait a minute. Just to be clear, that's a fair claim, but that doesn't mean he lost the debate. Saying you could have done better doesn't mean you lost. So compare that. You think that Candace defended her position more, that there's
No,
overwhelming evidence that he's a
I'm not going to
patsy.
defend. I can't defend her. Really, the reason I wanted to come on was because I was going to ask you why did you not tell Andrew to bring up and hold Candace to the fact that the state had the evidence of Tyler Robinson texting Lance Twiggs before he tried, or as he's trying to retrieve his rifle?
The
If
texts
I
are all
see,
faked. Lance Twiggs
well,
wrote the
here,
text.
but
Andrew brought up the
at
text. He
least
said they're all fake.
at least trying to convince the audience, because it was a very good gotcha when you brought up the cameras, and
Because I'll
the market
explain
really
why.
did love that.
I'll explain why, right? First off, why didn't I tell him? Because I couldn't talk to him. That's one. Secondly, when it comes to this point specific, or the points like this specifically, Candace talked almost 2-1 to Andrew, right? Andrew's like, I find the confessions compelling. And then she rambles on. These could be fake. They could be Lance Twiggs. And then you're like, what he should have been was like, pause. Let me outline specifically each way he confessed. To which her argument's going to be like, I don't give a shit. Each of the confessions were written by Lance Twiggs. You're right. If he had more time, right, and was like, I'm going to outline in critical detail the entire state's case. Here is every word he said of every confession. To you and me in the audience, we're like, damn, that's compelling. To her and her audience, and it's just, okay, we used to call this in policy debate. We'd say, group all of those arguments. My answer is, all fake. So if it was me, I did it, is just dispensed up by Candace and her audience saying, that's fake, Lance Twiggs wrote it. I don't think the less compelling, I'm here for my rifle, all of a sudden moves the needle. She's just going to say, that too is fake.
Well, no. Do you know what text I'm referring to, though?
You're referring to the text where he says, I'm sitting outside, I see the bomb-sniffing dogs, I'm
Yeah.
hoping they don't find the gun. That's less damning than, it was me, I did it.
No, is that all the context of what you think I'm talking about?
Yes, I think. Well, no,
Okay.
I'm assuming you're gonna say this lines up with what the police
Yeah,
were doing at the time, or
it
something.
corroborates the other
Listen,
evidence.
listen, because I don't know how the hell you guys don't know about this. How is it? Go in the indictment and read the text messages. Robinson literally texts Twiggs saying, as he's trying to retrieve the rifle, after he said, there's a squad car right by it. I probably won't be able to get it. He literally
Isn't that what you
said,
just said?
yes, but you didn't let me finish. Right after that, he specifically says, if I see and this is the quote from the meme on the engraved bullet. If I see
notices bulge,
bulge,
yeah.
woo on Fox News, I'm gonna have a stroke. How is that not the most damaging evidence you could hold to account?
If you
on
believe,
that?
I think saying I killed him is more damaging than saying if I see a bulge, I'll die. I think that the former is far more convincing that he did it. And if the answer to the former is all of these texts are faked, for example, in the specific message you're talking about, Candace actually, believe it or not, has a stronger claim to dispense with that, because she says in the specific timeline he couldn't have sent that because he was at a steakhouse in Pancouche. And that's not the case with some of the other ones. But in that one specifically, we know that that's fake because we have a receipt. I'm not disputing that it's like, the engraved bullet, there's a similar message on the text. I'm not saying that that's not some sort of evidence. I just don't know that it's any more compelling evidence than that was me. When the explanation that you're trying to defend against is, the feds said all of the, or hell, not even the feds. Lance Twiggs could have done the engraving. His hand was on the Dremel. Lance Twiggs did all the Discord. So if that's the case, would Lance Twiggs know what he engraved on the Dremel?
Well, I understand the speculation you're giving to basically be the devil's advocate, or at least Candace's advocate. I understand that. But I think from like a perspective of people who weren't aware of the case fully, I think that mentioning those things would have been so damaging to the reputation that she has built up, which is either Erica and TPUSA are complicit in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, or if it's Israel and the French Legion that did it.
I'll just say real quick, if I had to bring up a bunch of things that I would have rather introduced in evidence, I'd have probably put 14, 15 things above that. But sure, that's something that I would have added. You know?
I think Rob and I are both in agreement that, like, in terms of our debate styles, like, I would have gone in hard on the state's evidence because that's how I prefer to debate.
Mhm.
But it's not my money to spend, you know. And like, for Andrew's perspective, and I think this is a fair point, what he really wanted to show was that Candace had no evidence for her claims. That her claims, Israel did it, Erica Kirk, like all these conspiracies she's coming up with, there's no evidence for these things. And I think the real risk is, like, see how we got kind of bogged down in details and we're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. You lay out 15, 18 pieces of evidence, and then Candace says, well, it's not fair for you to lay out 18 pieces of evidence and then I don't get to talk about them. So now you've got to talk about 18 pieces of evidence, and now you're in the fucking Pisco 11-hour trap, except 4 hours in, she's going to say, I'm pregnant. I don't want to do this anymore. Debate over. And you're going to say, I paid $300,000 and I never got to talk about your total lack of evidence for your claims. And she's going to say, oh, that's a shame. We're done. So I think there's a real risk for Andrew getting bogged down in litigating these details where he can't actually get a win. And where he could get a win was proving that she had no evidence for her claims. So he made the strategic decision to move more quickly over the first prompt and get to the second prompt when he was able to. Now, that's a matter of strategy, but I could see why he did it, given the extraordinary lengths he had to go to get the debate in the first place.
And just to let you know, we didn't have communication with Andrew during while he's in the studio debating. But we did.
Sorry.
There were breaks,
Well, that's what the earpiece
and we
was
did say no.
That's just so you could hear the clips.
The earpiece was given by Candace's teams to Patrick, Bet David, Candace, and Andrew, merely so they could hear the clips. So at least on our end, we were unable to communicate with Andrew. Now, when they took a break, we'd be able to. And after the second break, me and Ryan were like, "Okay, here's more state's evidence." And Andrew said, "Listen, I'm going to say that's my case for the state. I talked about the gun. I talked about the confession. I think that's the best evidence. I could do more on it. I want to get to her claims. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move on to her claims because otherwise I'm not going to have time to hold her accountable for the things she said." So that, and again, me and Ryan were both like, man, we'd be here all day. We'd try to stay. But his point was, I'm never going to I paid and just so people know, Andrew paid $300,000 because he wanted to have her answer for her claims. Part of her condition, the original debate acceptance was, I'll debate you on your claim that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did it. That's all she wanted to talk about. When Andrew debated Stu Peters, that's all Stu Peters wanted to talk about. They don't want to discuss their claims. So Andrew could have just as well walked in and said, yep, you're right, the state case is bullshit. Anyways, on to your claims. Because he didn't give a shit in the context of what his agenda was. And given that it was his $300,000, who the fuck am I to disagree? You know, it's like, all we could do is say, yeah, okay. Fair enough. And I'll bet I would have defended the state's case better and not got to her claims. That's probably what have happened.
Yeah.
And then people would have been like, Rob, you didn't even ask her about saying Erica Kirk should be in jail. You didn't even ask her where her proof is that Israel did it. You didn't even ask her about the French Foreign Legion. And I'd say, well, I thought I was doing a good job defending the state's case. And she would have just said, oh, that's bullshit. All the evidence is faked anyways. And then optically, what are people saying? Rob knew he couldn't challenge Candace's claims. That's why he stayed away. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you're damned if you do, damned. And the other thing to remember here is, you know that Merlin guy? Were you listening when that Merlin guy called in?
Yeah, a little bit of him, yeah.
Okay. Candace is even worse than him, which is there are people that are unwilling to, like, you have a chain of an argument, right? You'll be like, the argument I'm making is very simple with him. With Andrew's evidence that he's citing, if it's hypothetically true, you'd say very compelling that the state's case is right. With the evidence he's talking about, if hypothetically true, we'd say that doesn't prove anything. That proves a husband and wife fought. So do you see? But instead it takes 15 minutes to get through because he's like, what do you mean hypothetical? I don't know what that means. Well, is that evidence when he says it was me? I couldn't stand the hate. Is that evidence? Right now it's like, what the fuck? You have to spend 15 minutes. That's what Candace does.
What that
everything.
is?
For example,
That's a breakdown in conversation.
Well,
For
but it's
sure.
intentional. It's
a
intentional.
weaponized breakdown in conversation.
Right. And like, for example, I should even bring up the clip. When you get to the end, when Andrew's, or not the end, but the second half, where Andrew's like, okay, I want to ask you questions. I'll make it as painless as possible. They're not going to be loaded. I'm just going to ask you some questions. What he wants to ask is like, do you think Israel did it? Do you think French Foreign Legion did it? Do you think Mormon beekeepers did it? Do you think Erica Kirk's complicit? Do you think Andrew Kovale's got? That's what he wanted to do. Get her on record and then say, okay, now let's go one by one. Where's your evidence? You said you think Mormon beekeepers did it. Can you provide evidence for that claim? But instead he says, hey, I'm going to make this painless. It'll be simple yes, no questions. If you could please engage. And she goes, I want to stop right here in the negotiations for this debate. And on and on and on she rambles. Before he even gets to ask one fucking question. So if the more he spent on, okay, here's the defense, here's the state, she's just going to yammer on and on and on and on and on, saying nothing basically. Well, it could be this, it could be that. And then he's not going to get his opportunity. So I agree, even within that framework, are there things he could have said better? Yeah, but I can say that about every debate I've ever done. So Andrew gave himself a 7 out of 10. So I think he acknowledges, there are points I could have made better, but ultimately I think he accomplished his goal.
Yeah, I think so too. So I don't think he lost the debate, truthfully. I just really wanted to ask because I thought that was like the most just damaged, like basically the smoking gun in my eyes, because he's acknowledging, even though you might say Candace is going to say, oh, well, that's just speculation because he's at this steakhouse. But like, even if the state, I feel like it holds more weight if the state is saying in the indictment that they have these messages that they're willing to document it on there. It's like unless you're going to name me any other times where states have just blatantly made up messages like that.
Well,
you don't know about the Jews, man. Yeah. The Jews can force the state to do anything.
It's actually worse than that, Will, because it's not just it's like the message corroborates the carvings. The carvings corroborate Lance Twiggs's testimony. Lance Twiggs's testimony corroborates the messages. The messages corroborate the location of the rifle. The location of the rifle is corroborated by 2 independent pieces of video evidence. The messages are further corroborated by the video evidence of him coming back to try to retrieve the rifle, which is corroborated by the partial plate run by his car. Like all the evidence interlocks, right? And this is why when you debate people on the other side of this, they always want to atomize it and take it apart, because if you're ever given the opportunity to put the pieces of evidence together, you start seeing why we call it overwhelming. Because you couldn't just fake one piece. You'd have to fake everything. It would have to be this huge sprawling conspiracy to get anywhere near this, because all the evidence is interlocking.
Yeah. All right, fellas. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you for the conversation.
Hey. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I bumped a button. Thank you, Will. I appreciate it. Now I have a feeling pretty much everyone else in our chat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 4 of these 5 cannot follow directions. 4 of these 5 are going to say Andrew won. And when we specifically said the most important thing is we just want calls from people that think that Andrew lost. So now at least 2 of these 4 are going to try to cleverly bullshit us and be like, well, in this sense, Andrew lost. I have a feeling. But
wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Breaking news, Rob. I have damaging evidence that I'd like to put on screen, courtesy of my moderator, Zero Fucks.
Uh-oh.
Damaging evidence. Now, for all of you out there who are wondering about DinoGate, who are wondering how come your whip songs don't get played, who are wondering how come Rob keeps siding with Andrew, Zero Fucks has finally proved he cracked the case.
No!
It's the Crucible Yarmulke.
Oh my God.
The Crucible Yarmulke, Rob.
No!
It's you and Andrew and the tiny hats all together.
Oy vey! No!
They got you.
All right. You sons of... Don't... Look, Candace people are watching like, clip it, you know. So here, $10. Thanks for the super sticker, man. Old Joe, $5 says, great exchange on the PBD podcast when Adam made Vinny distance himself from Candace conspiracies as Andrew subtly shifted the zeitgeist. I think it's starting to. Listen, this is funny. You know who Dan Blazarian is?
Mm-hmm.
He's like sort of a white nationalist. He's running for Congress.
Yeah, sort of.
He hopped on the space last night that I was on. And he's like, oh yeah, Andrew lost. I watched the debate and blah, blah, blah. So he goes on about it. And I was like, you watched the debate? He's like, yeah. I was like, can you tell me what the topic was? He's like, well, state's case and, some things Candace said. So I was like, well, they were both arguing overwhelming. I was like, can you provide me one piece of evidence she gave that Tyler Robinson was a patsy? And he's like, well, when you look at it like that, wow, she did terribly. She's a grifter. I'm like, okay. It was pretty funny. But Lysol operator, $5 says, Rob, I honestly expected Andrew to say, I changed my mind. I don't think the state's case is good. Convince me of your claims. Also think that. It was a theory that we had. It was just like, yep, okay. You're right. State's case is bullshit. Anyways, prove Israel did it. Right? It was a thought. But all right, here we go. Ranger and Rogue up next. What's up, sir?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. You think Andrew lost?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I thought for sure you wouldn't think that, but go ahead. Good.
No. First and foremost, I mean, good to see you, Rob. Congrats.
Yes, of course. Always good to hear from you, man.
Yeah. So I'm in this rare camp where I had a bias towards Andrew. I've watched a ton of Andrew's content for years. I mean, we've been on Hippy Dippy together when he's back as BPF, and I had a bias towards Andrew. I always do. I think he's one of the best debaters in the world. I think that he did lose this debate, and mainly because. So, for instance, you were a collegiate debater.
Mm-hmm.
The first hour of the debate, I think Andrew lost to himself. And it set the tempo for the rest of the debate. It doesn't matter if Andrew smashed her in hours 2, 3, and 4. The first hour of the debate, I felt like Andrew was overly pedantic regarding the fingerprints being degraded. And this was just, as you know, the public opinion that's impartial is going to slant in the way of the tempo that the first hour of the debate is going to be. And that's why I kind of feel like he got blown out by himself, not Candace. Candace didn't beat him. He lost to himself in the first hour because he kept repeatedly saying, so what? Every time Candace said Tyler's prints weren't the most prominent on the rifle.
Maybe I have a misunderstanding of what the word pedantic means, but I understand what you're saying. I think he should have handled it better. For the record, I did send in a fact check on this, which didn't get presented, which again, I'm not, look, that's a loser's game to bitch about the moderation or something, so I'm not doing that. But I did recognize this as, it's a simple answer. Degraded DNA means nothing. He should have said, so what? That means nothing. He still had the majority of DNA. Degraded DNA doesn't mean that you aren't the person. I just disagree with you that sets the tone. For example, it's clear that he knows much more when he's talking about the bullet. It's clear that she won't stake a position on whether or not she thinks it's a bullet. It's clear that if she thinks that it's another gun, that she would claim that any other gun would also be expected to have a through and through and be a perforating bullet. So I don't think that it's as damaging as you're claiming here, that then means that we should that we ignore the fact that she provides zero evidence for any of her claims, in my opinion.
I wish she had been more pedantic because she was talking about DNA like it was fingerprints.
Right.
So I kind of wish she'd been more petty on that point if I was gonna give a criticism.
So a few things. When this first happened, right, all the right-wingers started saying it was a palm gun, it was an explosive, it was a hand signal, like a third baseman, it was like all this crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. And I spent over 100 hours making a 45-minute YouTube video that got throttled by YouTube, by the way, debunking all of these right-wing conspiracies around the murder. And I was immediately attacked by the right. Yet again, I'm politically homeless for objectively viewing things.
You bastard.
And there's it's not a binary, it's a percentage chance. Is it going to rain today? There's a 40% chance it's going to rain today. It's not an absolute yes or no, it's going to rain today, right? And a lot of people just can't comprehend that the spectrum. Candace took a huge fucking L saying 0%. That's huge insane. Anyone that says an absolute on anything, and I agree with Andrew with the 70 to 80% that he was the shooter. But in my video, which I highly recommend you watch, towards the end of it, I'm just kidding. Either Tyler Robinson took the shot, or somebody from his direction took the shot, potentially with a smaller caliber. There was also a sniper pad found on a separate roof behind Tyler's position, and a spent casing, which they said was irrelevant to the case, and it's still being litigated. But this is also something significant. The reason why
it wasn't a spent casing.
It was a full casing.
The 223.
One of the police officers racked their gun, and the 223 got discharged. Discharged, but it was a full casing. It wasn't fired.
I was misremembering. You're correct. But I think the reason why it's so significant that his prints weren't the most prominent, because again, he's the person that dragged it there, went up to the rooftop.
You're mistaken. They were the most prominent.
They weren't prints. It's DNA, not fingerprints, and it was the most prominent.
Oh, it was the most prominent.
Correct.
During the debate, Candace kept claiming that they weren't the most prominent.
Candace was wrong.
She's mistaken, and Andrew mentioned that. There is two separate claims. There is prominence of DNA, and then there is degradation of DNA. So, for example, let's say that my DNA is on 90. I have 99% of all the DNA of the gun is mine, and 1% is Ryan. But my 99 is degraded more than his 1%. That would mean that I have the majority of the DNA on the gun, but it's also the most degraded. The degradation of DNA, by the way, does not speak whatsoever to who the last person was to touch it. So what laymen think is, well, if the DNA is more degraded from Rob, that means he must have handled the weapon way back in the past. That's why it's degraded. But that's not the way it works. Sometimes that can have an effect. Other times it's the type of DNA. Was it sweat? Was it saliva? Was it blood? Was it like skin from like your wear on the weapon? So all of that. So basically the medical literature shows that you could read very little into whether or not the timing of someone handling something based on the degradation of the DNA. All the DNA's right. All the DNA is there to prove is the people whose DNA are there handled the weapon. It doesn't say when. It can't speak to that. It just says these people handled, whether it's degraded or not. That's what it speaks to.
And on every piece of evidence that they did testing, Tyler Robinson was the major contributor to the DNA. To be clear, on the rifle, there were 4. I can't remember if it's 4 or 5. I think it's 4. I think it's 4. Might be 5 unknown contributors. Or
we have 4 unknown and his dad.
That's it. It's 4 unknowns and his dad. Yeah, that's and then on the screwdriver and the rifle, we know Lance Twiggs is also a contributor, but Tyler is the major contributor. And for each of them, the expert testified that it was at least 1 trillion to 1 times more likely that Tyler Robinson was the major contributor than someone else.
Of course.
So, and that's taking degradation into account. Like she factored that in.
So let me just say my piece. So on one hand, I totally understand because it's a century-old rifle. That rifle has probably been touched by hundreds of people, right? It's been passed down. It's a surplus rifle. But at the same time, the rifle, and again, he had his hands all over it for a long period of time. He got off the roof, disassembled it, planted it. Now, hypothetically, let's say if someone else were to plant it, right? I think it's kind of concerning that the rifle was planted on a property that was owned by 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owned 2.5 million shares of Palantir, right? So, and I'm not saying that this is like proof of anything, but
why does that matter about anything?
Why is that concerning?
It's concerning because it's tied to the most powerful people in the world that could potentially.
Wait, real. If Palantir wanted to frame me, would it be possible for them to go to this field next door that's not owned by Palantir?
I think that it would. It's not that definitive proof, but I'm just saying that the.
But
other
I don't think it's not.
Not definitive
no, it's
proof.
not. It's not proof. It's not evidence of anything.
It's not evidence, but it's something to look into. I mean, it's like detective work, right? You have a lead, you look into the lead. I wouldn't say that it's nothing. I wouldn't say that it's everything, right?
No,
It's
I
not
would
a
say
yes
it's
or a
nothing.
no.
I would say it's nothing.
The thing is, it's not like there's wooded areas all over. Like there's a wooded area by Candace, right? And then he dropped off the rifle in the wooded area where people wouldn't see him, right? Because he doesn't want to drop it off where everyone's looking at him. And he scouted it out. There's surveillance of him scouting it out in the morning. I don't think he was like, oh, I scouted out. Like, so just to be clear, if what the state has represented is that there's surveillance footage of him, which we haven't seen yet, but they've represented they have it, checking out the wooded area in the morning before the shot. And then afterwards, he hops off the building and runs to the wooded area where he dropped off the gun, which he later described as his drop zone, because he had figured out where he was going to leave the gun so that he could, leave the area and not be very suspicious carrying a rifle. So I guess my question is like, what about Palantir's ownership is relevant to that? It seems like the relevant piece to me is that it was a convenient wooded area.
I mean, Palantir is one of the scariest companies on the earth. I think we all know that.
But if Palantir didn't own it, it would still be a wooded area that would be a good place to drop off the gun, right?
And I would, that just bolsters the argument. I would say that it's possible that somebody else could have planted the rifle after Tyler took the shot. Let's just say, hypothetically, Tyler takes the shot, gets off the roof, throws the rifle somewhere, someone else picks it up, plants it somewhere else. These are things that do need to be explored.
Now, wait, just to be clear, maybe I could give you this as the smallest of importance. I hesitate to even say that, but maybe if there's 8 wooded areas and it just so happens to be in the one owned by Palantir, maybe you have something. But where there's like basically any moron would look and say, okay, if I needed to get away and drop a weapon, where would I do it? There, the woods. Okay, like that, the Palantir connection. Secondly, I'm going to need proof that this is owned by Palantir.
Yeah, sure. I can give you proof.
Yeah, but I guess
it's
just put it in the private chat there. That's fine.
It's not owned by Palantir. It's owned by 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who's owned by a guy that owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir. He has a very large stake and say in Palantir.
It's owned by? What was the exact owner?
683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir, over 2.5 million shares. So it's not like he's a nobody when it comes to the realm of Palantir.
Okay, can put the evidence in the private chat.
I just did. Let me find his name. It's like
no. You just typed that out. You didn't put evidence. You just typed it out.
I could pull up the.
You said it. What you wrote, just so people know, is 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million. But that's not proof of that's you restating the claim in text form. I need an article, some sort of proof.
I can read you the SEC file
because I'm looking it up and everything I'm reading saying that's bullshit.
Sure, and while you're doing that, again, I guess I maybe I just don't have enough conspiracy brain. Maybe this is my failing, that I just don't understand why this would seem like a relevant detail. Like, it's not like you need Palantir's permission to access this wooded area, right? There's video of him with the rifle going to the wooded area. So I guess because there's video of him crossing the street with the rifle to the wooded area, your contention is that he left the wooded area still carrying the rifle, and then someone else brought it back to the wooded
Tyler
area?
didn't do it. This was all a setup by shadowy figures.
I'm trying to
hold on. My stance overwhelmingly is that Tyler most likely took the shot. I'm like 80 to 90% positive that Tyler took that shot.
Which is, I think we all were. Yeah, that's to me, that's overwhelming, by the way.
The other small percentage chance that he didn't take the shot, somebody else took the shot from a different roof in the same direction. Ballistically speaking, when you're talking about ballistic coefficient, when you're talking about a 30 cal, when you're talking about a 30-06, and then it's something that is foot-pounds of energy. The difference between a 30 Winchester and a 30-06 is 1,000 foot-pounds of pressure versus 3,000 foot-pounds of pressure. So, right, or a core-locked bullet, right, as the bullet that was actually shown, which I was waiting for that bullet to come out, which is why I was immediately saying, like, everyone shut the fuck up when this first came out, because they're like, no, 30-06 don't do this. And I don't care how many YouTube videos are out there of rednecks shooting like full pigs and stuff. See the pig explodes. The 30-06 would just go through his neck. It's just not how ballistics work. I was also a combat medic in the Army. I've seen bullets do really weird shit, dude. A bullet can enter your back and shoot out your ass.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all this. It's all good, right? But I don't know where we get to like the 20%. Like first, even if Palantir would own this, I don't think it speaks to anything. Second, I don't believe a capital company that's owned by a guy who has shares of. I don't believe they own it. I don't see any evidence that I've searched 2 AIs and I've done a Brave search, and everything I'm reading is like, no. So I don't believe that. I fail to see any
Rob,
connection whatsoever.
Even on his claim, it's not Palantir. It's a guy who owns stock in Palantir.
Right. Someone in the chat just said they own 300 shares of Palantir. They're wondering now if they're on the hook.
Yeah, I also have a few hundred shares of Palantir, but
or are you? What are we talking about?
Right, but when you have a publicly traded company, hold on, day trading has absolutely no bearing on this. If you understand the stock market,
why does your ownership of Palantir have no bearing on anything? But this guy's ownership of Palantir is critical.
I'm a nobody, and I can't say anything to Palantir that would sway any of their movements or the direction in their company. When you have 2.5 million shares, yes, you have way more of a say in the company.
So, okay.
But wait, what you provided, I'm just going to read this.
Sure.
This is what you provided. You pro 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir. Okay. I'm like, well, that's not really proof. That's just you typing that out. You say, okay, I'll provide proof. Then you type out let me finish. Then you type out the next thing. You say, Ari Zweiman is the managing member, founder of 683 Capital Management and related 683 Capital Partners. Okay. A New York-based hedge fund headquartered in New York. Great. Then you type, public SEC filings show the fund has held a large put position on Palantir Technology in recent quarters. Examples include 2.3 to 2.4 million shares underlying the puts, a bunch of shares valued in $280 to $414 million range. So what you've done is you've said, without providing evidence, this company owns the land. And then you're like, this guy is a manager there. And this guy has stock in Palantir. But you haven't provided evidence that this guy owns the land. That's what I'm asking for.
It's so again, 683 Capital is owned by him.
But you don't have evidence that
the land.
No. Show me that. That's what I'm asking for. Show me the proof that they own the land. That's what I'm asking for.
I'm trying to find the address because it's been scrubbed everywhere.
Wait.
I'm also.
You're not going to claim
SEC
if we
filings.
can't find the evidence that it's been
No.
scrubbed.
Hold on. First, I'm not saying that it's definitive proof. I'm saying that
Of
it's
course.
worth looking into.
Okay,
right?
but I disagree that it's worth looking into. I think who owned this land is irrelevant unless we have some other piece of evidence. Just saying, isn't that weird that a wealthy man who owns shares in a company that I think's really shitty owns this land? No, that's not that weird. But I guess the first step before we get to that is, okay, can we see that guy? What if he doesn't own it? What would you say?
I would say that it's still worth looking into because there's multiple sets of prints.
Wait. So if this Palantir dude doesn't own it, it's still worth looking into Palantir?
No, not Palantir. It's still worth looking into the multiple sets of DNA on the rifle to see if anyone else was involved. There's no doubt that Tyler Robinson handled that firearm the majority of the time.
What do you mean look into, though?
But investigate.
Right. So let's say that. So, okay. Here, let me explain what the court filing says.
And can I pull this up when you have a chance?
Yeah.
To
my understanding, what the court filing says is this, that there were people that they specifically were testing their DNA to roll out. For example, people that would be in the homes. So they checked Lance Twiggs' DNA on everything. They checked Tyler Robinson's. They checked Tyler Robinson's father. On the gun, there's no reporting they found Lance Twiggs' DNA, which we could assume they didn't, because they used him and found his profile. Yeah. They were testing for him on the towel, on the screwdriver. So the only persons named on the rifle were Tyler Robinson and his dad, Mike Robinson or Mark Robinson? Mark Robinson, I think is his dad's name. Okay. When you say look into, presumably what you mean is, hey, Mark Robinson, do you have an alibi? I think they did that. I think they were like, we're going to make sure that Mark Robinson wasn't here.
What I'm trying to allude to is that if he did have a handler, hypothetically, that there would be more than one set of DNA on that rifle. It would be more than likely that that DNA would have multiple people's traces on it.
But okay, do you think a family heirloom gun would have multiple traces of DNA?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then what you're saying is, of course, we would completely reasonably expect this DNA to have multiple sources of DNA. But if it has multiple sources of DNA, then we must somehow do some further investigation than what they're already doing, getting alibis and everything from everyone whose DNA they see. What further do you want? What should they do further to Matt Robinson?
I mean, I guess that's up to the government to actually investigate it and not allow like a crime scene to get completely demolished.
The crime scene wasn't demolished.
They repaved it. What do you mean?
It was no longer a crime scene when they
and
repaved
also the rifle wasn't found in that area, so
correct.
It has nothing to do with the rifle. But
right, but the projectile was found there because it was found inside of Charlie, and there could have been additional fragments of that bullet.
Okay, how many days should they have kept it as a crime scene?
Federal investigations. I mean, a crime scene. at least a few weeks.
No, that's not normal at all. Sandy Hook was 72 hours.
Yeah,
and how many people died
normally
there?
only a few days. Yeah, but going back to the Palantir Forest thing,
Sure.
Here's where I get lost with this, and maybe I'm just being not conspiracy brained enough. So this is the road where surveillance video footage showed, and I know it's very zoomed out, so you can't really see the guy, but basically, like after hops off the roof, the figure in the black hoodie, who I think we believe is Tyler Robinson, but that's what they're going to try to prove in court. He crosses this street, right, and then this is the wooded area where the gun was found. Now, this isn't like a deep forest. Like if you look on the side here, no more trees. There's a building up here, right? This is all very sparse coverage. When I look at this, my first thought isn't like, if I just shot somebody, I should check if Palantir owns these trees. My first thought is like, holy shit, I need somewhere to hide my gun. And when he scoped out the surroundings and they have surveillance of him coming into this area, he's like, well, that's a good place to leave a gun. Because it's the only place that I'm concealed and private where I could cross the road.
That's under the assumption that he doesn't have a handler.
But would you acknowledge this? Any murder that's ever occurred could theoretically have had a handler.
Yes.
Okay. So then what do we do about this? Every single murder ever, we have dead to rights. I did it. We have a video of them doing it. We have the blood. You're like, but there could be a handler. So what do we do about that? What does the normal course of investigations look like now? We have to keep crime scenes open for weeks. We are looking into, what does that look like? How are we looking for a handler in every murder ever now?
And also, just to be totally clear, if he killed Charlie Kirk and he had a handler, he's not a patsy. He's the murderer.
He's a useful idiot. Yeah.
Well, okay, hold on.
It's a murder.
If you're to be clear, the state could take him to trial, convict him of murder, and put him to death, and then 5 years later find out that there was somebody else involved and charge them with murder too. Like, it's not like the state's not trying to rule out the theoretical possibility of other people being involved. That's just not something the state has to do. But Candace's argument was that he's a patsy. If he's the murderer, he's not a patsy.
No, I think George Zinn is the patsy. I don't think that Tyler Robinson is the patsy. I think Tyler Robinson most likely pulled the trigger.
Okay, so then we agree that Candace is completely wrong.
Yeah. No. We're off into the weeds. We've been off into the weeds. I'm not agreeing with Candace. That's why I even said that Andrew lost to himself in the first hour, because he was harping on the fact that the degradation of the DNA wasn't important. I felt that it was very important.
But again, so then what you're saying is, because of arguments that weren't made into the debate, of assumptions you have, that up to and including that some dude that owns Palantir stock owns this land, and that there could be a handler, so therefore there needs to be some increased level of investigation because degraded DNA, because of your preconceived beliefs that you're well, I think he lost because he didn't address beliefs that I've only heard you make.
I have a bias, and I can admit my bias. My bias is that we have an unchecked fourth branch of government, which is the intelligence community. And when there are so many coincidences around the intelligence community, around so many similar things like JFK, like Waco, like Ruby Ridge, and all of these things that at the time I would have been called a kook to have believed any of these things. But then after 30 days of congressional hearings and investigations, the truth finally came to light that they were absolutely in the wrong. And
are you Tyler Robinson's handler?
I think he is. The feds could set that up.
Yeah,
and it would make sense that you would call in to cast doubt about yourself.
and look,
don't laugh. He's dead.
I agree with him. We have an unchecked fourth branch of government that needs to be reined in.
Yep.
And look, this is exactly what a Fed would do. They'd call in. They'd make sure that we're looking everywhere but the right place.
I'm the opposite, right? Because I've debunked a majority of the conspiracies around this.
So you'd like us to believe?
Yeah, true. Ryan,
but you see the problem, what you're doing is you're saying this. There have been bad shit that the federal government's done before. Great. Therefore, in this particular murder, I demand more of an investigation. Okay, what was the investigation that was done? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, what are you demanding? Well, I don't know. Well, why? Well, because there was multiple people's DNA in the gun. But you would agree that's not suspicious because you expect that. Yeah. Well, because I think Palantir owned this land. Okay, but do you have any proof of that? No. Okay, and if Palantir didn't own it, would that change anything for you? No. So I don't know what to do with this.
Right, because it just, it's correlative. It's not it's not causation. I'm not saying definitively that Palantir.
But there
has
is no
any relationship.
correlation. I don't see the correlation.
The correlation is the fact that there is a possibility that Tyler did not plant that rifle. And
yes, but that's true regardless if Palantir ever exists or not, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you said yourself,
whichever
Palantir stock. My
whichever
theory's getting
handler.
better and better.
Yeah, I also own Google. I own.
Oh
a lot
my
of
God,
companies. Yeah, I
Google.
know. I believe it or not.
But do you see the issue here? Right? What you're saying is, this is basically what you're saying. I think that their government could be powerful. So therefore, I don't trust anything ever. Ever. And no matter what, I would heavily suspect, correct me if I'm wrong, and Ryan, you could weigh in on this if you want. No matter what this investigation looked like, you're still going to be like, I'm not convinced. No matter what, they could have not paved over for 5 years and had agents there every day searching the ground. You'd be like, I'm not convinced. That doesn't convince me.
Rob, you know as well as I know that court cases are very nuanced. It depends where they're being held, the expert witnesses that get called, whether they're credible or not, which is subjective. There's a lot of nuance. So overwhelmingly, whatever the court case is, I'm going to believe the majority of it. But yeah, I'll definitely have gripes with certain instances within the court case.
But you would anyways, is all I'm saying. There would be no satisfying those gripes.
Rob, do you believe that President Trump is able to tell the CIA director something and then they would have to listen?
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe that. I don't.
Theoretically, okay, the way you phrase that, I don't believe any person ever in the history of the world could tell any other person in the history of the world something and they would have to listen. Even through penalty of death, they could say, no, I don't listen. So in that sense, you are correct. That yes, I can't definitively say that the president and or anyone else could tell the CIA leader and or anyone else something that they would, quote, have to listen. I guess, yeah. So what's the relevancy to what we're discussing?
Do you think that it's alarming that our most powerful branch, the executive branch, basically has a branch above it that doesn't have to listen to it?
Stop. Whoa. Rob said nothing of the kind.
No, I'm asking.
Okay, do you believe that I could say anything and that Ryan would have to listen?
No, he doesn't have to. But again,
okay, can you name any human being in the history of the world that if said something to someone that any other human being would have to listen? Can you name any combination of that?
Right. We're not talking about individual citizens. We're talking about nation states weaponizing imprisonment.
Can you name any nation state ever that could have told someone something and they have to do it?
So the president has the power to fire the head of the CIA. That's his power. So what is your evidence that the head of the CIA is not beholden to the president?
I think that it goes beyond just the director of the CIA. I mean, Rob, you should know this better than anyone with like the Hunter Biden laptop, right? With all the earmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. I don't believe that anyone in the intelligence community ever actually retires. They're just in the intelligence community.
Look, I'll say
forever.
this: if you're asking the theoretical question, are there people involved in the deep state that have a reason to sabotage elected leaders? Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
And now tie that into Palantir owning wooded land, degraded DNA on a rifle, you not being satisfied with an investigation.
Well, look at Butler, for instance. Okay, what happened to Cheadle?
Holy shit, my guy.
She went in front of Congress, and then what did she say? Nothing. She said nothing the entire time.
I hope that you tie in the Covington kids in this as well. Let's bring it full circle.
No. What I'm saying is that there's no justice. There's no checks and balances when it comes to these intelligence agencies, whether it's the FBI, the DEA, the CIA.
But doesn't that
can I just say this?
Doesn't that prove and simultaneously disprove all theories equally? Like the point I was making earlier with the tongue-in-cheek joke that I think you're his handler is like the argument you're making is so sweeping that it is evidence for and against every proposition.
I'll say this, right? I think that
let's
go to my buddy Alex Jones, right?
Sure.
Now, some of this, you're going to put a conspiracy theory on this as well, but let's just say this. I do believe at some point when Alex gives a mea culpa on Joe Rogan about Sandy Hook, I believe that he's speaking honestly to a degree. And what he says is, I just got so into the conspiracy theories that everything became a conspiracy theory. So every murder, the parent was lying about their kid dying, and the deep state was involved in everything. Sometimes a guy just kills another guy, and it's not that the body is fake and that the CIA did it. Sometimes that just happens. And I'm afraid that you may be at that point where there's no evidence that won't convince you ever of anything, because there is this all-powerful deep state that could do everything, to the point where some guy who owns stock in Palantir and some degraded DNA means that there has to be more of an investigation than what's occurred already. It just seems we're entering the realm of, I don't know that anything wouldn't be a conspiracy at that point. I think
I believe in objectivity. So if someone presented me with objective evidence and not just like circumstantial evidence, then yes, I would have absolutely change my mind immediately on the spot.
What form of objective evidence could you accept at this point?
Most conservatives, most right-wingers do not trust the government.
No. My question is, give me the objective evidence that it would take for you to say, I think Tyler did it and he didn't have a handler. Go ahead.
That'd be really difficult. Yeah, I mean,
it's not possible. Tyler could admit, I did it. I didn't have a handler, and you'd say that's exactly what he would say if he had a handler.
And Rob, it's actually worse than that. If he pleads guilty, it doesn't remove the possibility of a handler, and if he goes to trial and is convicted of murder, that doesn't remove the possibility of a handler.
There is no evidence.
There is no way to actually. It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree.
But then how could you say, no, I'm not in danger of becoming too conspiracy brain because I believe in objective evidence, and then say, but I agree, there is no objective evidence that would change my mind?
Well, Rob, look at like anything, dude. Look at 9/11, right? Like there's a ton of like weird things that happened in and around 9/11, like the passports being found, even though the planes like blew up into the buildings, but the passports were found on the ground, right? Like it doesn't make sense. There's certain things that just don't make sense. And when you look at these things, it's not definitive proof, but it is.
What doesn't make sense here?
What doesn't make sense here is the fact that there are a lot of things associated with it. First and foremost, there was George Zinn, who stood up immediately. Anytime there's a shooting at a college campus, everyone immediately thinks it's a mass shooting. How did he know that it was one bullet that was going to be fired off? And I have video footage of this where everyone.
First off, how do you know he knew it was one bullet?
Because he stood up and walked towards Charlie Kirk.
So?
While everyone else hit the deck.
So? That doesn't mean that he knew it was one bullet. Maybe he's fucking a crazy man, and even if more bullets were going to fly, he would still be fine with that.
The kind of crazy man who likes to take credit for things he didn't do and possesses CSAM, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is fucking nuts, and he has a long
history. Yeah, so you can't say he knew there would only be one bullet. You can't say that. You don't know that.
No, but it's an insinuation from him walking towards the danger. Nobody walks towards a bullet being fired.
No, that's walking away from the bullet being fired if he's walking towards Charlie, because the bullet would have been behind him. It came
walking towards the impact.
Okay, walking towards the impact.
The danger zone.
I got to be honest. I think you might be full of shit even about this. I'm willing to look at it, but I'm left skeptical after your claim of some dude from 683 Management owning this, and I keep looking. I ain't finding shit. So when you make a claim like that and it turns out to be, I can't find the evidence. Now it makes it difficult for me when you make other. Well, George Zinn walked towards. How many seconds after the shooting did George Zinn walk towards Charlie Kirk?
Seconds. Everyone hit the deck. I have video footage of this, and I even put it in my video.
I don't know that I believe you. Do you have footage of? Do you have proof that Palantir owns this land?
I do. Hold on. Stop. Give me 1 second. Ryan, just shut the fuck up for a second. I'm debating two people. Hold on. Because you're asking me to basically substantiate a claim while I'm debating two people. No, I cannot also look up SEC filings while I'm also debating two different people, right? So please continue.
Okay.
Tranquilo, brother. Tranquilo. The simple point I was going to make is, assuming that he did walk forwards, how is that? I guess my logical first take would be he was trying to get a picture because he could sell it.
His hands were up.
Or he was interested in what was happening and he wanted to see what was happening. Like, there's a lot of reasons why, or hell, he's a good Samaritan and he wants to help. There's a lot of reasons why someone would go towards a shooting rather than away from it. I don't think that makes them part of a larger conspiracy by default.
Just to be clear, I'm looking up that the SEC would not even have these type of files that you're suggesting, that actually the land ownership would be recorded in the Utah County books, not the SEC. Can you prove to me that the SEC filings would show that this gentleman owns this strip of land?
I can show you that the piece of property was owned by an LLC that is owned by a trust fund or a hedge fund, I'm sorry, that is owned by a man that owns 2.5 million shares.
But you said because you have the SEC filing.
Yeah, yes, of him purchasing the 2.5 million.
Okay, show me.
And yes,
I'm reading an
I will
SEC
get that
filing.
information for you.
No. Wait, you have an SEC filing of him purchasing stocks.
A Palantir, yeah.
Correct.
That's not the question. The question is, you keep going back to that. We want proof that he owns the land. Where is the proof he owns the land? SEC filing's not going to have proof of land ownership. And again, like what you just point to is things that you find that are, I find it odd that George Zinn walked in a certain direction. Therefore, I'll never believe anything about this case. I always believe there could have been a handler. Okay?
Well, he said it was unfalsifiable earlier, so that by definition, there's nothing.
I do agree with logically what you were saying when it's unfalsifiable. But again, it's like JFK, for instance, right? For the longest time, that was just like some crazy guy on a rooftop.
You keep going back. But OJ murdered someone, so that disproves your claim.
No, but what I'm saying is that every time the government does something, they always have the same track record where it's like deny. 60 years later, there's a records release.
Okay,
like, we did it, but we don't do it anymore.
Just to be clear, it rained here yesterday. I think the government did it. You agree?
Are you saying that they manipulate the weather?
Yes, I think the government yesterday specifically manipulated the weather in my county to make it rain because they're out to get me. They knew I wanted to hang out outside.
Are you saying that they control the weather?
Yes, I'm saying that they controlled the weather and made it rain outside my home yesterday.
I would ask you for proof.
Well, that's absurd. Don't you know about JFK? Don't you know about what they did at JFK? I mean, clearly, this is the same pattern. They'll deny it. If you ask the government, they'll deny. But just like in JFK, we'll later find out that it was true.
Rob, there's an out-of-control fourth branch of government.
Right.
I wouldn't immediately say, Rob, you're a fucking quack. I would ask for why you believe this. And then
sometimes you should say you're a fucking quack. Sometimes you should. Sometimes you should be like, that's an extraordinary claim. That's so unbelievable. I think the feds created a time machine and went back in time and had me eat junk food. They made it appealing on the commercials, so I would eat junk food. So today I'd be a fat fuck.
No, I think it's just pattern recognition.
That's what you don't know about JFK?
Me trying to bring up an analogy doesn't mean that I'm tying JFK to this.
The point I'm trying to make is, when you get put down in something like, yeah, but this is non-falsifiable, it doesn't make sense. You're like, yeah, but what about JFK? Same pattern. JFK, people would be like, I don't think it was the government. By the way, that's not true. People right out of the gate started to blame the government, the mafia, the Cubans. People were right at the time were accusing other people. But you're like, look at that. They denied. Now we know it was them. We don't even know it was them definitively. But even if we accept it was, you point to that example or a handful of other examples and say, therefore, anything's possible. The government could be involved in doing anything. And when we're like, well, wait a minute, can we see proof? Do you have any evidence? You're like, JFK, same pattern.
I mean, you're asking me to get proof from the literal cell,
but not proof, agency. Evidence.
Do you think that they would be a very proficient central intelligence agency if the proof was just out there and readily available?
Evidence.
This is where conspiracies actually come from.
Okay, wait. Okay, then I think that what you just said proves that every theory you're talking about is bullshit. Because if it is true they're so powerful, they would have never allowed evidence to show their corruption be revealed. So how could you find evidence that they're corrupt? They're so all-powerful, they would never reveal that to you. So everything you think about the government being corrupt is actually a lie. That's just shit that they've purposely leaked to you. You don't know the truth.
Okay, how about the fact that George Zinn, when he was at the hospital, he said that someone paid him to do it?
I would like proof of the Palantir guy owning the land.
Yes, and I will provide that for you. I can't do it live because I need to actually look into this. I need to Google map the actual address because no AI is going to tell me the address of where the rifle was planted.
So are you sure about that?
I just used Grok, ChatGPT, and Perplexity.
If you don't know the address, how do you know who owns it?
Because this is over a year ago now, and when this happened,
you're just saying you forgot
into it.
Yeah,
no,
okay. I got
I don't know. I didn't forget. I just there's pertinent information, and then there's compartmentalized information. A specific address is not pertinent information.
Dude, it's not a gotcha. I'm just saying you
sourced.
forgot. I'm not trying to like trick you up. I forget stuff all the time.
It's kind of
it's like there's not going to be a street address for like a plot of forest. It's not like 723 Maple Street, right?
It was the backyard of a property of a house.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's backyard of something. But okay. So what is the probability you put on this handler theory?
The other smaller percentage that he didn't take the shot. I think that there potentially could have been a second shooter.
All right.
But what percentage chance? That's what he's asking.
Percentage chance on a handler. That is difficult to substantiate. I would say under 50% for sure. I don't know an exact number. Good question. It's entirely possible that he's just a radical fucking leftist lunatic, right?
But I thought you were going to be like 0.003%, and you said under 50.
That's my baseline, right? I'm telling you right now that I can't substantiate like a percentage chance. That's like that's a lot to ponder. What percentage chance that he had a handler? Maybe 10%, 20%. I don't know.
So generally, do you? I mean, this is just a maxim that I take for granted, but I've made just double checking. Do you subscribe to the theory that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence?
Yeah, but there's nuance.
Okay, so like the more likely an explanation is, the more like that. Then you accept lesser evidence, like on terms of Bayesian logic. But the more complicated an explanation is, the more specific the claim is, the more evidence they would need. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
So where this gets tricky is that you're advocating for a theory that is both very complex, kind of vague, and doesn't have any specific substantiating evidence for it, which is why I was asking what percentage you were pegging it at. Because, and this is why I think Rob was expecting you to say a very low number. Because like if you're saying like, oh, the Palantir thing, that's weird. And I know it's unfalsifiable, but you can't prove there wasn't a handler. I know it's unfalsifiable, and I don't really trust the CIA. And you put those things together, that if you took those data points and you said, yeah, there's like a 0.0001% chance that something weird happened here because of this generalized weirdness, that sounds reasonable. But if you say it's 50% or like 49%, that's a lot.
Here's what I found. So you're like 2% correct. You ready?
Sure.
There's no official street address for the exact bush. Then it says the neighbor let me finish. The neighbor KSL interviewed Morgan Vandegrift and publicly associated with 683 West 925 South Orem, Utah 84050. That house is also tied to 683 Properties LLC. This is where the term 683 comes from. This is a local LLC, no affiliation to 683 Capital Management in New York. Vandegrift said his backyard borders on the wooded strip. He did not say the police was found in his yard. These are different companies. The only overlap is the number 683. 683 Properties LLC is a Utah LLC formed October 7, 2019. The deed of the owner, it gives the exact address, September 20 special warranty deed, Morgan Vandegrift and Jessica Judd Vandegrift. That's the owner's mailing address, same of the house. 683 Capital Management is an LLC out of Delaware. SEC registered. Its office is 1700 Broadway Suite, New York. Its managing member, R.E. Zwyman. So the only connection is that the address for the LLC is 683. One is a local one owned by a rather modest local guy who owns a home there. The other is this Zwyman guy. There is no connection that I can see. Where is it that you've...
Two?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe my facts are incorrect on that. But I just want to point out that we are so far into the weeds here because initially when I came into this call, I literally said that the premise of the argument was the first hour of the tempo being on Candace's side because Andrew lost to Andrew because he discredited the degradation of the DNA.
But again, we get there one step at a time, right? Is what happens. You're like, because the degradation of DNA, and we're like, well, here's what was said. And you were like, yeah, but that means that there could have been a handler. And I'm like, oh, okay, how are we getting there? And you're like, well, because this was owned by Palantir. And I was like, what? And you're like, well, not by Palantir, but by a guy that works at a company that has shares in Palantir. And I'm like, oh, but why would that matter? And by the way, is that true? And so what happens is we could outline here's a bunch of things we think are weird. This and this and this and this. And then we step by step go through and like, actually, you're incorrect about that. Okay, but what about this? I don't see how that matters whatsoever. Okay, but what about this? And so then when we go back and we look at like the first claim, we're like, actually, that wasn't true. Being like, well, we're way afield now. We're way afield of where I want to be. Right, because you use this as evidence to suggest why Andrew lost the debate, because this was an important factoid, that the fact that he didn't address the degradation of the DNA that you wanted, this factoid about Palantir possibly showed that Andrew lost himself because there was possibly a handler.
Palantir is irrelevant. I'm just saying that even if it was a handler, it doesn't matter if it was, hold on, relax. Dude, again, you guys are harping on the fact that I said Palantir. I'm just saying something tangential to the issue. If it was a handler from fucking Egypt or Argentina or anywhere else in the world, it doesn't matter who the fucking handler. Handler could have been his dad for all I know.
Then why did you mention
Why the fuck were
Palantir?
you talking about it?
Right, because I'm just like I'm stating fucking facts that are relating to the case. If you correct me and you have evidence that it doesn't link to Ari Shafir or whatever the fuck the guy's name is, then I stand corrected. I'm not a bigot.
No, again, you're misstating what happened. We were like, why would it matter that it was Palantir? And you said, because they're like the most evil fucking corporation in the world.
Yeah.
So now you're like, who gives a fuck about Palantir? You made it a point, not us. Then we meticulously looked through and it looks like that's not the case. You're like, who gives a fuck? Palantir never mattered.
By the way, this is if anybody needed a better understanding of why Andrew was reluctant to go deep in the weeds on the evidence in the first hour and a half, this is the best possible explanation. No, by the way, Ranger Rogue, I'm no hate. I'm just saying, like, you go deep in the weeds, an hour later, you're like, what the fuck happened? Where are we? And what's going on here? And why aren't we talking about Candace's claims? You can get lost in the sauce pretty easily on this stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Palantir because that's what we were talking about, apparently.
Right, but we're 5 layers removed. And when I was talking about layer 1, you guys were harping on layer 4. And
No. We said, why does layer 1 matter? And you were like, because of layer 2. And we're like, actually, it doesn't. Let me explain how DNA degradation works. And actually, Andrew talked about this. And you're like, yeah, but there could have been multiple DNA. So those people need to be checked out. And we're like, but they were checked out. And you're like, yeah, but if there was a handler, there'd be multiple DNA. And we said, but wouldn't you expect multiple DNA anyways, based on the official story of this gun? And you were like, yeah, but they found it in these woods that were owned by Palantir. And I was like, well, why would that matter? And you're like, because they're an evil fucking corporation. And then I'm like, actually, they're not owned by Palantir. And you're like, why the fuck are we talking about this?
Yes, Rob, I'm good faith, dude. And I'm not
saying you're not.
And if you give me objective information, I'll immediately change my mind. Right?
That's not what I. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're bad faith. What I'm saying is you have a non-falsifiable position and you keep weaving more layers to it. And so what we're trying to do is go, let's start at the first layer. And then you're like, yeah, but layer 2 responds to that. And we're like, okay, let's go to layer 2. And you're like, yeah, but layer 3 responds to that. And I'm like, okay, let's go to layer 3. And you're like, layer 4 responds to that this is owned by Palantir. And then we're like, it's not. And you're like, why are we talking about layer 4? Because we talked about layer 1, 2, and 3, and then you said 4 was somehow important to that, and so we're talking about layer 4 because that's where they're at. Now you're like, but layer 4 never mattered because of layer 1. And I'm like, right, but we already addressed layer 1.
I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that it's part of pattern recognition. When you have a lot of coincidences or happenstances that occur, I mean, you have to admit that a red flag goes up, and you're like, okay, well, there's a lot of coincidences all happening at once. It's kind of like the guy with the pellet rifle, just like biking down the street that the cops immediately detained. Nobody carries a pellet gun or a rifle anywhere near a college campus. Good, thanks to the Democrats in 1990, we have the Gun-Free School Zone Act, where you're rolling the dice on a felony. Nobody plinks squirrels with a pellet gun outside.
It's an open carry campus.
Yeah, not only could you have a pellet gun, you could actually have a real gun.
Oh, I didn't know that. So, I'm just saying, right? You can shake you can rub your head all you want, but also like that's one part. The other part is George Zinn, right? Moving forward immediately saying that it was him, and when he was at the hospital, someone claimed that he claimed that he was paid to actually do this.
All right, man. Hey, there's other people in the call. Ranger, I do like you, man.
Yeah,
I do appreciate you calling
Ranger.
in. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Take it easy. Yep.
Whoa. Rob, I'm gonna have to bail after we catch up on supers, but
okay.
Yeah,
I'll stick around. If anyone wants to stick around in the chat, I'll try to talk to some of you up here. Let's do the supers real fast. Jefferson, $2 in your end says Candace, no evidence will slowly metastasize.
I hope so. I'm still like digesting that conversation we just had. By the way, I'm mentally catching up.
I do want to be clear. I like Ranger Road.
I know he seems like a nice guy. I enjoy.
And I'm not saying he's bad faith. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm just saying that I think it's illustrative of. We've had several calls tonight.
Palantir. Why are we talking about Palantir? It's like, why are we talking about Palantir?
I've told this story.
He's like
before.
a nice guy.
I've told this story before. It reminds me of this. I have a person that I really like. And, way back, this is forever ago. Pittsburgh Pirates had this pitcher, Paul Maholm, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm driving with this dude, and this dude looks at me and he's like, the Pirates should get rid of that pitcher, Paul Maholm. And I'm like, why? He's their best pitcher. He's like their ace. He's like, well, he doesn't have a good fastball. And I'm like, well, who gives a shit? He's got a good curveball. His ERA is really good. He's won the most games. He's clearly their best pitcher. Why would you get rid of him just because you could utilize many pitches to be successful just because you don't have one? And we proceed to have this argument. Now it's about 20 minutes to our destination. And the last line, when we get out of the car at our destination, is he looks at me and goes, so why the fuck would you want to trade Paul Maholm? And I was like, I don't. My argument was we don't. And he's like, no, you want to. And I was like, no, that's your argument. He's like, no, that was never my argument. Why the fuck are we talking about this? And I'm just like, oh, my. That's what that conversation's like. Why are we talking about Palantir? Because you said it was a big deal. Nah, who cares?
They're the most evil company in the world. I own 100 shares.
At least the pellet gun, it was much quicker, right? It's like, wow, how about this? A pellet gun. You're not allowed to have that. Yeah, actually, you can even have real guns. Okay. Anyways, undeterred, right on to the next thing. Like, it's shocking. It is really shocking. And what gets me
by the way, you can tell he's good faith because
yes,
I said,
of course.
Is this unfalsifiable? And he's like, yeah. And it's like, okay, well, it's tough. That's why I started throwing up my hands a little bit because I'm like, well, if it's unfalsifiable, there's not much we can do in this conversation.
But there's even things like even within that context, like there's so many questions I have. Like, okay, well, how much investigate? You're like, they need to look at the other people's DNA on the rifle more. Okay, well, how much have they looked? Well, I don't know. Okay, then what does more mean? Well, like, for example, we know that his dad was on the DNA. Presumably, I'm assuming they were like, you have an alibi? Is there any motive? And it's like, there's no motive whatsoever. Yes, I was at work. I was at dinner with my wife. We went out shopping. And would he be like, not good enough? Not good enough. I demand more of an investigation. And so it's like, what does that mean? If you don't know, and like people say this about the paving thing. It's like, well, they shouldn't have paved over. It's like, okay, let's assume they did. Let's assume for 3 weeks they left caution tape up. But in that 3 weeks, police never came back, right? They're just like, no, we got everything we need from the crime. Is that sufficient? Or do we say, well, that's odd. They left police tape up for 3 weeks and didn't come back, right? Or what if they paved over it in 7 days? Was that enough time? And there's never an answer. It's just like, well, to me, the layman, that seems odd. To me, the layman, it seems odd that the bullet didn't go through. To me, the layman, it seems odd that the fisheye lens looks the way it does. And it's this constant, to me, the layman, it seems odd that you would confess to your lover like that through text messages. And it's like, but these are all, like, you could almost see, it pains me to say this, but I kind of am starting to see why some judges are like, yeah, we don't want cameras in the courthouse because I think that the average person might be a fucking idiot when it comes to these things. Where it's like, I don't want to say idiot, ignorant. They might be ignorant and they just don't know. So things seem odd. Why is he allowed to object? Why was he allowed to stand up and talk? Why is that allowed to be introduced as evidence? Why isn't that allowed to be said? And all of a sudden, the average person, if you got someone who could weave a good story like Candace Owens, all of a sudden it's like, holy shit. And now we have this woman, I can't remember her name, but I was obsessed with this today. You know, I'm talking about this woman that killed her kids. And,
oh no, I didn't see
oh
that.
my God. Someone tell me, Lindsay, tell me in the chat. It is a huge thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's this woman who killed her kids, right? Who's on trial right now. She has confessed. Her defense is not arguing against the confession, right? It is dead to rights, airtight case.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband has one of the most reliable alibis ever. At the time of this killing, he was at the pharmacy on a litany of cameras.
Mm-hmm.
This woman has raised, Lindsay Clancy, that's her name. This woman has raised $700,000. TikTok is thousands of videos of wine moms being like, she's innocent. I could tell by the husband's face that he's a bad man. They said that the rope that killed him was tied in a sailor's knot. I know that only a man would be able to tie a knot like that. And you're just like, wait, what? And they're convinced. These women, thousands of women convinced, absolutely convinced. And you're just like, what the fuck are we doing? And I'll bet the overlap to the Candace Owens crowd is like a complete circle, a future event diagram.
Well,
it's like,
but Rob, I think you're asking the wrong question though. Did she have a handler?
She may have.
Can you prove she didn't?
It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, and like you see this shit and you're like, holy shit, this is the new thing. This is going to be the new thing. You're going to have internet sleuths investigating every single thing. And they're going to be like, well, look at that lens. That's weird. And sometimes simple mistakes. No, I went to the location. You have to turn left, not right there. And it's like, no, you made a simple mistake. You know, her house was on Palantir land. Oh, okay. Mega Max $5 says 30 shekels for Andrew's Goy toys. I'm sending $20 for the orphans fund, $10 for the homeless, sending $7.50 once a week for war wages. Thank you. Lenny Grod, $5 says, so what? Was a bad answer. The way he should have handled the DNA questions to ask her because he had his hands all over it and he threw it around. Yes, there was a better answer than so what. Here's the answer I would have given. Degraded DNA does not speak whatsoever to when he handled that rifle. Is it not true that 1 in a trillion he had the most DNA? It merely proves that he had access to that. Lance Twiggs, was his DNA on the rifle, as you've said over and over, Candace? Oh, you don't have any proof that it was? Okay. That would have been the better way to answer. Agreed. But, I mean, even Andrew, man, hindsight's 20/20, of course. I've been in there. I could probably look back at the conversation I just had with Ranger and Rogue and say, well, I should have said this. Maybe it would have hit the point harder, right? So it happens. Darth Moss, $20 says, can you guys provide clarity on how it was determined which fact checks were allowed to be read by PBD?
Great
Andrew
question.
stated last night that you had over 40, but only a handful were read. Did Candy's team have to sign up on them? So over 40, I don't know where Andrew gets that number from. Maybe I was hyperbolic to Andrew. I certainly had way more than 40. Total, right? If you compile what me and Ryan put together, we probably had 150 data points that we could have went to between videos that we had clipped, specific things that we had highlighted from the state's briefs, etc. But as far as the ones that were sent, here was the process. I was told that I was on a text chain with Patrick Bet David. I believe, Ryan, you were on that text chain.
Right? Oh, no, I was not on the chain.
Okay. I'm on a text chain. It's just a
bunch.
bunch of numbers, so I see no one's name, right? Actually, I would have recognized yours because I have your number, but I don't have Gerald's number, and I don't have PBD's number, and I don't have Candace's people's number. So it's a bunch of numbers, right? They were all on a computer, had like an instant messaging app on their computer, which would be nice because you could send a link to a video or whatever right there. I didn't have that. I couldn't get it on my little shitty laptop. So instead, what I had to do was I have my phone. I would text on my phone. I still have the fucking text communication here. I would text on my phone. I got a source that says X. Most of the time, I wouldn't hear anything back. As soon as I'd type that, I would look to the guy who was Candace's fact checker. I'd say, we figured out the best way to do it was me to email him. So I email him whatever the source was. He then takes the source and then proceeds to put it on a computer on like an Excel spreadsheet. Then maybe Patrick Bet David would say, I'm told that Andrew's team has a file that they would like us to look at. Then they would bring it up. Sometimes it got brought up. Sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it got brought up 15, 20 minutes after when it was really relevant. So I had I think that one thing that I can say, and maybe you all could blame me, and Mr. E was yelling at me to send more fact checks. Once it became evident, yeah, dude, they're not going to put up a whole shitload of these. It didn't seem to make sense for me being like, okay, I put this one up on DNA degradation, and we're waiting, and put one up. I'm like, here's what you said about Erica, and here's what you said about Israel, and here's what you said about Mormon beekeepers, and here's what you said, because Patrick was just going to be like, the fact checkers for Andrew have put up 17 sources, right? It wasn't going to work that way. So I put up the one that I think's the most relevant, and I wait. We never got to that one. We never got to the DNA fact check. Some of them I'd put up, and I'd wait. Then we would get to it. One time he said, Rob, before we put up another one of your fact checks, does Candace's team have anything they would like to put up so we could try to keep it fair, closer to 1-to-1? So that was sort of the process. I want to be clear in saying this, and maybe Andrew will be pissed at me for saying this. I think the system sort of sucked. I think we utilized the system more than Candace's team. Now, that may be because we had far more fact checking to do, which I think is probably true. But I don't think that I don't think this is worth any excuse on performance. I think that if Andrew would have said, bring that up, then we would have been more likely to have it brought up. And if Andrew doesn't say, bring that up, then Patrick Bet-David's probably not just going to listen to Rob and Ryan Mullally shouting in the background, Candace is wrong, bring this up. He's probably not going to do that.
The only way we could get, like, obviously if Patrick said there's a fact check, then it would get brought up. The only other time we could get stuff up was if Candace, because one time Candace said, oh, if you have that, I'd love to see it.
We said, absolutely, we have it.
She said it. No, like she asked for it. Great. Let's throw it up there. But it was an imperfect system. I think that it would have been a little bit nicer if we were able to kind of like pull up stuff real time, so that it wasn't, like, because to your point, Rob, like if you're pulling up a fact check and it's 15 minutes later and they've kind of moved on in the conversation, and now they come back to it and they're like, oh yeah, there's this thing. It doesn't really have any weight anymore. This was why we kind of switched to the clips at the end. Like, well, you said this, right? And it's like, okay, now you guys can talk about the clip, which is less of a fact check and more of a table set, but it was kind of, it worked with the technology and the system better.
Was he rejecting fact checks? I don't think so. I think he just wasn't getting to them. And sometimes it would be like organically, I could understand why. Like, let's say we're talking about DNA degradation. So maybe PBD gets it and he's like, okay, here's a fact check here. And then they're going for 5 minutes and he's waiting for a spot. And then all of a sudden Andrew's like, yeah, but you said this about Israel. And she's like, I didn't say that, blah, blah, blah. And now PBD's maybe thinking, well, fuck, we've moved beyond that point. Do I stop this conversation they're having now about Israel to go back to the DNA fact check thing? I don't know what his thought process was. For me, the better system would have been us able to send information directly to Andrew and Candace's team being able to send information directly to her, and then they could choose when to utilize. So if she says DNA, I could send it, Andrew could look, decide if he wants to use that or not, then we move forward. You wouldn't even have to pause the debate. It would just be in real time.
It would be much smoother.
That's not what happened. So I don't know. I think it's funny because I think there's a lot being put on it, and it's interesting. It's sort of a different thing. But ultimately, I think the way that harmed us the most was actually in preparation, which was, had we known that would be the case, I think both Ryan and I would have prepared with Andrew differently, because it would have been more about like, you're going to have to memorize this shit, as opposed to you have your overall framework for what you want for the debate. And then when he says, okay, I want clips on claims that that Candace said about Israel, we could have them listed and he could bring them up. Instead, he didn't have all those memorized. And so we were at the whim of trying to tell him during the smoke break, you should bring up this clip, which he did, but that's how we ended up.
It also created a weird game of telephone where you're like, we're going to throw up a source on the monitor and we're hoping that we and Andrew are on the same page, where we're going to put up the source and he's going to know what we think he should do with it, right? Because you can't communicate, which is like a little bit tricky, because if you imagine the system that Rob was talking about, which I think would have been fair, both sides would have had access to it, we could have actually been like, oh, this is about this. Give it some context. Like, if Candace said X, here you go. But
so instead, the two best ways to look at this was Rule 801D2, right? And he's like, and he just reads it. And what was it? It specifically said,
he was actually reading a different hearsay.
Right. But the section you wanted said,
it's the party opponent rule. It's the one that
party
says
opponent. Now, as a layman, do you guys know what party opponent means?
No.
I don't. So Ryan's like, oh, that basically says, no, his confession isn't hearsay. But as a layman, you might not understand that. So Andrew reads it, and he'd never heard of Rule 801D2. So we put it on screen, and everyone's like, what the fuck does that mean? Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, it's tricky. What are you going to do?
And then the other time was I put up the video because she was like, oh, I just mean Erica's complicit. And so I was like, no. And I was really hounding PBDM. You need to play this. You need to play this several times. And the clip I played was the clip where she's saying about Terrell and the mic and why did he call Erica? Because they panicked because the bullet didn't go through. That's speaking to her claim that not only is she complicit with the cover-up, she was complicit in knowing the murder was going to occur, right? And Andrew hears that clip, and you want to know what Andrew takes from it? Yeah, let's go on to that microphone. Right? Which makes sense because that clip's talking about an exploding microphone, but it's like, no! I'm sitting there kicking myself like, no, fuck Andrew. That clip's her saying, I'm accusing Erica of being involved in pre-planning of the murder. That's what that clip was. So it was very frustrating. The Utah rule was, they presented evidence that a Utah rule about hearsay. And what we were presenting, 801D2 said, no, actually, Tyler's confessions are not hearsay.
She cited 1102, which is the rule basically that says you can use reliable hearsay. But we were pointing out that not all the evidence was hearsay, even if reliable hearsay is permitted. But again, it's a really weird and technical point to try to explain through a game of telephone.
Lenny Grad, $5 on your end, says Palantir invested people owning the location doesn't mean anything. They could plant in those woods even if they didn't own them. 100% red herring. Of course, everyone thinking rationally gets that. But Robert Jenkins, $2 says it's reasonable to find other DNA people. Yep.
Yeah, it's an old gun that was owned by multiple people. It would be weirder not to.
Lenny Grad, $5 says 2.5 million shares is only 1% of all of Palantir's 2.4 billion with B shares. Impressive, but not enough to call hits.
Good to know. By the way, I want to correct myself. Someone in chat pointed this out, and I was wrong. UVU is not open carry; it's concealed carry because concealed carry is the Utah law. But I think the school rules discourage open carry. So someone pointed out that I got that wrong, so I want to make sure I corrected myself.
Good job, Robert Jenkins. $2 says ID all DNA and roll them out. Well, it might not be that easy.
How you can't just ID all DNA. Like just to be clear, like the way that you test DNA is you compare the DNA sample to another sample. So just saying ID all the DNA would entail collecting DNA from everybody on the planet and running every DNA comparison point. Like there's no centralized DNA data bank that has all the DNA. And even if there was, running that kind of comparison is like highly, highly burdensome. It's not a simple thing where you just like push a button and compare it to like everybody in the state.
So what they were doing was taking people they knew were in the house, like Lance Twiggs, or like the family, and then they're ruling them in or out. But there's unknown DNA as well. Now, of course, if you're way in the conspiracy woods, you'd say, aha, could have been the handler, whoever the unknown person was, and you'd never be able to disprove it. Because unless you have the direct person of the DNA who's on that gun to compare it to, you would never know.
But of course, if there was no additional DNA on the gun, it still could have been a handler.
He wore gloves. You know, he protected from the I mean,
this is the problem, right?
Yes.
It's like,
if Palantir owns it, it's a big deal. And if they don't, who gives a shit? It's no big deal. It's same thing. It's like evidence is evidence and lack of evidence is also evidence. So, you know, Devil's Raspberry, $5 says, Arnar, I'm loving this arc you guys are on. Please consider talking to Nick Mattel. I'd love to. Or MJ Murphy too for debate points on Israel and Transformers.
Sure. Would love if you guys have connections, hook us up.
Yeah. GG, $2 says, own some Palantir. I'm definitely complicit. I knew it, you bastard.
You motherfucker.
And you sent it big bucks, $2. Uh-huh.
Evil. Well, you know what's happening. That was $2. They got viruses in the crypto. You're getting hacked.
Oh, man. Kevin Faulkner, $10 says, Doc had fun with the meds in his aid bag. Thank you. Alan Zetlin Music, $10 says, to what extent do you think Candace was influenced by Ian Carroll's tweet blaming Israel the morning after Charlie was murdered They got 12.3 million views. It's like a chicken egg thing.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect had Ian Carroll never made that tweet or been back to delivering pizzas, I think Candace eventually would have found our way to the Blame Israel train. It's very profitable.
I will say, even for like a tiny creator like me, you get very sensitized to like, oh, when I did this, the analytics liked it. When I did this, the analytics didn't like it. Like you become very aware of that, and you're always juggling that with your own morality and sensibility about like, I'm not doing that just because it's popular. That's crazy, right? And look, I think some people, I'm not trying to, I don't know Candace's heart, but I think some people, they just do whatever gets the clicks, and they don't give it more thought than that.
I hate to even say this because it reminds me of when you used to say things like, look, I have black friends and I'm not a racist, but, and at some point you're like, why do I have to caveat that? I just say what I feel. Fuck that. However, I suppose I should say this. I don't particularly like Israel. I don't think we should ever give them another dime. I think we should pull out of Iran tomorrow. That's what I think, right? I think there is valid criticism of Israel's influence into our country. I think it is grotesquely overstated by a great many people. However, there's valid reasons to be concerned. I also think that when you're talking about government and intel agencies, the opportunity is much higher than talking about individuals. So things that if you were like, well, maybe Lance Twiggs himself was setting this up, there are things that people wouldn't believe. How would Lance Twiggs be able to convince an entire hospital of people to leave the hospital? That doesn't make sense. But if you say Israel, now it all makes sense. Yes, they could do it. There is nothing that Israel couldn't do, right? They could silence 1,000 people in the town, threaten them all, pay them off. They could have handlers everywhere. They could force Trump not to investigate. Now, we don't know that they could do that or not, but it's such a amorphous boogeyman. So there's reasons to not like Israel. It's very profitable to have content that focus on that. It takes out a key part of your argument that would be hard to prove, which is ability to do these things, So there you go. Zapulbita $5 says he wants the government to issue a warrant to investigate someone because they own shares in a publicly traded company while owning the stock himself.
Yes,
that is correct.
That is the position.
Leningrad $5 says there's a lack of government agency accountability, but they're not omnipotent. They're also corrupt and have limited attention spans. Not omnipotent.
I also don't believe that they could pull off something like this without leaking. Like, just honestly, like I just don't. They've not struck me as that competent, but
it's always this. They're hyper competent and the most incompetent people at the same time. It's always that. They're so hyper competent that they can pull off this grand scheme, but no one there was ever like, hey, why don't we just poison his drink? Why don't we just murder him in his sleep, in private? No one came up with that. It was like, no, here's what we do. We set up an exploding microphone and we have 17 people wearing maroon shirts. Then we empty out an entire hospital and we have the UV, like all this shit. You're like, why? Why would you do it? Of course, do you know what the answer to that is? They have an answer to that.
To throw you off the trail.
No.
Oh, no.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know about 33.
Oh God! What horror show am I about to learn about now?
The Masonic cult.
Oh Jesus!
In the town is
save me.
Is 33. The lodge is 33. Did you know that Tyler Robinson turned himself in exactly 33 hours after the shooting? Did you know that? Is that a coincidence? Kash Patel used the number 33 twice when he gave his first public conference on this. So the reason they did this was it was a Masonic ritualistic murder. And in order to have these demonic Masonic powers, you have to commit the ritual in public in this type of way. So they wouldn't kill him behind the scenes because it wouldn't give the same demonic spiritual power as it would to do the Masonic ritual in public.
I see. And this is all based off the number 33?
Correct. Because it's a Masonic ritualistic killing. Now, I know what you're thinking, but wait a minute. What does Israel have to do with Mormons and stuff there? Well, see, it goes back to some properties that there was a partial owner of a man by the name of Mitt Romney. Maybe you've heard him. Yes, that's true. And it turns out that some of the people connected to Romney were actually people in the number 33 Masonic Lodge. Starting to add up now?
Well, okay. Now I'm trying to follow along. Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23, not 12:33. Now, is that because their watches were a little bit off? They just they were trying for 33, but they misset the time.
What out of a scale of 10, how much impact did they want the murder of Charlie Kirk to have?
I think they wanted 11 out of 10. They were going for the Spinal Tap.
They wanted 10. Which, if you take 33 minus the 10 that they wanted, and all of a sudden you have your 23, which is why they killed him at, what time was it? 1:23?
12:23.
12:23. Makes sense?
Yeah,
See? Think about that. Plus, we all know that when it comes to the Gregorian calendar and the way we keep time, the Masons have intentionally set us back 10 minutes, so they actually have the true time. Starting to see? Right. Now you understand.
I got
Anyways, Lenny Grad, $5 says, Zin only underscores how insane leftists are. So much so they're willing to endanger themselves to take the heat off of an assassin spontaneously. Yep. And we have Justin O'Dizzle on your end, $10 says, I think the government ate Rob's hamburger. I've seen the receipt. Of course.
I mean, it's a shame.
Mob Band, thanks for the membership. FDNY, $2 says, this is why they didn't want to debate Andrew.
Yep.
Malkovich Microsoft, $10 says, here's for the Queso Piera Fund, Detective Noor. Thank you so much.
Queso Piera, that sounds good.
I don't even know what that is. Like, so when we're putting that cartoon together, they're like, Queso Piera. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So my line, I'm like, Queso about to be in my stomach. I was like, Del Phil, $10 says, holy Lord, was that guy scattered? Illogical. But cockroach spying devices, wait, what? Yeah, Egyptian planes and Mormon beekeepers. Did somebody dose my beer? I don't know, man. LN reference, $20. Thanks, man. Says, my favorite thing about you is your ability to follow the logical string through any convoluted debate. Essential with these people. If no one pins them down, they walk away with a, but I didn't lose attitude. I know, it's tough and it's frustrating, right? But you try to like take the claims one at a time and be like, well, what would that mean? But yeah. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, thank you, man. $20 says, honestly, this is partly the government's fault. If they didn't lie to us as much as they do, then it wouldn't be as big of a problem as it is now. I'm not waving away all the conspirators' personal responsibility, in my opinion. It's certainly true. Like, for example, I'll just throw out one easy example. Remember when COVID first happened, and originally it was like, masks don't work. Fauci was like, masks don't work. And then they came out and they're like, never mind, masks work. And you were like, wait a minute, what changed in a week? And they were like, well, we had to lie to people so that they wouldn't go out and buy all the N95 masks. And that's really damaging, right? Because once you admit, yeah, we'll lie for what we think is our own good, then the next week when they tell you, oh, and by the way, stand 6 feet apart, you're like, fuck you. How about that? Like, you just told us you'll lie to us. So you're absolutely right. When the government lies, it does make people question. So I completely agree at that point.
It's about being skeptical of the government is very different than taking the position that they are always wrong, or that you must infinitely investigate everything because of the possibility that there might be a conspiracy. Those are very different positions.
This person sends me an X message. It says, Patrick Bet David said there were rules that he wouldn't disclose that held Andrew back from being pushed back. Can I shed any light on that? I don't know that is regarding the fact checking. I don't know what his conversation with Andrew, and we were in another room. So possibly it was discussed like, when she's talking, you must leave her finish her sentence, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. A Varangian Guardian, $5 says, short-term Candace won on optics. Long-term Andrew wins on truth and tying her down after Tyler goes to jail. Otherwise, I do agree with this. I think that one thing is her position. I think that we've hit the high water mark. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there'll be a quick bump, but I think that you're going to start to see it's going to become more and more evident that they're on the wrong side of this. Old School, $5 says, I think comparing DNA sample to everyone on the planet is beyond computational capacity in a reasonable amount of time.
Yep.
Fed. GG.
That's just what Palantir
Palantir would tell us. GG for $5 says, for my sale Palantir shares to shed my complicity. Thank you.
Well played.
Bruno Stracker, $5 says, is that contractually Candace was not permitted to ask questions? If true, how is that a debate?
No.
No.
What it was is that they agreed to have a portion where Andrew would defend his claim and a portion where Candace would defend her claim. Candace asking Andrew a series of unrelated questions is not her defending her claim. It's a filibuster. So that's the issue.
Andrew allowed her to go first. He said, I'll defend the state. You attack anything you want. Ask any question you want. Once that portion was over, it was Andrew's time in the driver's seat. So while we were waiting for the fact check to come out and she wanted to go down a different line of questioning, he said, no. The contract was like, it's my turn to ask questions. And then, by the way, immediately preceding that, he said, okay, now go ahead and ask your question. People forget that part as well.
He just didn't want to get derailed.
Correct. Brandon, 2 Jules, thank you. Devil's Raspberry, $5 says, not to say conspiracies aren't valid, but I worked with Palantir and Celebrite and AFG in 2013, and it's kind of odd hearing these things romanticized so much. Yeah, right, Devil's Raspberry. Devil in your name? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Devil's Raspberry 33. Check out the username.
Dartho Moss, $2 says, but Ryan, this one goes to 11.
I tried to do it, but Rob wouldn't let me mess the math up.
Bix Paradox, $10 says, what does all this have to do with Peloton? The damn bike company. All right. We're never going to listen. I don't know that I'll get to any more calls. I got to be honest. So I know the great Mr. Ubercross is in the back, Mega Max and Bandit. My suspicion is they would probably all agree with us greatly, but we got to get you out of here. You have a real job.
I got stuff to do. Hold on. Let me be a responsible streamer. We hit 6K today. So
nice. Congrats.
So if you didn't sub to the channel, fuck you. Go sub to my channel so that I can keep growing.
Let's get your link up on my end.
But to all of you, I appreciate you coming by and subbing. It's cool to see the channel growing at the rate that it is. So thank you so much. Content, I'm bothering people in the back. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take your calls. Just getting way past my bedtime, so I got to get to some sleep so I can be a useful person tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking with Dragon Fist TV about his impressions about how the debate went, and continuing to spread the message about there's just no evidence for Candace's claims. Hoping to set something up with Nate the lawyer later this week. And looks like I might have a debate on Modern Day Debate on Friday. We're still working out the details, so I'm not sure if it's going to come together or not. So there's a bunch of content coming up. And when I log out, I am redirecting you to the great Rob Noerrder, who I'm sure is going to be with you for many more hours this evening with his beautiful, sultry voice, where he's just not at all wearing down, just serenading you with his thoughts until the wee hours of the morning. Right, Rob?
Yeah, we'll see how long I go. But let me ask you this. Your debate Friday, you don't have to tell me many details, but is it revolving the Tyler Robinson trial in some way?
No, this one is actually blessedly totally different. The topic that was proposed was Trump is an existential threat to America, which I thought was interesting. But here's my problem with it as a prompt. In my opinion, every president is an existential threat to America because they have so much power. Yeah. So I went back and I tried to modify the prompt to make it a unique, more narrow. Like he's a uniquely existential, like, because otherwise it's basically an unwinnable prompt. I like the topic. It's an interesting topic. I'd be happy to talk about that, but I don't want to take a prompt that I can't win.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, well, I put Ryan's link up there. Please, if you're on my channel, go sub to Ryan. I'm getting tired as well, but Ryan, it was a pleasure. It was a fun show.
Always a good time, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, you take it easy.